Poštovane dame i gospodo, uvaženi gosti, čast nam je i zadovoljstvo da vam u ime domaćina Atlantskog saveza Crne Gore poželimo dobrodošlicu na 11. TBS forum uz još jedno izvinjenje zbog kašnjenja, ali svi znamo gospodina Murphyja, njegove zakone i bolje da se desilo sad na početku nego tokom dana. Ja sam Josip Šarić, televizijski novinar iz Hrvatske, donedavno radio na RTL-u, a sa mnom je kolegica Jasmina Kos, novinarka Al Jazeere, koja trenutačno živi i radi u Sarajevu. I Jasmina, evo, kako se osjećaš u zemlji članici NATO-a?
Promatrajući ovu napetu političku situaciju u Bosni i Hercegovini, došla sam u Crnu Goru da vidim how to be secure. Dakle, došla sam čuti šefove država i vlada, kao što će i naša publika i ovdje i diljem svijeta moći čuti. Također i ministre.
Virus. So to be secure from coronavirus, please observe the measures, and we'll observe the tradition of the forum, which is to discuss only most significant topics globally and regionally. We'll be talking about the new strategic concept of NATO, the role of the US in the changed geopolitical scene, the Chinese challenge, as well as Russia in the new era, and how to fight against disinformation, misinformation, hacking, tracking, and whatever else there is, and a host of other smart concepts and their names. And for those of you who are with us the whole day, I hope we can have you all engage with questions, and we invite our participants via the internet to ask questions as well. So, 15 years of Montenegro's independence, of work with full commitment for the stability of the country, but of the region as well. And what we've learned during the 15 years behind us is that we need to cooperate and communicate and look at the regional perspective. Although some key decisions have been taken on the European future, some key steps are yet to be taken. And for these key steps, we are sure that it is the Atlantic Council, through such events, is contributing to a better understanding of Euro-Atlantic integrations, the need for changes, for some major processes, for some tough decisions as well, and not being blind to some hot topics. We need to continue the same way in the future, and we need your support. Support of NATO, the US Embassy in Montenegro, support by the Balkan Fund for Democracy, USAID, and for the TBS to be at the level that we're used to. We have Splendid Hotel, Plantage, Coca-Cola, Rada, Chikom Tudor, Zeta Gradnja as our sponsors. A welcome to the media representatives as well. They follow our work, we understand their work, and particularly in the context of the delicate new reality, there's mutual trust and respect between us, and we are grateful for it. Thank you, Josip. So, the time has now come for Mr. Savo Kentera, the president of the Atlantic Council of Montenegro, to officially open. To see the sign. Okay, there's the sign, so I begin. So, hello from me on my own behalf and on behalf of the 2BS team. I'd like to apologize again for the technical terms. I'm not sure it was Murphy this morning. I think we had some other actors responsible for the delay, but we are happy to have resolved it. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, welcome to the 11th TBS Forum. Welcome to Montenegro. For you who are here with us in Budva, but all of you who are participating from across the globe. 15 years ago, the Atlantic Council was set up to promote Euro-Atlantic values, democracy, rule of law, contribute to the reform of the security sector, and to turn the country to the West and Western civilization values. Although Montenegro, generally speaking, has always belonged and been turned to the West, we can't neglect some deviations from this rule that we've had over time, and that we've had lately too. And that is why we needed to make sure Montenegro is a NATO member state and that it starts negotiations with the EU, carry out reforms, particularly those in chapters 23 and 24, and to become one day a member of the EU. This was no easy or simple task. I remember the beginnings when, before the official establishment of the Atlantic Council back in 2004, 5 years only after NATO airstrikes of the State Union of Serbia and Montenegro, and 2 years before the referendum of independence, we started saying that independent Montenegro should become a member of NATO alliance. There were few who believed it at the time and who had this clear vision and who have ever since stayed with us, committed to this idea. Some of you who were with us from day one are here with us today too. Our friends from the region, particularly from Croatia, Slovenia, Bosnia-Herzegovina, Albania, but also Serbia, although this may sound a bit strange at this moment, who have helped us overcome all the challenges and hurdles ahead of us at the time. So over the last 15 or almost 20 years, we worked to make Montenegro a better country for a better life of all its citizens, to make it safer, more stable, more secure, independent, economically more developed, culturally stronger, with stronger independent institutions, with an independent and strong education system, to contribute to the stability of the region, to accelerate, together with our partners, the entry of those countries who are not yet NATO members and who have not been until recently, to contribute to alleviating the tensions in the society, but in the region too. Have we succeeded as a state, as a society, in these endeavors? Speaking of Montenegro, I'd say that if we look back, the progress is visible in many areas. We've become a NATO member state, and with that we have increased the security level to the highest level, attracted investors who've seen Montenegro as a good investment opportunity in the long run, improved the level of the rule of law, aligned our legislation with the EU directives, opened all the chapters with the EU and closed many. However, there are some areas where a lot more could have been done, such as education, culture, independence of the institutions. And the consequences of the insufficient attention paid to some of these areas are visible even today. As for the region, I fear the situation today is worse than what we had a couple of years ago. I've just mentioned that right at the start, we enjoyed the support of our colleagues from Serbia. High officials of this country have frequented this forum, and they contributed to the quality of the discussion, debated together with us some important issues, and acted as a constructive factor to the peace and stability of the region. Today, unfortunately, the situation is completely different. Instead of acting as a stability factor in the region, Serbia seems to be going back to the policy of the 90s, this time using sophisticated methods under the disguise of democracy and the need to protect Serbs across the region. And let us look at the latest events in Kosovo. Look at the relations of this country with all other countries in the region. But the most obvious example of our good relations, or what used to be good relations, is what these relations are like today between Serbia and Montenegro. Is such policy in place for the sake of some elections that are to be won, or in order to achieve instability in the region? Or is it for the sake of the interests of Russia, which wishes to carry out its plans in the region without at the same time exposing itself or its people? We cannot and we must not allow for Serbia, Russia, or China, or any other country in the future to run this country, a NATO member state. So here, this is all not about us only, it's about the alliance and the protection of its interests. We're talking about the protection of the national interests of all NATO member states and every single one of them. We must not allow for Montenegro to become an example of how one can provoke instability, divisions in the society, chaos, and all that by means of using fake news, disinformation campaign, and generally malignant impact that is exerted via political parties, individuals, NGO sector, and other similar actors. As for what is going on in Montenegro today, can serve as a pattern that can be used to present any NATO member state as an instability factor and a cause for divisions in NATO. And there's no one who would like to see that. However, as for the situation we have in Montenegro today, it is us to blame, first of all, because we are the ones who have allowed this to happen. Over the past years, we've created a setting that eventually had to bring deep dividing lines in the society, which, supported from outside, have more than easily brought us to where we are today. And the best way to resist these attacks, all these attacks, is to work with full commitment to strengthen the institutions of the system. We must have a government that can close all negotiation chapters with the EU as soon as possible. A government that will endeavor for us to become a member of the EU in the coming couple of years, rather than getting negative reports from the EU. We need a government that will work to attract foreign investors rather than on losing some of our investors. We need a government that will look after its citizens and try to get a better living standard for them rather than adopt populist measures that the government itself knows are not realistic. A government that not for a second will allow the security sector to be joined by some individuals, people who see some other countries closer to their heart than Montenegro, and most importantly, the government that will support Montenegro's NATO membership, but not only declaratively, but instead actively contribute to strengthen the alliance and all its members. And that is why I believe that although we do need the attention and cooperation of our partners and allies, the future of the country and the region lies in our hands. If we do not do something to resist all the threats to the Western civilization values, we can't expect to make progress. I believe we have sufficient strength, will, and wisdom to bring Montenegro and the region back to the right track. And that in 20 years' time, there will be no one who will remember these difficult times. After all, this is a process we all need to go through, however difficult it may be at times. Montenegro and the region deserve to finally be stable so that no one talks about us as about a powder keg. And together with others, we need to cherish the values that I believe every single citizen values, cherishes, and wants for him or herself, which is peace, stability, prosperity, democracy, and rule of law. And in the end, allow me to quote Thomas Jefferson, who says, "I'm not an advocate for frequent changes in laws and constitutions, but laws and institutions must go hand in hand with the progress of the human mind. As that becomes more developed, more enlightened, as new discoveries are made, new truths discovered, and manners and opinions change, with the change of circumstances, institutions must advance also to keep pace with the times." I wish you a pleasant day. I wish us good, fruitful discussions. Our apologies again for the technical issues, and I hope there are no such problems until the end of our day today. And allow me to invite the friend of Montenegro and of Atlantic Council, the friend of this forum, Ms. Judy Rising-Reinke, Her Excellency Ambassador of the US to Montenegro.
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Deputy Prime Minister, ministers, excellencies, members of the press, friends of the security sector, ladies and gentlemen, people online. Thank you. Dobro jutro. Good morning. I'm really pleased to be able to join you and appreciate the opportunity to speak at the beginning of this 11th To Be Secure conference. It's a significant event. Thank you, Savo. I'm really especially pleased to be able to meet safely in person, especially during this ongoing pandemic. Thank you to your team, Savo. I want to thank every one of you who have made this event possible and safe. I also am glad that we're able to enable so many people to participate remotely and to actively engage in the conversations, because this is an important conversation. So today, I would like to speak to you on, I would say, 3 key themes that help to define and explain the basis for the strong and enduring U.S. relationship with Montenegro. It may not be everything, but it's, I think, the relevant things that we need to discuss. So first, I'd like to reflect on the U.S.-Montenegrin security cooperation relationship and our shared role in NATO. That's obvious. But I would also like to explore, secondly, the significance of Montenegro's identity as a diverse, tolerant, and multicultural democracy. I think this is worth exploring. And third, I would like to share the U.S. government's perspective on the importance of delivering results that improve the quality of life for the people of Montenegro. In my mind, that's an essential security theme. So let's start by recalling the progress Montenegro has made over the last 15 years in promoting security and stability, both within Montenegro and in the region. A key milestone, and you're all aware, is Montenegro's 2017 accession to NATO. In an increasingly insecure world, NATO stands as a bulwark to stability. It offers its members a community of security, one united by shared democratic values, norms, and aspirations. But as Savo already indicated, make no mistake that community is under some threats, and the threats come from many levels. Threats include unconventional security threats, terrorism, cyber attacks, ones we're preparing for the future. They also include traditional great power efforts to weaken or even destroy the alliance. And the threats even come from within the members of the alliance themselves, those of us who are distracted by struggles with competing priorities, those of us who face internal divisions, and those of us, which is all of us, who are facing the ongoing inward focus on recovering from the COVID-19 pandemic. So make no mistake, NATO remains only as strong as each and every one of its members' commitment to the alliance. It's therefore essential that all of us, NATO members, do our parts to strengthen the alliance. Now, whether that means meeting financial obligations or sending troops to participate in NATO missions that bolster regional security, NATO is strongest when each member does its part. And I want to say that Montenegro has demonstrated that it is a credible NATO ally, one that supports regional and global security missions. There are many of them, but most recently these have included deploying new joint light tactical vehicles to Romania and partnering with international forces in North Macedonia in support of the recent Defender Europe 21 multilateral exercise. Montenegro continues to modernize its armed forces with NATO-compatible equipment and to partner with NATO allies during training and education opportunities. And I'm especially pleased that I was able to join Montenegro's recent Armed Forces Day, a ceremony that celebrated the outstanding fighting women and men of the Montenegrin Armed Forces. To me, the event just earlier this month reaffirmed that Montenegro's military is known for bravery and professionalism. The United States is pleased to be an ally of this country. For well over a century, the United States and Montenegro have shared strong security and friendship bonds. Writing to King Nikola in 1918, President Woodrow Wilson noted, this is a quote, Your message comes to us as the voice of a nation in which the people of the United States have always had the liveliest of interest, and with whose struggles and aspirations we have always felt a genuine sympathy. We welcome it as the voice of a friend. More than 100 years ago, that was the sentiment of my country, and in the century since our two leaders exchanged those words, our partnership continues to grow stronger. Through bilateral exchanges, training programs, the United States remains a proud partner of the Montenegrin Armed Forces. Now, this can be in the form of officer training at the premier U.S. military academies and leadership institutes, or it is force readiness improvements. But in all these ways, the United States has been a strong ally to Montenegro as this country continues to modernize and enhance its military. And one of the strongest aspects of our enduring relationship is with the U.S. state of Maine and the Maine National Guard State Partnership Program, which has enhanced bilateral ties since 2006. I mention this because next year we celebrate 15 years of this partner, which has promoted collaboration through operations, training, and expertise exchanges, because for the last decade and a half, U.S. and Montenegrin engineers, cybersecurity specialists, and logisticians have worked side by side, wrenches in hand, learning how to solve complex problems and bolster our mutual security. Even during the restrictions of COVID-19, that military-to-military training and relationship continued through virtual exchanges. And in recent months, I'm pleased to say, these efforts have been reinvigorated with in-person activities, reestablishing close people-to-people ties, focusing on many lines of effort. This includes cybersecurity, communications, medical services, engineering. The goal is to have mutual high-level security. The collaboration will be further highlighted in the U.S. Army's Defender Europe 23 exercise, a portion of which Montenegro is going to host. And I understand their intention is to invite the Maine National Guard to participate. I think exercising together in Montenegro and participating in NATO exercises not only promotes readiness, that's obvious, but it also sends a strong public message. It demonstrates the resolve to work together to address shared security challenges. It allows the Montenegrin public to see firsthand the benefits of NATO and NATO membership. And the Montenegrin public will have the chance to interact with visiting personnel from all NATO countries who participate, showing that the alliance works on a person-to-person level to make members secure. This demonstrated commitment by both Montenegro and the Maine State Partnership Program, to me, again, are clear examples of our mutual efforts to carry out activities that strengthen mutual and regional security. But now let me turn to my second topic, the topic of Montenegro's multicultural identity. And let me again paraphrase President Wilson to say, the United States and Montenegro have long shared the same values, and we strive for democracy, equality, and tolerance. For me, I call myself a friend of Montenegro, and I am somebody who has carefully observed developments over the 3 years of my tenure here. Let me be candid. I'm concerned by the level of divisiveness visible in Montenegro's politics and society today. When I arrived in Montenegro in 2018, this country's multi-ethnic and multicultural society was a point of pride in the midst of the Western Balkans. Recent events, however, have stoked tensions, deepening societal divisions. Unfortunately, the potential for these divisions to be further exacerbated does exist. To provide just one example, the United States questions the utility of a national census at this time that focuses on divisive questions like national ethnicity. Certain political forces have been cynically promoting the undertaking, hoping it will further drive a wedge between those who identify as Serb, those who identify as Montenegrin, and potentially further marginalizing those who embrace other protected identities. It's not needed. Montenegro's tradition of multiculturalism has long been a stabilizing force in the Western Balkans. The seeming erosion of the celebration of diversity is particularly visible in escalating political rhetoric and events right now, and that is alarming. So the United States is fully aware that there are external influences that are trying actively to destabilize and disrupt Montenegro's democratic process and derail it from its Euro-Atlantic future. Make no mistake, a stable and prosperous Montenegro is one in which the citizens are not forced to take sides, but rather encouraged to unite around shared democratic values, including multiculturalism and tolerance. The United States encourages all political leaders, all of you, to do everything you can to support a unified, sovereign Montenegro in which all citizens of Montenegro have a home. We would also encourage the government to stay focused on achieving progress in areas that speed Montenegro's EU accession, which will in turn bring brighter, more prosperous future for the citizens of Montenegro. The areas that need action are well known: strengthening the rule of law, confronting transnational organized crime, and rooting out entrenched corruption. And I will say Montenegro has had some impressive recent successes in the security sector, which I commend. These include several high-profile arrests of high-profile organized crime cases. These are important. I'm also closely following the government's development of new strategies and initiatives in the area of combating transnational organized crime and seizing illicit assets. At the same time, recent events have made it clear that Montenegro urgently needs a strong, independent, impartial judiciary to ensure that those who break the law are held accountable regardless of connections. We want to see the successes built upon, and we want to see these gaps addressed as Montenegro continues on its Euro-Atlantic path and its inevitable accession to the European Union. The United States remains very ready to support constructive dialogue, both with political actors and with civil society, and I know that others in the international community feel the same way. In my long career as a diplomat, I will say that I've learned a few simple truths. But in particular, most people around the world want the same basic things. They want their children to thrive. They want their parents to age in comfort. They want to earn a living, a decent living. In their home country, they want to take pride in their country's accomplishments. And they want a government that works for them, one that's stable, effective, and just. These are fairly simple, basic things. So it takes me to my third point, delivering results for the citizens of Montenegro. Here in Montenegro, real progress means better education, better employment opportunities, better health care. If this country is to stem the threat of brain drain and these amazing young people I've had a chance to meet, there have to be opportunities here for hardworking, talented individuals to thrive. One way to facilitate this progress is to strengthen the civic center within the Montenegrin political and societal spheres. This includes support for a robust non-governmental organization, NGO sector, empowered with the information and resources necessary to serve as a watchdog for government transparency and accountability. It also means building progress by identifying and acting on key issues which all parties in the government should agree on. Again, issues like combating trafficking in humans, ending the scourge of domestic violence, empowering those with disabilities, things that touch the life of real people. Delivering results as a government at the most fundamental level means improving the economic prospects of citizens. Montenegro has proven itself to be a resilient nation, one that has withstood the shocks of war, ethnic tensions, and economic struggles over the millennia. The Montenegrin economy has in many ways mirrored this resiliency, and the United States is committed to supporting Montenegro's economy as it recovers from COVID, reforms, and grows. As recently as September 16th, just last month, the United States and Montenegro held our first economic dialogue. Prime Minister Kriva Kapic and the U.S. Undersecretary for Economic Growth, Energy, and Environment, Jose Fernandez, participated in this historic event, along with many other senior representatives of our two countries. This economic dialogue is a platform that provides an important opportunity to strengthen the economic partner between two NATO allies and support Montenegro's progress towards EU accession. It also provides an opportunity for the United States to underscore our support for Montenegro's progress in implementing open economic investment policies and contributing to regional economic prosperity. This is important to the security of Montenegro. During the launch of the dialogue, our two governments established 5 working groups to develop initiatives in the area of trade and investment, economic development, technology and innovation, clean energy and decarbonization, and property rights. A first step, these working groups will provide a future platform where the two countries can explore meaningful ways to strengthen Montenegro's business climate and to maximize bilateral trade and investment, and these help other countries as well. We will help expand engagement that will result in economic, trade, investment, and commercial opportunities. The ultimate goal is to contribute to Montenegro's economic growth and prosperity, and personally, I expect this kind of dialogue to form a basis for mutual progress for many years to come. Likewise, this commitment to the future and the strength of our ever-growing partnership can be seen in the construction of a new U.S. Embassy complex. Any of you in Podgorica may have driven by the current embassy compound, and you are likely to have seen and heard the very active sounds of a work in progress. Just as the United States has stood by Montenegro over the last century, our hope is that this new embassy building will represent a concrete symbol of our commitment to the people of Montenegro for years to come. When the pandemic first began in response to food shortages and fears, my embassy partnered with a U.S. nonprofit organization called Spirit of America. The organization provides seeds, seedlings, and potato slips to Montenegrin households that were involved in rural tourism. These were people off the beaten track. And I remember going to the home of one such family in a Katun, a small mountain hut, where I met them, a lovely family who had planted the seeds and wanted to share their harvest with me and my colleagues. And I will tell you something, it was humbling. It's humbling to see the resilience of this Montenegrin family high in the mountains as they sought to provide for their family and took pride that they were able to share their abundance with others. So what did that family want? They wanted clean air. They wanted healthy food. They wanted a future for their children. And what does it mean in progress? They need a stable political environment, one that offers them and all Montenegrin citizens the opportunity to create a better life. So my closing message is not to you assembled here, but I would say to the Montenegrin people, have hope, have courage, stay true to your vision of what Montenegro is and can be. Stay true to the vision of a secure, democratic, multi-ethnic Montenegro, one that is destined to take its rightful place among European democracies as a member of the European Union. And to the people of Montenegro, know that the United States will continue to stand with you every step of the way. Hvala vam puno. Thank you very much.
Politička i sigurnosna situacija u Crnoj Gori predmet je interesa mnogih, ne samo unutar granice ove zemlje, ne samo ni regije, već i mnogo širih, većih aktera. O svim otvorenim...
The region, and this Đukanović will speak about, and I invite him to come to this stage as well. Salute to President of Montenegro, Mr. Milo Đukanović.
Razgovor s njim vodit će predsjednik Atlantskog saveza Crne Gore.
The moderator for this interview will be Ms. Sava Kentera. It won't be so comfortable as previous years, obviously, but we had to introduce some dynamism into our conversation to change something after 11 years. So, Mr. President, welcome, the 11th 2BS Forum. How do you feel today? Excellent. As always, thank you for the invitation, and thank you for continuous cooperation. Thank you for the contribution in the last 10 years, and I believe this will be the case this year. So thank you for the contribution that you are giving to further promotion of Euro-Atlantic values, not only in Montenegro, but in the entire region. I would like to use this opportunity to congratulate 15 years of the Atlantic Council in Montenegro and to emphasize with pleasure an excellent contribution of the Atlantic Council to the overall profiling of the strategic state policy course of Montenegro. Thank you, and thank you, Mr. President, for being with the Atlantic Council for all this year and giving an immeasurable contribution and contributing to Montenegro being a member of the NATO alliance. I would like to go to the point immediately. So, a couple of days ago in Belgrade, there was a summit of non-allied countries, the first one after 60 years. They used this, or it was used by various officials to send certain messages. Dodik sent a message that international community interferes into the internal activities of or issues of Bosnia and Herzegovina. Vučić used it to speak about Kosovo, emphasizing that Serbia will protect its own sovereignty. And at the same time, while the world officials invite to not having two blocks again and to develop some different relations, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Russia, who became the observer of this since June, said that this summit opens the possibility to Russia to give a new contribution in international relations and that Russia will support Serbia in every possible respect. What are your comments about that summit, particularly the statement of Lavrov in the context of all developments in the region? I mentioned Kosovo a moment ago, but also when it comes to Montenegro, what are your comments? Well, I got the invitation to participate in that meeting, and with full respect to the role of the non-allied countries movement that it had in the past and the founders of that movement, first of all, the former Yugoslav President Tito, I thank them for the invitation because I do have certain priorities in Montenegro and those priorities did not allow me to attend the conference. Just like you, I registered that certain people used that conference to strengthen so certain messages were sent and the tone is not working properly. I hope I can only continue. I don't want to repeat. So, I registered the messages that you mentioned in your question. I do understand them as an abuse of celebrating this anniversary of non-alignment movement. They were used to spread anti-Western policy in the region of the Western Balkans. Unfortunately, this place or location of that meeting was also a good place for that. We did hear some sensational novelties, and it's good that we know now that Russia supports Serbia and that Serbia supports Russia. Before that event, we didn't know that, and now it's good that we do know. Oh, let us be serious now. We should notice that in the region of the Western Balkans, in the last 6 months, we changed the key topic. The key topic used to be the pace of European integration of the countries of our region. Now, the key topic is stability. Maybe we did not sum that up sufficiently, all of us, but we have been dealing with stability in the couple of months. First, it was deteriorated in Montenegro, and then in relations between Serbia and Kosovo, and it's on a daily agenda of people in Bosnia and Herzegovina. In the last year and a half, or two, we most of the time saw the ping pong of responsibility between Brussels and the capitals in the Western Balkans. Brussels claimed that the slow reforms are responsible for that, and we claimed that Brussels is to be blamed because, first of all, they talked a lot and for a long time about fatigue, and then they practically stopped enlargement. So we, from here, and I think even from this forum, I sent a message that between European and Euro-Atlantic integration of the countries of the Western Balkans and stability, we can put an equality sign. And in the last couple of years, we did not have enlargement policy, and it's logical, and for me, absolutely expected, we got on the agenda in the region, on the political scene, the issue of stability. It is clear that where there was not enough of European Union and NATO, third countries interfered. And they do start from the platform of values, which is contrary to the European Euro-Atlantic platform of values. This approach that is in place for several years actually encouraged nationalism, nationalism that was not strong after the Dayton Agreement. But still, it was there. It never gave up. So they never said it was a failed policy of early 90s. The authors of that ideology and that nationalism say that just the timing was not good. Now they think Russia is stronger and they have better timing for implementing their policy. So now they are trying to do something that they haven't or they didn't do in the early 90s. So today we have again an attack of greater state nationalisms against the state order of the Western Balkans. They go back to the ideas that in the Western Balkans we should make 3 enlarged ethnically and religiously homogeneous states because of the opinion that they draw, and that is that multi-ethnic harmony in the Western Balkans is impossible, and that the Western Balkans will harmonize and stabilize and progress through development of 3 enlarged states that will be homogenized. And it would be done to the detriment of Northern Macedonia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, and Montenegro. Unfortunately, that's the problem that we are faced with today. And it's absolutely expected for me, because I was very consistent in speaking about that. I still claim that the countries of the Western Balkans don't have their own capacities to secure reliable stability of our region. So that's why I think that the stability can be reinforced only through the process of very intensive integration. Of course, we never said that it is because of the potential instability the door of Europe should be opened before we are ready. No, we have to meet all the requirements to become members of NATO and European Union. But the problem is that from the partners, as in the years behind us, you get very scarce messages, the messages that you can only interpret as serious blurring of the European perspective for the Western Balkans. That is a clear invitation to the third countries to use the open space. And that is the invitation to nationalism to try to implement their vision. Thank you. We talked about Russia, we were mentioning Serbia, and there were claims where it was said that you, in a way, contributed to the situation that Vučić is where he is and that he is the president. Okay, let us be precise. Those are the claims uttered by Boris Tadić. Every weak person, when he loses the elections, he tries to switch responsibility or turn responsibility to somebody else, transfer responsibility, sorry. It's not the support from Montenegro or any kind of support that could be decisive to the benefit of certain opposition. Do you think if I admitted now the leaders of the opposition from Serbia here, that it would help them to win? No, it wouldn't. It didn't help Vučić either. This is just a situation that one impotent nationalism of Boris Tadić was replaced by another nationalism, aggressive nationalism by Aleksandar Vučić. But in the essence, they have the same ideas. Boris Tadić had Mlađan Đorđević, who promoted Serbian world around Montenegro and in other countries of the region, doing in the essence the same as Aleksandar Vučić, or undermining the sovereignty of the neighboring states, taking the right that Serbia can regulate the rights of Serbs in other countries, in neighboring countries, starting from the false premise, and that is that the rights of Serbs are jeopardized. So Serbia appears then to help save and protect allegedly jeopardized rights of Serbs. Boris Tadić encouraged that. Talking in a very bad manner about Montenegro. I had an opportunity to hear from the colleagues from Europe that he would always say that Montenegro exports crime and that is a huge danger. So what you mentioned is not true. So let us go back to Russia for a moment. Was that a strategic mistake when Russia was introduced to the system of the country and later into the political system of the country as well? It would have been if Russia had been introduced, but it hadn't been introduced. I just want to make these things objective. I had an opportunity to talk with the highest European officials very often, Javier Solana, for example, who was the High Representative for Foreign and Defense Policy. And we talked about whether Russia indeed, through the state policy of Montenegro, was introduced into the economic system, and then that created a precondition for introducing Russia into the political life of Montenegro. Well, let us remind ourselves. We had one large investment from Russia in Montenegro, and that was the purchase of the aluminum industry. Very soon, it turned that it was not a good choice of partner. Not because it was not paid by a fair price. It was paid very well, and the partner was found in an absolutely transparent procedure, but it turned out that in the conditions of very sharp economic crisis, that partner had more serious priorities. They had to save their larger businesses and not the business in Montenegro. And in a way, that led to bankruptcy and liquidation of this company. Luckily, we had a national partner who bought the equipment of the former aluminum plant, and now we have a successful industry of aluminum. So he did everything that the foreign partner did not do. He saved the primary production, developed new downstream capacities, and improved the export of products. As for the other investments, probably another thing worth mentioning is hotel that we are in today. I don't know any other large investments of Russia in Montenegro, so I cannot talk about their significant interference into the economic system. And I can responsibly claim that it never happened that there was any political interference of Russia into the state policy of Montenegro, because at that time and today, Montenegro had a state policy which really relied on the right of a sovereign state to articulate its own state policy and foreign policy interest. Do you think that Montenegro has it today? Well, as I said, today we are in the hybrid warfare, not against Montenegro, not against the Western Balkans, but against the West, Western Europe primarily. And Montenegro, I would say, for a couple of years, is talking and warning that Russia is not so much interested in Montenegro, but that they are interested in destroying the European system of values and Europe, and they are trying to destroy those values wherever they can. Western Balkan is a very convenient territory for that, out of two reasons. First, we still have weak states here, and the second reason is that Russia counts on pro-Russian feelings of a number of citizens who live in our region, and this is justified. If I was in Russia creating the doctrine of destruction against Europe, I would definitely choose Western Balkans as one of the points from which I would attack European unity and European system of values. So we are not talking about that now. We are talking about this on a daily basis in the last couple of years. I just had a need to give counter-arguments to the thesis that Montenegro introduced Russian capital into our economic system and that it is responsible itself for what's happening to it now. It's not true. Let me say this as a person who was at the head of the government for a long time and a person who is an economist, that I have a very clear and precise attitude towards foreign capital. The country, as Montenegro is today, does not perceive foreign investment only as a possibility to get the capital that it lacks for implementation of large infrastructural and other projects. We all know very well that with the capital, we get knowledge and standards. And I think that there are excellent examples of that in Montenegro. Look at Porto Montenegro. You immediately understand that it is not primarily the matter of capital, but that you got the best marina in the Mediterranean. And we got new standards, including the standards in management. So we learned that lesson. Problem arises when in regular international procedures, you don't have interest from the strategic centers to implement some very important projects. Many people ask today, how come that today we have the Chinese loan for constructing the highway in Montenegro? Well, that is the result of not getting any offer from Europe in the long-term tender procedure. And every conversation that I had with European partners would end with my answer that the Chinese do something that European investors don't do in Montenegro. So Montenegro should now wait until somebody from Europe realizes that they should give the capital to the countries of the Western Balkans at 2% of interest rate. Well, we can't stand and wait until they in Europe understand this. We have to develop. The life cannot stand still. Others come to the scene. That's natural. And I want to tell you that the red line was always that no capital can enter our country if they want to influence our policy. And our choice is Europe and NATO. And when I talked to Putin in 2005, I clearly said that. I think I met him also in 2007, but I made it very clear from the outset. And we had no secrets in that respect. Montenegro wants to be independent, and then after the referendum, we want to be members of the European Union, NATO. I would really like to stick to this question of China and the highway, but we have just 10 more minutes, and I will go to the internal topics. A year ago, we had parliamentary elections in Montenegro. you got the largest number of votes as a party, DPS, but in spite of that, you did not manage to establish the government. Do you think that you should have done something more than you did on strengthening the coalition capacities so that pro-Montenegrin forces can join, so that Montenegro is not in this situation now? No, I wouldn't undermine the coalition capacities of DPS. We are very strong as a party. We got 35% in the last elections, and in the last year of our presence in the opposition, the 40 MPs are still with us. And I'm very proud of that. It's true, it's not 41, but 40. And why we didn't win the lacking one seat can be analyzed. We could talk a lot about this, but I don't want to go into this now. I will just give a couple of theses, so maybe next time we can talk about this. 30 years of continuous being in power did influence us. Only people who have no idea about politics wouldn't expect changes. And in 30 years, many weaknesses were present and many mistakes. So it's not only 30 years, but weaknesses during the 30 years. And Corona also had an impact because we are depressed like any other society. And there was also an exceptionally sophisticated hybrid warfare that Moscow waged and is still waging through Serbia, through Belgrade. And I would say wrong perception of a very important issue of the relations between church and state in the Western or partnership international centers. So it was simplified, and it was concluded that the state is to be blamed because it jeopardizes the freedom of confession. Particularly if you talk about a state with a communist reputation like Balkan states, you can be even more superficial and easily come to the conclusion, but it was a mistake. This is not about endangering religious rights, but about the abuse of the church as an instrument of greater Serbian nationalism, which is the only instrument that can be used cross-border to jeopardize the sovereignty of neighboring countries. That's the problem, and I think that a year later, today, it is clear. It seems to me that there is a general consent about the fact that current politics is not functional. Do you see the way out? First of all, I agree, it's not functional. And I would like to say that I'm not surprised. The government couldn't be more functional. I mean, if you look at the composition of the parliamentary majority, it's natural. There are 27 MPs, or two-thirds, who are the soldiers of the Serbian world in Montenegro. And they don't hide it, they do it publicly. Due to some daily politics reasons, they accepted to sign the agreement the day after the elections, where they would guarantee the continuation of the strategic course of this country. But it's absolutely clear that they can't work against themselves. They can sign whatever they want, but they can't work against themselves. And there are two civic coalitions in that alliance. They had the idea to see the change of power, and they accepted to be in alliance with the greater Serbian nationalists. And now I do understand this problem that you are spread between the wish to keep autonomy and you wish to change the power. But, you know, poetically and politically, this has all been clarified. The smaller stream flows into a larger stream. The larger stream will never flow into a smaller stream. You, as a smaller partner, can have a goodwill, but a larger coalition will always be that which decides. So, and we can also not underestimate the hybrid war that is still going on, and it has been intensified. In the meantime, we had a war for Nikšić. Probably now we will have a war for Mojkovac. If it weren't tragical, it would really look ridiculous. But it jeopardizes security. We could mock it, but unfortunately we live in this reality. So that atmosphere could never produce functional government, and it has to be replaced. This government is just the time of waste. What is the way out? The way out is very clean. Elections. I mean, we can make different arrangements, we can make different agreements, and we can try to ensure a better understanding of pro-European political forces, those who are for civic Montenegro, and we can try to create an atmosphere and contribute to the atmosphere for the organization of elections. But it's absolutely clear, out of this situation, we can go out in a fair manner only through extraordinary parliamentary elections. But don't you think that those elections would deepen the divisions even more? Because we have such situation in our society. Well, I am not among those who are afraid so much of the divisions, and I don't accept those interpretations where the DPS or DEF caused the divisions. I think that all political societies are divided, starting with the American one. Montenegrin society is divided, and it has its historical roots, and it will not disappear of itself. It will disappear in a process where we will try to explain to people in a convincing way what their interest is. I don't believe that European Union, by being silent about enlargement topic during their national elections, will be successful into misleading the European public when it comes to this undesirable topic of uniting Europe. I think that they should explain clearly the idea and the advantages of united Europe. They can't hide it from the European public. So we can't in Montenegro go to sleep in the evening and wake up in the divided Montenegro. No, the divisions are here. They have historical roots. But what we noticed in 2006 is that the idea of the civic and secular anti-fascist and European Montenegro has the majority. Let us try to consolidate that majority. I think that it has the majority today, and it had it on 30th of August as well. Those who are for greater Serbian nationalism, they were in minority on the 30th of August last year, and what happened is the political engineering, and I think that we still do have the majority for civic and European Montenegro. We should consolidate that majority, and we should continue a patient policy of affirming the civic values that will help Montenegrin citizens to get out of this condition of deep division. For the end, let me be very concrete. Do you think that maybe you can be the solution to this situation, and how? I mean, in the last year, we can hear the questions whether Đukanović will withdraw from the position of the president of DPS, and should this place be taken by younger people to create some space for new coalitions with new pro-Montenegrin, pro-Western parties. And in Congress, you announced it in a way that in 2 years, new president can be elected. But what I would like to know is whether you can see the solution in that, and whether you think at all to leave the head of the party to somebody younger and you to stay in the position of the president of the state. Well, first, I don't think I can. If I thought I couldn't contribute to solving this dysfunctionality for this country, I wouldn't be in the position of the president. I think I can contribute, and I work on that. Second question, DPS is a very serious party. We had 40% before the last elections, and now we have 35%. And I would like to use this opportunity not to promote us, but to tell you the results of the last survey. We have support of, depending on the question that is asked, from 35.1 to 39.5%. So, it seems that we made the right moves in the Congress, and it seems that the things that we have been working on after the Congress are improving the perception of public about DPS. And in the Congress, we did a part of the job we wanted to restore our party. And you have to change the face of the party. So we restored, or we changed the presidency. We replaced the entire generation that worked on the development of Montenegro and ensured investment for economic development and led Montenegro in NATO. So they decided, because of the poor results, to withdraw and give the space to younger generations. And I would say that this and the remaining things that we did in last year were actually recognized by the public in Montenegro. You should remember, on the 31st of August last year, they were only talking about Montenegro will leave NATO and DPS, whether it will go to 18%, and where Djukanovic would end up, or his associates. But as you can see, it's been more than a year. Montenegro is in NATO, we are here, and DPS is at 35%. So I think that it turned out that we did not make mistakes in the pace and the contents of the reforms within our party in the last year. And the third part of the answer is that the suggestions you mentioned, I hear them. I do respect those suggestions, but I have to tell you that those remind me irresistibly of the one-party system time. Unlike majority of you, I lived in one-party system where we had the opposition within the party, within the Communist Alliance, and those were people who were loud, and they were very popular, and they would always propose some semi-possible or impossible solutions. So even today, in the multi-party system, DPS gets suggestions from the competition. I think it would not be very polite if I would give advice to any political party in Montenegro what to do within their party. It is rude, so I don't do that. So my advice would be, let us leave DPS to do what they think they know and how they think they know. DPS started reforms. It didn't finish the reforms. It will finish the reforms. It has a clear pace for that and plan. One of the key goals of those reforms is to increase the coalition capacity, because we think that Montenegro, which has pro-European majority, cannot have a thin pro-European majority for a long time. We have to have the strong pro-European majority. So as the strongest party, we are, of course, willing to work on the strengthening of coalition capacity, because we think it's very important for the future of Montenegro. But the questions that are related to DPS is something that we think about, and I think we are smart in doing that. Mr. Djukanovic, thank you very much for this conversation. Thank you for being our guest. I hope to see you next year. With pleasure.
Trenutaka. Pričekat ćemo samo nekoliko trenutaka jer smo u...
Wait a few moments.
Dame i gospodo, sljedećih...
In the next 15 minutes, we have another key speaker, NATO Deputy Secretary General Mircea Joana. She's joining us online.
Okay, I think we are on, and thank you so much, Yasmina, and many thanks to Savo Cantera and the Atlantic Council of Montenegro for the invitation I received to speak with great pleasure to your great event. And congratulations, by the way, on celebrating 15 years of dedicated work on strengthening democracy, security, and stability in Montenegro and the wider region. Your work is most valuable, and so are the discussions that take place at this forum, and it's an honor, again, to join you today, even only virtually. Hope to do it in person in the near future. President Jukanovic, Prime Minister Krivokapic, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. This year in June, we marked the 4th anniversary of Montenegro's NATO membership. And we were honored to have both the President and the Prime Minister at NATO headquarters in the last few months. Your country is a valued ally, making important contributions to Euro-Atlantic security. Montenegrin troops were in Afghanistan for over a decade. They are engaged in NATO's peacekeeping mission in Kosovo. And I welcome that Montenegro is increasing its defense spending. These contributions make all of us stronger and safer. And they help build stability in the Western Balkans, a region that is of strategic importance for NATO. Lasting peace and stability in this region require our continued collective effort and permanent attention. Individual countries all have a part to play to preserve democracy and the rule of law, to advance domestic reforms, and to achieve good neighborly relations. Progress on all these fronts is key for the full integration of this important part of Europe in the Euro-Atlantic family. And you can count on NATO to continue to support your Euro-Atlantic aspirations and help you move towards a peaceful and prosperous future for all. Our policies in the region, including our open door policy, help strengthen stability and build greater cooperation in the Western Balkans. Stability has also been the priority of our KFOR mission in Kosovo for more than 20 years now. And we firmly support the EU-facilitated dialogue and other efforts aimed at the normalization of relations between Belgrade and Pristina as the only path forward in achieving a lasting political agreement and stability for the whole region. Just recently, we saw how important this dialogue has been to de-escalate tensions in northern Kosovo. And I welcome the arrangements between Belgrade and Pristina to find a way forward and encourage both sides to stay the course of dialogue. There is excellent cooperation between NATO and the EU regarding Kosovo. Our KFOR mission is playing a fundamental role to ensure the effective implementation of this arrangement on northern Kosovo in accordance with its UN mandate. On a broader scale, in this unpredictable world, we must work together and even more closely than ever before. As allies and with other countries and partners that share our values, democracy, freedom, the rule of law, and human rights. The closer we cooperate, the better the chance we have at protecting our democratic way of life against those that attempt to harm us. We do face many challenges. Strategic competition is rising. Russia is more oppressive at home and more aggressive abroad, in particular in the Western Balkans. Moscow's military and hybrid activities are aimed at destabilizing our societies, undermining our institutions, and weakening our democratic systems and the trust of our citizens in the way forward. China is using its economic and military might to control its own people, coerce other countries, and assert control over global supply chains, critical infrastructure, and other assets, including in our region. Beijing is investing in ports, in railways, in roads. It also has a growing media presence across the Western Balkans and influences the narrative in its own advantage. We also face more frequent and sophisticated cyber attacks, persistent terrorist threats, and, of course, the security impacts of climate change. All these challenges are far greater than any country can tackle alone. There is no better way to stand up to them than standing together. And that is what we do in NATO, standing together, all 30 allies, in every single second, in a 360 degrees logic and approach. When they met at the NATO summit in Brussels last June, our leaders decided to strengthen NATO even more. They agreed on NATO 2030, an ambitious agenda for our future security and permanent transformation of our great alliance. To ensure that together, we remain ready for the challenges of today and of the ones of tomorrow. Concretely, we continue to strengthen our deterrence and defense at home by spending more on defense, investing in high-end capabilities, and further boosting the readiness of our forces. At the same time, as part of NATO 2030, we are strengthening our resilience, boosting our cyber defenses, and addressing the impact of climate change on our security. And we're also investing in the latest technologies to sharpen our technological edge and to maintain our technological superiority. Together, we'll continue to tackle instability, fight terrorism, and safeguard the rules-based international order by stepping up training and capacity building for partners, and deepening our relations with other countries, international organizations, the private sector, and academic institutions. And let me stop here 1 second. That's why I'm so happy to be with you today, because in this global context which is shifting, the best way forward is to make sure that this triad between public sector, our governments, our state institutions, our private sector, and our academia and civil society work closer together than ever before. This is what we do in innovation. This is what we do in making sure that our alliance adjusts to this very complex environment that we are living in. This is why Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg and I myself will be working closely with all allies as we move this ambitious agenda forward and prepare for the summit in Madrid in late June 2022. Montenegro is a very supportive nation of NATO 2030, and I'm confident that you and all other allies will remain actively engaged as we turn the NATO 2030 decision into action, as we are launching a process of consultation and negotiations of the new strategic concept, as we are preparing our great alliance, now more than 7 decades old, to stay young and to invest into the next decade of this unique alliance of ours. Good luck with your works. We are watching and listening to the continuation of this debate. Thank you so much, and I do hope that sooner rather than later we'll be able to meet in person. Congratulations and keep up the good work.
To hear from the Prime Minister. Mr. Zdravko Krivokapić, the Prime Minister of Montenegro, will join us online in a moment. Hello and welcome to Be Secure Forum, Mr. Krivokapić. Mr. Savo Kentera will be the moderator of this conversation. The floor is yours. I don't know where I should be looking. This is the first time I'm working with a person speaking and participating online. So hello and welcome, Mr. Krivokapić, to the 11th 2BS Forum. Can you hear me? Thank you for the invitation. It's a bit embarrassing to be talking from here. If I were from Dubai or the Virgin Islands, that would be more or less awkward. Now, is this that Podgorica is that far from Budva or from NATO? Podgorica has never been closer to NATO and the EU, and this is best illustrated by the surveys showing that at the time this government was formed, by at least 10%, the citizens increased their trust in both NATO and the EU integration processes. I believe these are undisputed facts. And as often happens, this could be some ordered survey. Yes, it was ordered, but not ordered by the government. This was a survey that depicts objectively the attitude of citizens to the two main lines of work and direction of this government. We are soon to get the European Union's Commission's report on Montenegro. And from what we know, the report will probably be a negative one in all the areas except for chapter 24, where the progress has been made mainly thanks to Minister Sekulovic, the minister you plan to soon replace. So can you tell me, please? Let me also mention church, nationalism. These topics are dominating the politics, and your statements have contributed to this by putting the church before the state. How do you see the government in this position? How can it get out of the crisis it is in now? Mr. Kantera, you're asking a number of questions now at the same time. To elaborate on this, I would need the entire class, the average class time of 45 minutes, which is the role I'm very much accustomed to. But let me try this way. I haven't had a chance to see the report. I'm happy to see the report reaches you first rather than the Prime Minister. So whatever negative there is in the report, the government will definitely do its best to remove the problems in the shortest time possible to the satisfaction of all citizens. And that is actually the most important elements that are in chapters 23 and 24. And you are saying that the best results are allegedly in chapter 24. But I think it's wrong to ascribe this to one minister rather to the entire government. If we want to mention names and individuals, I think that's a wrong approach. But secondly, it tells us that someone probably or seems to have the intention to make this government look and be dysfunctional. Whether there was some such intention in the past or not, we're yet to see that. Following the reports that we are soon to have from the National Security Council and other relevant bodies. Now, what I can say is that very often, and also through the reports that are close to your organization, in these reports it says that the church was the focus of the work of this government. This is absolutely not true. As the government, we address the heritage that was there for us. And the heritage, as the former Prime Minister mentioned, is linked to bad legislation, the only intention of which was to jeopardize the property owned by the church. As you know, in Montenegro, the Montenegrin, the Adriatic Church, these churches have always been independent and autonomous, and this is a status they will maintain in the future too. What's important is that in the 10 past months, someone has intentionally raised the issue of the church, and this is how the church served as an instrument in the hands of the media, and media addressed the church. And what the government has been doing is to work with citizens and to make sure, finally, rule of law and fight against organized crime and corruption are the focus of our European path. Until some time ago, the previous people had a very clear position. They were saying that the primary route will be the EU, and they did that up until the moment when they reached the ground which was contrary to their own interests. This is the rule of law and fight against organized crime. They closed the chapters on fisheries, science, and research, but they never dared address the key area, the area which is still the biggest burden on this government, that is judiciary. And I'd say that the fourth branch of power, prosecution, which is a captured institution. And as you can see, the masks are finally falling down these days. If someone does not understand this, then it's simply not something that has to do with alleged destabilization orchestrated by this government. So this country is known for its divisions, but divisions have been deepened rather than minimized. And it was with the purpose that someone created this duality, dual churches, dual academia, or academies of arts and sciences. I'm of a civic orientation myself, regardless of the coalition that I was the head of. And I want the democratic principles and democracy to be the dominating factor in Montenegro. When I hear that the democracy has been minimized, I think we've never had a strong democracy as we've had in the past period. In the recent period. And this is seen and can be judged based on the level of freedom we have now. So we have positions, we have people who are now replaced from their positions. So this illustrates this freedom. And someone intentionally imposed on Montenegro the syndrome of impunity, lack of tolerance, lack of accountability. Now, if this government, who's been here for 10 years, is blamed for provoking issues or making these dividing lines deeper. I don't know. I would like to hear concrete evidence. Please mention my statements or some procedures. I've made some statements. Some criminal reports have even been filed for them, but just on the basis of these statements, not on the basis of something I did. And when something truly happens in Montenegro, something that the prosecution service should react to, this then does not happen in the prosecution. Someone's just mentioned that in the Western Balkans, there are some weak states. I claim that the state is weak if institutions are weak. But myself, as a prime minister, I have inherited this. And what I want is for Montenegro to be strong through strong institutions that will be independent, impartial, and turned to its citizens, investors, and all interested parties. You have just one position that has been dominating. This position is there's DPS and there's a leader. Everyone else is unimportant. Montenegro is the country of all its citizens. Whatever we are like, we can't change ourselves, but we can reconcile with ourselves and others if we all contribute to the reconciliation. Thank you. There's another question you did not address. We'll get back to that as to how you see the way out of the crisis. But now, as for our NATO membership, there's been, I think, there have been many issues, opened issues, when, for example, there was an attempt to impose some individuals for certain positions, but NATO has some mechanisms to limit or restrict its cooperation with some members. This has happened in the past. But also there's publicly available information that this is happening now too. So why are we in this position when it comes to NATO? Could you please be specific and share some facts with me so that I can give you a specific reply? This is the context. You are now putting me in a position where I cannot play by the rules. Could you please be specific and tell me about the security issue? I can mention one, the attempt to appoint some people in the security service of Montenegro and some intelligence departments that were not successful. Do you, Mr. Kentera, believe that the previous situation in the security sector and in this intelligence department was satisfactory. You know what people we had there, what they did, and who they did it for. As the head of this person, now we have a person with the best competencies. And he's just come back from the most respectable country in Europe, and he's become the director. We are talking about the time before this person you are talking about came to this position. It's quite worrying to hear that someone who left the army and became a lawyer is now filing criminal reports for misuse of office of minister, Madam Minister, and the same situation happened yesterday, and this prosecution shows it has different judgments and different attitudes to the same thing. What's of primary importance is that this government is fully committed through its action, through its everyday activities. It's oriented towards pro-European and pro-NATO path. We have no other way. This has been projected, and we will follow that with full commitment. What is our advantage over previous systems? Our advantage is predictability, honesty, and truthfulness. On this path, we don't go along this path for I don't know what other reason other than the reason that this is the best option for our citizens. The European Parliament, Mr. Parliament, adopted a new resolution which says that Russia continues to intervene and meddle into the foreign affairs of other countries, and the focus there is on the Western Balkans. And also they say that Russia has quite a hostile policy to the countries of the Western Balkans. Serbia and Montenegro are mentioned. A statement that Russia tries to implement the concept of the world to prepare, open world, preparing the ground for its presence in other countries. The Digital Forensics Center published an analysis on the Russian impact of on Montenegro, the connections between officials, particularly dignitaries in the Russian church, with those in Montenegro. So whether aware or not of these issues, this government is creating a lot of space for Russia to be even more active here. So what does the government and what do you as a prime minister do to prevent this harmful impact from Russia? If you look at the facts, this government is following in its diplomatic and security context, is following all recommendations of the EU with no exception. And we can say that sometimes this was to the detriment of Montenegro's economic interests. As for these impacts, don't tell me they were created during this government and that we did not have it long before, right from the moment when someone, with intention or no, without intention, someone introduced Russian tycoons into the Montenegrin economic system. Let us not forget that all this has been happening ever since 2006 up to this day, intensively. And you must bear one clear fact in mind. This Russian research is present in the submarine area of Montenegro. This government did not import it in Montenegro. It was someone who had a long-term idea in mind of how to play or sit on several different chairs. This government is committed to the European Union and to the support that we are providing as partners to NATO. We didn't bring any tycoons here. We want this area to be free from any influence. And for that, we need the support of the international community, because this is not a Montenegrin issue only. This is something that has an impact on the entire Western Balkans. And this is a joint response to these challenges. So we need to make ourselves more resilient so that we can be a reliable partner to everyone. At this moment, we have in place something that is been happening sporadically in all systems across the world. I cannot tell you more about some of these security issues, but what I'm reading is not as worrying as it may be presented through the media by some people, or what we can conclude based on the spin. So we are talking about the European Parliament, the resolution. I'm not talking about media. I had DCE in mind. A DCE analysis was done together with the respectable partners from the US and from Europe. So the analysis we've made attracted a lot of attention in Europe and beyond. What I'm now interested in, now that we are talking about the malignant impact from outside, these days there's been a discussion a lot about the government's reconstruction. So let us focus on that. So reconstruction is here a hot issue now. There's discussion of whether the Democratic Front should be part of the government or not. We know what the attitudes of Europe and our partners are about it. What is your attitude on this? How do you plan to prevent this malignant impact if we have the reconstruction? Let me tell you that my attitude has not changed ever since I decided to chair this coalition, to be the head of this. And you are perfectly clear about this, and that's the position of this government. This government wants to promote all the potential it has. If a party is headed by a person, do you judge about the quality of this political party based on one person? I think this is a wrong approach. If we have similar situations elsewhere, here, what we need to count on is that in every political party, there are young, educated people with good prospects, thanks to their competence and the results of their work, can be members of any government, whether they come from this or that political spectrum or not. I think that's the least important thing. What matters is that they do their best to contribute to Montenegro at this time. As you know, only too well, I was one of the three leaders and one of those who signed the agreement, without which there can be no negotiations. So I wouldn't call this a reconstruction. I'd call it an improvement of the work of the government. This government is not failing, as some are trying to present it. This government is a successful government. It's proven by our action. And this is thanks to the visionary approach that Montenegro needs to be Europe now, Europe here, and instead of the capital investment from our budget, we need another approach which is called Montenegro right now. With economic development, we need to overcome these harmful effects and malignant impact that you mentioned. We need to strengthen the civic nature of this country. Montenegro needs to be more democratic, and of course it needs to become green, which means that Montenegro needs to truly be a state, an environmental or ecological state, as is said in our constitution. If we can accomplish this, why would this be tied to this or that political party? I think we need to rely on the program and the future of Montenegro. The future of Montenegro is prosperity and not an attitude which forgets about citizens. So we are thinking globally and tend to forget our citizens locally. Instead, we need to improve the order in this country and give every citizen a chance to live from his work, to not have to leave the country. And of course, we need to have investors who do not come from the East, but from the US and the European Union. And it's only then that Montenegro can do what's most important, regardless of who's the prime minister or what policy is dominating. We need to stop talking about the differences, huge political differences. We need to join forces together around unity. So the unity is based on the 3 pillars I mentioned. So why should anyone have anything against it, even if the political views are different? So this should be the common denominator of unity. I insist on unity. I do not want anyone to be left behind. And I can use my own example to tell you that we in the past were people who were outside of the system, were used in the system only when the system needed us, and soon after you were discarded. My country, Montenegro, is what I care about. I'm only focusing on the future of the country and future of its citizens, all our citizens, and I want our families to stay here rather than go elsewhere. Economy is the tool that we can use to fight all the challenges. And thanks to the support of the international community, we can put conditions in place to make this happen. And I don't know what people see us like, but I'm absolutely clear there's no alternative to this path. Whoever has a different solution to offer, let him or her offer it. Every solution will be taken, analyzed, and implemented to the best extent possible. But as for the dysfunctionality of the parliament at this moment, the government is not to blame for it. Ever since 2016, from 2016 to 2019, we had a parliament which functioned like the one in Charlie Chaplin's films, like an assembly line that is there, and you just raise your hand to vote for the law to be adopted. What we want now is to have the quality laws working for the benefit of all citizens. Of course, citizens and investors. And that's the logic that all the countries in the world are guided by. We want to be Europe here, and that's the best proof of our dedication to the European path. We want to be a partner to NATO, who will be reliable, who will stand the tests, and who will have a sincere relationship. And I think we've proven this so far too. Mr. Krivokapic, I'd like to thank you very much for this conversation. Thank you for accepting to be our guest today at the 11th 2BS Forum, and I am looking forward to future opportunities. And to you, the Prime Minister and the government, what remains to be done is to prove through action your commitment to NATO and the EU. Thank you very much for the invitation. My regards again to the excellencies, other high-level officials present there, all our dear friends and guests. I think we have some 10 minutes for a short break, and we'll reconvene.
Hello, everybody. We are starting with our first panel today. Montenegro is the fuse of the Western Balkans powder keg. On this panel, Mr. Vladimir Bilčik, member of European Parliament and chair of the delegation to the EU-Montenegro Stabilization and Association Parliamentary Committee via Zoom. Mr. Bilčik, can you hear us?
I can hear you very well indeed, and greetings to Montenegro, and I hope you can hear me as well.
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you. Mr. Selmo Cikotić, Minister of Security, Bosnia and Herzegovina, and Mr. Đorđe Radulović, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Montenegro. We are running a little late because we have some technical issues for Mr. Bilčik to know. So I will not make a long introduction. I would like at the beginning each of you to tell us your view of Montenegro today. I can just say that as a journalist, I know that when some country is in the news a lot, that's usually not a good news, unless it is about sport or tourism or something. So we can start with that. How do you see Montenegro today? Mr. Bilčik, please.
Thank you very much, and I really appreciate being here, although virtually. I do hope to be in Montenegro very soon, and I'm working on it. So it's a matter of weeks, and I hope I will be able to be on the ground. But I'm very pleased to connect here, and it's a real honor to be here in this distinguished company with two ministers from the region. Greetings to my co-panelists as well. I'm glad to be a part of this high-level panel with such an explosive title. I do hope we're going to have a matter-of-fact conversation about what is an explosive title, but I think we need to tackle it. And you're absolutely right to ask this question. Montenegro has been in the news quite a bit. The Western Balkans have been in the news quite a bit. I think we are facing some very, very challenging times, not just in Montenegro, but across the region. I do think that there has been a big contextual game changer, and that is indeed the context of the pandemic. I think had the pandemic not happened, we might be discussing a number of issues in Montenegro, but also in the region of the Western Balkans through different lenses and in different settings. The pandemic has really accentuated a number of issues and problems that the region and Montenegro also is facing, including a number of geopolitical and external pressures. And I'm sorry to say that we just haven't been able to have such an engagement with the region on the ground and with Montenegro as we would have under different normal circumstances. I'm pleased that this is changing. I'm pleased that Ursula von der Leyen visited the region just a few weeks ago, and she was also in Montenegro. I think these are important political signals that we are back, and we are back being engaged. You asked me how do I see the situation, and I'll refer here to the title of our panel, and that's Montenegro as the fuse of the Western Balkans powder keg. I think there is a lot that can be and should be done in terms of making sure that that fuse is indeed not pulled off, but rather it is put off, and it doesn't even have to be an issue. I do believe that Montenegro is still very much a potential frontrunner when it comes to accession talks with the European Union. It is an important NATO partner in the region. But yes, as you do say, there are a number of issues and question marks. And these have to do with the fact that what we are lacking at the moment when it comes to politics in Montenegro is a sense of predictability and a sense of responsibility. There is a governmental crisis going on, we all know that. And without clear predictability and without clear sense of political responsibility, which encompasses a wide set of political forces when it comes to the European perspective, but also when it comes to nurturing the membership in the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. There are questions which we all ask, and there are also potential other actors who may use the opportunity to instill more doubts when it comes to the political and geopolitical situation in the region and in Montenegro. So I think what really I hope, and this is where I cross my fingers, and this is largely in the hands of the politicians of Montenegro, is that that overwhelming sense of public opinion which wants a European future of Montenegro, and the firm commitment also to NATO and the Euro-Atlantic community is something which is and will be reflected in a strategic sense of political responsibility and political predictability, which must encompass a wide-ranging set of forces which are now represented in Montenegro's Skupština. Without that, there will be no far-reaching reforms, and there will be no sense of moving ahead when it comes to closing the negotiating chapters and also getting a sense that there is a dynamic moving the country towards the European Union. Having said this, and this is my last point,
Okay.
we also have some real responsibility in the European Union for making sure that that European perspective is real. As a member of the European Parliament, want to assure you that the European Parliament is the one institution which has been, without hesitation, committed to the European perspective, to enlargement, and to making sure that Montenegro, but also other countries in the region, move ahead. I hope this is also reflected next week when we discuss the presentation of the European Commission of the progress reports and the whole enlargement package. And I hope that we can be engaged much more in coming months than we were able to do so during the pandemic. So that is my hopeful message I want to leave you with. But of course, there is a lot of work to be done to have a good story coming out of the Western Balkans, to have a good story coming out of Montenegro when it comes to the European perspective. I hope that we can, through collaboration, contribute to this. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I'm ready for your questions.
Thank you. We'll be back to you now. Mr. Cikotić, what is the view from Bosnia and Herzegovina on Montenegro today?
Well, good afternoon to you and our other participants. The question, even though being so explosively or dangerously suggestive, I hope reflects nature of country or countries of the region that might provide some kind of definition that the size of the country, the quantitative dimension of the country does not necessarily reflect its importance or impact to the region or to the wider scope of security and relations that is being part of. Montenegro used to be CNNable recently or in previous past from time to time. But I hope as a country which has got a peculiar aptitude to last, to exist and sustain many different challenges and risks, Montenegro will survive the challenging times that is now going through. It used to have some fairly long period of stable democracy and progress. It's been experiencing some turbulences in the recent past, but I'm quite certain that Montenegro reflects what today we might call multi-ethnic society that more and more affects not Montenegro, not Bosnia and Herzegovina, not just Northern Macedonia, but with the demographic and migration trends that are present in the region will more and more reflect and characterize the situations in our countries of the region. And we do have ideologies and politics in the region that are fighting for territories. But we need to admit the fact that we are losing people, and we are losing young, bright, educated, and reproductive generation of our future. And I guess we all together need to revert to the fight for people, not just for fight for territories. And we need to reinforce the importance of responsibilities of our leadership, not just fight for the position. Coming to the position, as a matter of fact, just starts the leadership role and responsibility of the leadership for the nation, for the people, and for the country they've been taking the responsibility for. And I guess for Montenegro and for Bosnia and Herzegovina or any other country, there is some kind of principle of comprehensiveness. We have got dominant political manner or fashion, fighting for the well-being of your own people. I guess it's very dangerous notion if we ignore the presence, existence, and needs of other peoples living together, ethnicities, political parties, different cultural or religious backgrounds. And I guess Montenegro has shown period of its recent past and recent history of very convincing coexistence and simultaneous promotions of differences, living together in single state, fighting for the single state, and harmonizing all those differences for the future progress and well-being of everyone. I guess that fashion that has been promoted by Montenegro recently, that is being now tested for a number of good or bad reasons, but is, I guess, reflecting the capability of Montenegro to sustain its overall integration course, suggests the capacity of Montenegro and the region to stay on the line of somehow predictable, safe, and progressive path towards integration and towards the harmonization of all those differences existing within the national borders. And just one more sentence. In case of Bosnia, Montenegro, and other small states of the region, I guess we need to somehow periodically redefine or reposition the role of international community, which very often plays very important role in terms of powers and competencies, but not always in terms of responsibility and burden sharing, which is very much needed. It is the fact that ancient philosopher Thucydides used to argue that powerful do what they can, and small or weak suffer what they have to. But I guess the Balkans shows that our capacity to sustain very often surpasses the expectation of powerful that look at us from the outside.
Thank you. Mr. Radulovic, you just heard the view from neighborhood, view from EU. You as a minister and as a citizen, how can you describe today's Montenegro?
Well, I mean, I would say that you mentioned so many topics here and things that I would like to reflect. Basically, I wouldn't agree with this so-called explosive title. So I would like to demystify and decipher, are we actually powder keg as a region? Maybe it used to be 30 years ago, and we all know what happened 30 years ago, unfortunately. But I would say also that, you know, after fall of communism and the Berlin Wall, you know, all countries previously belonging to Eastern Bloc, you know, from Szczecin in the Baltic to Trieste in the Adriatic Sea, as Churchill would say, you know, declared, you know, their orientation towards political West. I would say that vast majority of the regional countries also, they have the same course. So basically, despite the gloomy history, you know, recent history, I would say so, for the time being, you know, there is always silver lining in every cloud. And basically, the main common denominator for all of our countries, regional countries, is definitely European integration. And Mr. Tsikotis, he mentioned Thucydides. I would like to quote Hegel, who said, only one is a whole. So basically, we are heading towards European integration, not because I want so and I want so, but because our societies, they want so as well. And I think that in the case of Montenegro, we've done some tremendous progress so far. And coming back to your question, initial question, why are we so present in the news? Because only constant thing in this life is a change. And change in Montenegro finally happened after 30 years. And I would say so that international community, after 30 years of rule of one coalition, one party, however you want, became a little bit precarious about, future orientation of my country. But just would like to reiterate here that almost 80% of my citizens, they indomitably and adamantly, they want to be part of the political West. So I know that change of the government after 30 years is something that might be astonishing, or flabbergasting in some cases. But still, if it doesn't change the nature of the course of your country, nothing is going to be it's nothing dire, I would say so. Likewise, I wouldn't agree if the region is not a powder keg. So I couldn't agree. I cannot agree with the fact that Montenegro is any kind of fuse, because despite the change, foreign policy of this government remained the same. A couple of facts. Just and deeds. We are still reliable and credible partner of NATO. We've been following common foreign security policy with 100%. Although some decisions, haven't been the easiest to be made, but still. And also, good neighbor relations, it's something that we'd like to nurture. And of course, I understand that foreign policy cannot patch up, some flaws that you can have in domestic policy. But at the end of the day, in terms of foreign policy, nothing has changed. And I would like here to praise a little bit, my government in the terms that so far we've done a good, solid work in the fight against corruption and organized crime. Because in my humble opinion, corruption and organized crime is equally dangerous to stability and security of our Western partners and neighbors, radicalization or hardliners in a sense. Why? Because if you have corruption and organized crime, always you do have illicit flow of money. And also, that illicit flow of money is going to end God knows where, and is going to be spent God knows how. So, so far, I would like to mention a couple of things that we've done. For instance, we had the greatest seizure of one drug consignment, 1.5 tons. And likewise, 2 months ago, I would say so, we closed the cigarette terminal in the port of Bar. It was a springboard, in all reports, it was a springboard for smuggling activities. And we've done that. Why? Because we do have zero tolerance to corruption. All members of the government, with one exception for the Deputy Prime Minister who is in charge of this, we never been members of any political party. And that's why, we are responsible to the citizens and for the citizens. So I know that, that despite the fact that maybe we do have some flaws, there is no impeccable country in this world.
Of course. Of course. Mr. Bilčik, so as Minister Radulović said, idea is and the wish of the people to join the EU. We saw the last summit, EU Western Balkans. There is no date. Montenegro is far ahead on that road from all Western Balkan countries. Can you say, will the Montenegro join the EU? Can you say that for sure? Of course, if Montenegro do everything that should be done.
I think the answer is very simple. If Montenegro does everything that the country is committed to doing, yes, it will join the European Union. I see no reason why this shouldn't happen. I've said it, Montenegro has been and continues to be the front runner. But I will also say very clearly, the country has not been running towards the European Union in the past couple of years. Unfortunately, we haven't seen any fundamental progress which is necessary in order to start closing the negotiating chapters. I mean, that is the reality which I do believe we all share. And I hope that when we discuss the enlargement package next week in Strasbourg and the Commission's reports, including the report on Montenegro, this can be a good opportunity to have a very honest discussion in terms of what should and what can be done in coming months. I think what really needs to happen is a sense of a plan, sense of predictability, sense of responsibility for some serious steps that Montenegro anticipates on its EU path. These are important reforms in the area of rule of law, justice, electoral reform. And for all these, you need stable and working, functioning public institutions. And I think this is the challenge that the country is facing at the moment. And I'm saying this because the European Union is standing ready to help with this. But there has to be a clear purpose and a clear commitment when it comes to this predictability and stability. There is one overarching strategic goal, and that is the membership in the European Union. Yes, there is no date because the date depends on the performance. I wish we could have set a date, could have set a target, but Montenegro is not far from actually getting that date because it has opened all negotiating chapters. It just needs to start closing them. And this is really where the hard work begins. It's a bit like being in a stadium, starting to run a marathon, but that marathon is in early stages, and the hard part with the reforms is still ahead for the country. So it really is also my question to the politicians in Montenegro, how serious and committed they are to carrying out these reforms, because this is something which concerns the whole political spectrum. Concerns the people who are in the governing majority at the moment, concerns people who are in opposition, concerns all public institutions. Without that overarching commitment, which would reflect the 70+% of the public support for EU integration, Montenegro, reflected also in the political scene, those reforms will be hard to carry out. And I think that the basic point is that Europe cannot be and should not be subject to domestic political conflict. If this is continue to happen and take place, it'll be hard. And of course, a discussion of a date is not going to be present. And I'm saying this as a huge fan of Montenegro, a huge fan of Montenegro's European perspective. I would like to see things moving in that direction. And we are ready to help with that in any way possible. And the truth is that there is no other country more ready and closer to EU membership from the region. So I hope that this is something which is still very much reflected in the public discussion and a general overarching sense of purpose when it comes to political change, but also political reform.
Thank you. I would just like to say that we have 10 minutes left. So, Mr. Cikotić, there is a phrase Serbian world in the last few years in Western Balkans region. In Bosnia and Herzegovina, are you afraid? We saw the situation with the Republic of Srpska, with everything happening in Montenegro, in Serbia, in Kosovo, in Northern Macedonia. Are you afraid that it can go back to the beginning of the 90s in any way, or it is just hard talk?
We are not afraid. The fear is not a strategy, and we do not fear, but we do follow the situation. We understand the situation, and we don't link the possible outcomes of a situation to the current leadership or current leader dominating Belgrade's state structures only. We do understand the historic, ideological, and other roots of the problems we have got in relationship between Bosnia and Herzegovina and Serbia, but we also try to understand and promote the possible positive experiences or options of cooperation that we have. very often on daily basis, political agendas are dominated by need to win elections, by need to expand or strengthen certain presence, reputation, dominance. But we see what are the domestic and international effects of all these phenomena. We see that people in the region less and less trust the current leaderships, and they leave them. They flee to Western Europe, US, Canada, Australia, or wherever they can find better future than they have got over here. We believe this is a blessed part of the world, beautiful, with great potentials, and we need mechanisms of cooperation. But perception that some neighboring states could take part of Bosnia has been a repeated formula of history that never proved to be true. And apart from Switzerland, Bosnia-Herzegovina is the state with the most stable borders in last 3 centuries. And I guess all those people who have got aspirations of creating some kind of Serbian world or Greater Serbia, whatever term you want to use, need to know that it's a call for another crisis, another instability, and another loss of people, that nobody could gain essentially or substantially any significant gain from it. So we believe that our future is in cooperation and inclusion, not in confrontation and exclusion. And all those who promote some kind of selfish, one nation-oriented political agendas are doing most harms to the nation they are allegedly fighting for. So we believe that the essence of our living in the region is to cooperate with each other, because we have become very small states that none of the states from the region reflects 1 single percent of any European statistics, whatever criteria you take: size of territory, population, economy, demography, contribution to any kind of, and we do contribute in sports or culture, in spiritual values. And that's why I believe that our part of the world essentially is valid more than its size or its quantitative dimensions are suggesting. But in order to capitalize it, to materialize our potentials and capacities, we need to cooperate and integrate instead of fragment and confront each other.
Thank you. Mr. Radulovic, we always heard and we have experience what the countries that want to join EU should do. What EU should do to help Montenegro to stabilize and to strengthen stability?
I mean, somehow your comment coincides with what Mr. Bilčík said. And just also I would like to reflect on that. Yeah, I mean, first, I would like to rectify Mr. Kentera's statement, who said that only Chapter 23 made a progress, because also Chapter 31, pertaining to common foreign and foreign policy of the EU, remained the same. And just I know that there is no shortcuts. So basically, if I were in the shoes of Europeans, I would look at our deeds, not our words. And over the last 10 months, if the Europeans had previously put the focus on 23 and 24, I would say that in chapters 24, we've done a tremendous job. I don't want to reiterate what we've done so far. And basically, speaking of political stability, I would say that political stability nowadays in European countries is seldom. Because I don't want to name the countries, but still, you understand me perfectly. And whatever happens, next government or this government, is going to have much easier task to fulfill. And just again, for the first time, we changed the government after 30 years. So this is something that is not super easy. But again, coming back to Hegel, the valor that struggles is better than easiest that endures. Now we have to fight our battle, for the sake of the citizens and for the sake of our posterity. And speaking of Europeans, they have to be also more assertive. They have to be more assertive because we are their courtyard, not backyard, but courtyard. And also, if they deem us as a part of, as integral part of the EU, I think that we only together could make some swift paces towards the EU. I know that Mr. Bilicic is our friend, and I gladly met him a couple of times in Brussels. Of course, I will be glad to meet him in 2 weeks after the report. And speaking of report, maybe it's normal after 30 years, after change of the government, that you could expect some kind of backsliding, but maybe it's a swing. Maybe it's just a swing, in one direction in order to, to take a full swing in proper way. But just what is not going to be amended is European course of the country, and again, it's our key foreign policy tenet.
Thank you so much. We have less than 3 minutes, so I would like to ask each of you just for a short final thought. In a year from now, how you see the situation? Will these topics still be on, or we will be speaking about some other stabilize and more joining EU Montenegro? Mr. Bilcic, we can start with you. But please just be short because of our schedule.
I understand and thank you very much. I think it's in our joint hands. It's in the hands of the politicians in Montenegro. It's in the hands of also us politicians in the European Union and in the 27 member states. I know that the ball is in the joint hands, and I hope that we across the European Union take very seriously the situation in the Western Balkans, in Montenegro. Also the threats that Minister Radulovic has in between lines underlined. Yes, Europe is and must continue to be the biggest strategic player in the region. We are the biggest investor in the region, but we also need to play the biggest political role in the region and not get sidetracked or undermined by others who are trying to enter the region, in particularly Russia and China. I rely here on the transatlantic partnership, on working very closely with the United States. I think if the US and if Washington and Brussels can pedal in the same direction, that can also help the Euro-Atlantic and the European future of the region and of Montenegro. And I hope that in a year's time, we'll also see some good results in this direction. But first and foremost, I'm crossing my fingers for the responsible and predictable politics in Montenegro itself. I know the challenges are huge, but I think the European path will be easier if indeed this is the case. And I do look forward to continuing our close cooperation with my political partners and counterparts in Montenegro. Thanks for the opportunity that I could be here and speak with you.
Thank you so much for your time, and bye. You can see the clock, so please just for one sentence each one of you.
Well, I guess our governments need to improve all the values of civilized nation for the sake of our own people and to preserve those people in here. And I guess Europe needs an international community to be very active part to allow and support the Europeanization of the Balkans, not to allow the other way around, the Balkanization of Europe.
Thank you. Yeah.
My last words?
Yeah.
Government of the people, for the people, and by the people.
Great. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for your time. Our schedule is going ahead. My colleague Jasmina will shortly be here, and thank you all for joining us.
Sure.
Welcome everyone here in Budva and online across the world. Our next panel is NATO 2030 Agenda and Strategic Concept for the New Decade. All our speakers are here. Not anyone is on Zoom, so I'm very happy to have you here with me and talk to you live and face to face. Let me introduce you, Bruno Lete, Senior Fellow, the German Marshall Fund of the United States, Matej Tonin, Minister of Defense of Slovenia, and Valbona Zanelli, Chair of the Strategic Initiatives Department, George C. Marshall European Center for Security Studies. Welcome again to Be Secure Forum in Montenegro. You will all have 3 minutes each to give us your professional opinion and view on this issue we are talking about, and then we will ask audience also if you have any questions, so please listen carefully and prepare your short and to-the-point questions, and of course we will strive to be short and to the point with our answers. But let me first present some key points. In June, 30 NATO members adopted NATO 2030 Agenda for the future. And the document will most likely set the direction for the NATO strategic concept to be adopted in 2022. The alliance is once again at a turning point in the history and must adapt to the changing world and new security challenges, from the traditional threat of Russia, we have been mentioning it in the program so far, to the shift of global balance of power that includes the rise of China. From emerging and disruptive technologies, new waves and forms of cognitive warfare, to the impact of climate change on the security environment, there are many challenges originating from Earth, from virtual reality, and from space. The security of nearly 1 billion citizens is at stake, so who will take care of them? Who will protect it in the future? What about the EU military forces? And what needs to be done in the US-EU partnership? Many questions, let's answer some of them. Mr. Lete, what is NATO doing in order to face the challenges of today and tomorrow? And is it, in your opinion, doing the right things?
Well, the short answer should be a lot. But first of all, I wish to thank the organizers to have this event here. It's a pleasure to be actually in person in Budva rather than to do a Zoom call, so big pleasure for that. Look, there's actually a reason why NATO has been the most successful military alliance over the past 70 years. And that reason is very simple. It's its ability to adapt. That's what NATO has been doing. When NATO was invented 70 years ago, its goal was very simple. Keep the Americans in, keep the Russians out, and keep the Germans down. Now, that mission has changed tremendously over the past 7 decades. Just if you look at the past 20 years, NATO went from chasing individual Afghan terrorists in the mountains. In 2014, with Ukraine, there was a wake-up call to investigate in deterrence on Article 5 territory, and now, is again a time for a new assessment of what do we need in terms of defense and security. And, the strategic concept, the 2030 plan, these are signs, these are opportunities to do that. And I think it's a very exciting time to do that. Why? Because, look, I think on the other side of the Atlantic, in the United States, we now have an administration with President Biden that is thinking in terms of multilateralism. That is very good for an organization like NATO, and of course, Europeans love multilateralism as well, so there's an opportunity there. But also in Europe, there's a lot of stuff moving. Europeans are very concerned right now about their own defense, about their own security. NATO will have a strategic concept next year in Madrid, but let's not forget that the Europeans are now also preparing their own strategic compass. There's also a French EU presidency coming up, and that presidency will be very much in light of defense as well. So I would say there's actually a momentum now on both sides of the Atlantic for cooperation and to find solutions together. That's the good news. Obviously, there's some challenges, I would say, or things that we need to address. And just to get back to your question, when we think about those concepts, when we think about the 2030 agenda, there's 3 pillars, I think, that we need to think about. It's power, it's technology, and it's politics. I think these are the 3 things that NATO should concentrate on, looking for the next 10 years. Just very briefly, what I mean with those 3 pillars, when I talk about power, First of all, it's about making sure that we can defend ourselves, that we can defend Article 5 territory. And that's on land, in sea, in air, in cyber, but also in space, like real space above us. That's very important. We need to develop credible strategies to deal with adversaries. And please, let's call them that way, adversaries. We have Russia, of course, which is a threat, but I would argue that Russia is a threat that we understand if we show the political will to do so. China, of course, is a challenge, and it's a challenge that we don't yet fully understand. And there, of course, a strategic concept need to address that. And then power is also about money. Let's be frank. Money is also important. I'm personally not a big fan of the 2% rule. I know it's the holy grail, but hey, there it is. I'm not a big fan of it. But I think we should think in terms that each member state should aim to become a net security contributor. That is important. So this is what I would suggest for power. When it comes to tech, it's obvious one, tech is changing everything. It's also changing our armed forces. Just think about 5G, artificial intelligence, what it all means for that. But actually NATO, I believe, is slowly but surely losing the technological advantage it built up in the 20th century. R&D budgets are on the rise everywhere in the world, most notably in China and Russia. But I think our challenge here is that the pace of technology is so fast that it sometimes outpaces our ability to absorb these new technologies. And I think this is very important as well to address in the next strategic concept. And then finally, when it comes to politics, unity is everything, right? If you don't have an alliance that is not united, it's not, that's the most important thing. But that unity has been put under stress, right? There was the European mistrust towards the former US administration. There was the PR drama of Afghanistan recently. There was the French rage over AUKUS. I mean, these are issues that should not affect our unity. Look, I think very shortly, and then I finish. There's two reasons in history, when you look at history, why alliances fail or succeed. Alliances usually fail when the members of the alliance no longer agree on the threat perception, or if alliances don't see the benefits, or if members no longer see the benefits of alignment with the alliance. And I would argue that NATO faces challenges in each risk category. So it's pretty important to address that. It's not Russia that will defeat NATO. It's not China that will defeat NATO. It's the internal dynamic that, for me, is the most important challenge to address. So that is my initial thoughts. Power, technology, and politics. There you go.
You opened so many questions. Thank you for that. Mr. Tonin, what are the biggest challenges you see locally here in Western Balkans? What are the biggest challenges that NATO should be focusing on?
Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. I have to say that history of mankind is violent, and that in the history, communities, now states, they try to secure their interests with the different means. Sometimes with the violence, other times with the money, then with the talk. And that's why my initial thesis will be that if you want to be a superpower, you need at least three things. You need a strong economy, you need strong military, and you need strong diplomacy.
Which of these do you see in Western Balkans?
None of them. None of them. But I'm talking about the European Union, who wants to be a superpower. But I think that right now we have only one thing, which is a strong economy. We don't have a strong military. We don't speak with the same voice, with the same diplomacy. And that's why gaps in the Western Balkan, in the region where we are filled with a Russian approach, with a Chinese approach. And then in the end, we all witness some consequences or some results which are not in accordance with our values. And that's why I think, and we in Slovenia, we are strong advocates that European Union should do more for yourself and for the Western Balkan and for that region as well. In the beginning of October, we hosted the EU Western Balkan Summit, where we want to push forward a greater involvement of European Union in Western Balkan. It's part of the Europe, so we should do more, and we want to set a clear time frame when it would be appropriate and in terms of negotiations normal that all those countries will enter in the European Union, but unfortunately we weren't successful with setting the time frame, but we were at least successful with providing additional 30 billion euros for different investments in the region. With those 30 billion euros will definitely increase the presence of European Union in the region. And in a way, I hope that we will fill some empty spaces which are open right now, because European Union a few years ago, I think, a little bit forgot on the region and focus elsewhere. And I think now is the time to refocus again on the Western Balkan.
So there is no invite for the seat at the table, but there is an offer of money. Dr. Zinelli, where should the new strategic focus, new strategic concept put the strongest focus?
Well, thank you very much, Jasmina. I'm honored to be back here in Budva. I'm proud to have been here since back in 2011 when you started the first conference. So thank you to the Atlantic Council of Montenegro. Thank you to Savo. But last time I remember chairs were much more comfortable. So you need to change them for the next session. So, well, good question. I mean, you started in your opening remarks saying that we have unprecedented challenges. So I would say that we're living in an age of disruption. And actually the decisions that we take today, that NATO will take today, I think will shape the future for our democracies, for our societies. So we have a very good document that is the NATO 2030, with recommendations. So I think that can be used as a solid basis to look, what should be the new strategic concept. But I'd like to focus on one important issue, which is resilience and democratic resilience. So I think there is a group also of scholars, and I'm part of that group too, that it's calling for NATO to add another task to the 3 core tasks. And that should be the resilience task, the democratic resilience task. I believe, and we listened also this morning during the panel conversations, that the strength and resiliency of our societies is being challenged internally and externally. I'll say that our democratic values also are under some assault also from other challengers or adversaries, as Bruno mentioned. So I think that's why it's key that we reestablished, I'll say, democracy as the ideology of choice, as the basis of what NATO countries do and what NATO does. And so there is talk about the establishment also of a NATO Center of Excellence, and I think that will be a very much welcomed idea at NATO. We'll see how that will go, what will be the focus. And so regarding that, I think NATO needs to adapt a dynamic and comprehensive approach when it comes to resilience. So it's not just democratic resilience, it's structural, institutional, economic, which is very important because this is how we fund, this is the basis of prosperity, and this is how we also fund our security. But also cyber, it was mentioned, and infrastructure, so all this kind of resilience. Then the second point will be that NATO should look not just at the resilience and democratic resilience inside the NATO countries, but also should share that resilience. It's like kind of, shared resiliency concept. So put that forward in the Balkans, in countries which are not NATO members yet, or in the Eastern Partnership countries, or in other, neighborhood areas. And then the final point when it comes to that is that a stronger cooperation is needed between NATO and the EU when it comes to the concept of of resilience. I think many might remember that it was the buzzword word of the EU's global strategy back in 2016, where the resilience was mentioned more than 40 times in the strategy. So I think there is where NATO and the EU can do a better job working together. And then my second point relates to the decision-making process inside NATO. And I think the new strategic concept needs to be clearer on that process too. I think NATO needs to move at the speed of relevance, and that's important. Some of our adversaries, they don't have the luxury, of having elections and taking decisions, in unity and all that. So sometimes they're much faster than we could be. And that's why decision-making process, that speed is very important. So important is to set priorities, to allocate the right resources to those priorities, manage risks where we cannot allocate resources, and really commit to good decisions very quickly. And this is key to strengthen our societal and structural resilience, to deepen also our economic and financial unity, because that is the basis of the transatlantic community.
Wow,
and also
a lot of work to be done. A lot of work, yeah.
And then my last question that I would like to pose is that, what are we defending? What is NATO defending? Is NATO defending just territories? Are we defending, of course, the safety and security of our population? But also, it's very important, we're defending the credibility of our value-based democracy and market economy. So these are, I think, important issues that need to be paid attention.
Yeah, it stopped being just about the military and just about the money, and it started to be about the system of values.
A much more comprehensive view of security.
Yeah. Mr. Lete, talking about adversaries, Russia is still #1 in NATO's leaders' minds, but China is gaining more and more attention. And what are the main pillars of strategy towards China and towards Russia?
I'm not sure that we actually have a real strategy towards Russia and China right now. Let's be honest. But look, I think when it comes to Russia, okay, Russia is a threat from the Arctic to the Baltics to the Black Sea to the East Med to the Balkans. To the Balkans. But actually, all the threats that Russia is throwing at us are actually threats that we've seen Russia throwing at us since the 1920s. It's nothing really new in there. It's just that we forgot how to deal with them since the end of the Cold War. Now we're relearning again how to deal with them.
And technologies are changing also, and approach to.
Yeah, well, exactly. Yeah. It's not, it's about the frigates, the jet fighters, and that. But now it's also about hacks, leaks, and disinformation. But actually, these are things that we can deal with if we're united. China, however, is a whole different kind of challenge, because I think China is a global challenge. One very obvious question, for instance, how would NATO react if China is to invade Taiwan one day?
Yep.
What would be the reaction of the alliance? So, I think this is a very crucial point. It's certainly something that needs to be better addressed in the strategic concept, because right now we don't have anything very tangible. And I think, first of all, it's very important that both sides of the Atlantic agree on an approach towards China. Look, Europeans and Americans have looked at it a little bit differently, I think, over the past years, but actually I think the approaches are converging more and more. Also, even Europeans are now actually slightly realizing that China will be an unavoidable security factor already in the next 5 years from now, maybe even today already. Just look how, for instance, the Europeans kicked out Huawei for their 5G networks. That for me was a good sign, most of them at least. But so yeah, we united. That's very important. We need to converge our approaches on both sides of the Atlantic.
Talking about unity, Mr. Tonin, there are different opinions about how the EU should act or react when it comes to security policy. Some, like France, say EU should have its own agenda. So do you think will the EU establish truly capable European military forces? And if that happens, what about NATO? How will it affect NATO?
Yeah, our colleagues said that once NATO was, you said, let American in, Russian out, and German down.
Yeah, 70 years ago.
70 years ago. But I think that we are moving in a way that Americans are going out towards Pacific, that Russians are trying to get into the Europe, and we cannot keep Europe anymore down. And that's why, to keep the balance, Europe should do more. And you ask how and in which directions we will develop. We had a very fruitful discussion, European defense ministers at the Bordeaux in the beginning of September. How we can use current mechanisms to act fast and efficient. We have, for example, European battle groups, a long way ago already established, but they were never used because the decision-making process is so long and because we need a consensus. And we have difficulties to build a consensus anytime or many times. And that's why the discussion went in a way how we can fasten the decision-making process. And the only way how we can do it is by changing the rule of consensus. That's why if we in the European Union have those who are willing to act somewhere in the world to secure European interests, if there is a majority, then those willing can act. I think that's the only simple solution which will really make European Union more efficient. That's one thing. So decision-making is things we need to reform. Strategic compass will, I hope, help us to find a way how is the best way to change and to fasten the procedure. And another important thing is to build capabilities. Our colleague said that we don't have a golden rule within the European Union of 2%, but still I think that 2% is a very clear and visible goal. And to build capabilities, you simply need money. Yeah. I agree that we have to use this money efficiently. You know, Americans, they are building one tank. Europeans, we are building 15 different tanks. Americans, they are building one fighting jet. We are building 3.
Yeah. So unity,
unity
is the key. Is the key word.
Of course, to use money in a smart way, that's another important thing. But we cannot pretend that Americans will always help us, that somebody will pay for our security. So in a way, it's simply not fair that American taxpayers are paying for our European security.
So you're saying you should step up?
That's why I'm strong advocate that we have to pay for our own security, or as you said, we have to be security provider or net security provider. And so building capabilities and decision-making process faster.
Dr. Vobona, the president of Ukraine is asking, why are we still not in NATO? Georgia is still waiting. What is happening with the enlargement? And what should be the strategic plans for the challenges beyond NATO's eastern border?
Well, good question. I think, you know, the open door policy has been one of the best and most successful policies of NATO. So we have seen that in the Western Balkans. It has been the main driver of stability in the region. It was always this perception that really, you know, to be in stability and security and all that and prosperity, it's really the enlargement goes, the NATO enlargement first and European enlargement second. So what we have seen in the region, we have kind of a slowdown, like the EU integration process has kind of lost steam, but not the NATO one. So that has been very important. That's been the main driver of stability. When it comes to the other countries that you mentioned, Eastern Partnership countries, Ukraine and Georgia, I think the new NATO strategic concept, there's going to be more about, you know, how to develop quicker the relations and how to strengthen the relations with these countries that really want in the future to become NATO members. But it's a two-sides approach. It's not just NATO that wants to, you know, bring these countries. There are, you know, there are reforms that need to take place in these countries in order to become NATO members. So it's a two-day street.
Is it easier in some way to accept North Macedonia and Montenegro before that than it is to accept Ukraine now?
Well, of course, because we know what the problem is and all the Article 5 issue that you could not reach consensus and NATO very easily to, you know, have these countries join in. But I think I mean, the future is that these will become NATO countries. It's just the time. And I think that is the focus that we will all see, I think, the new strategic concept. So how to develop and strengthen the relationships that these countries are ready for NATO accession.
So we have been mentioning this 2% rule. NATO members agreed on guidelines of allocating 2% of GDP on defense. Will the pandemic, Mr. Letta, and post-pandemic situation get in the way of financing? And what are your views on US versus EU view on financing NATO activities? Should EU step up and, take control of their own territory, or?
Well, it's again all about politics. If you look at Europe right now, I would say there's three schools of thoughts prevailing, right? There's some countries that would like to rely solely on a European approach. There are then other countries that would like to rely solely on a NATO/US approach, and then there's a third set of countries who actually would like to rely on some sort of task division between NATO and the EU. And I would say there's no clear-cut winner now in those three schools, right?
Who is louder at this moment?
Sorry?
Who is louder out of these three at this moment?
They're all loud, I think. They're all loud.
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe with the French presidency coming in, we'll see who might scream louder now. But each school has its pros and cons, of course, and I think it should not be a race. I would say that NATO-EU cooperation is very valuable. It's just we need to come to a proper set of who does what. Now, I would like to agree with you.
There is still Slovenian presidency.
Sorry?
I said there is still Slovenian presidency.
But I would like to agree with you that we cannot always rely on Uncle Sam to have our back. Europeans have been spending so much time and so much work on, we need to organize ourselves, we need to take care of our defense. I mean, it's since the early 90s that we're talking about this. But somehow, the political unity has never been there. Nevertheless, I would say that since 2016, we really see a change of tone. I have the privilege or non-privilege to live in Brussels and work in Brussels, and I really see that attitudes towards European defense are changing. There's more enthusiasm about it. It's just that we need to find some modus vivendi between what do we do with NATO, what can the EU do better, and make sure that those two converge. But in the end, yes, it's also about money to finance all that, and it's also to make sure that initiatives like the European Defence Fund or PESCO work properly to make sure that we no longer build 15 tanks.
Exactly.
Yeah, I may just, go ahead.
Please.
Well, actually, I mean, there is also talk that there might be an idea to increase that to 3% to include resilience into that, but there is, different arguments. But I think the 2%, there's nothing magic about that, the 2%. I think it's just a political commitment, and countries, need to, they have committed in the Wales Summit, and they need to do a better job to achieve that. But as Bruno was saying, we're seeing a difference since 2014 in raising, defense budgets in Europe, but I'm afraid that with the pandemic, and we saw that with the 2008-2009 crisis, there was a slowdown in these increases in defense budgets. So I think we need to put more pressure, and an important element, not only for NATO, but for governments, NATO governments, is that there needs to be done a better job in terms of strategic communication, kind of communicating to the public why it's important to spend for defense.
Yeah.
I wanted to emphasize that there is no competition between European strategic autonomy and NATO, because sometimes I have a feeling that there is a competition if we are advocates of strategic autonomy, that we are pushing Americans out, but this is not true. I think those two concepts are complementary, and strategic autonomy and stronger European Union means stronger NATO. That's the message, and in that direction we want to go.
Yeah, and now we will go into this direction just to see if there are any questions from the audience. Anybody? No? Because we have one question on our live chat. I'm sure I will get this name wrong, but Serem Gergi, I think, asks, if Kosovo is not allowed soon to be a NATO member, is there fear that Russia and China will influence Kosovo policy and economic course? We still have 3 minutes till the end. This is a good question, maybe to round up our thoughts, each of you. Mr. Tony, maybe.
This answer is dangerous if politician is answering. So, yeah, I absolutely see that we have to first find a solution between Serbia and Kosovo. And after that, I definitely see Kosovo in the NATO and as well in the European Union.
Okay. Ms. Valvona?
I couldn't agree more with that, but more generally, I'd like to say that I think, the entire region of the Western Balkans, not just Kosovo, but I think, the transatlantic community needs to pay much more attention to the region. And that is also should be part of the NATO's new strategic concept. This region should be, the focus, because all the challenges that we're seeing nowadays, we have seen that we've faced them before maybe other countries in the Western Balkans. So that's why including the countries, including the governments, to be part of the transatlantic solutions, not be seen anymore just as problems. Any of the challenges that we discussed, China, Russia, cyber, maritime security, talking about migration,
Climate change.
Climate change,
Yeah,
everything,
yeah.
you name it. The Western Balkans is a very important part, I'll say, of the solutions, and that's how I see it going forward.
Mr. Lete?
I mean, NATO's door is open. I think that's clear. And for each member or nation to become a member, I think there's just three things, right? I mean, from a military perspective, to be or soon to be, to have a perspective of become a net security contributor. Two, from a political perspective, to be a functioning state with rule of law, democracy, and transparency. And of course, the third criteria is that all existing member states agree for this new nation to become a member. But however, having said that, as my former boss, Ronald Asmus, Ronald was one of the key architects of NATO's expansion in the Baltics. He said sometimes it's not enough to knock on NATO's door. Sometimes you really have to push it open.
Isn't it dangerous to push NATO's door? But okay, we will round up at this. Thank you so much for being a part of this panel discussion. Now it's time for lunch. It is that part of the day, so we will see each other again in 1 hour at 3:30. Thank you so much for your attention.
afternoon session. Our guest is Mr. Gabriel Escobar, Deputy Assistant Secretary of State. Mr. Escobar, good morning.
Good morning.
Ili dobro jutro, možemo tako.
Za vas dobar dan.
Hvala. Znam da dobro govorite naš jezik. Kako ste?
Dobro sam, kako ste vi? I hvala lepo za poziv.
I'm fine, thank you. And thank you for the invitation. Thank you for accepting. We'll switch to English.
Differences between this administration and the previous administration's policy goals in the Western Balkans.
Okay. Well, first of all, I want to thank the organizers for this opportunity. I am always happy to participate in anything in Montenegro. It's a country that's near and dear to my heart, and I hope to be visiting soon. So I wouldn't say that there are many differences. The important thing about our engagement in the Balkans is that we have always believed that the Balkans, the long-term solution to many of the problems in the Balkans is European integration, European membership for all the countries of the region, and that hasn't changed through any of the administrations since the 90s, since the breakup of Yugoslavia. The question has been really about how we approach the various governments in the region, but even there, I don't see that there were many differences. That we pushed the governments of the region to make progress on their European Union candidacy, to make the reforms to fight corruption, to implement the rule of law, and create democratic opportunities for various voices in society, and to improve the economies so that it works not just for people who are connected to political parties or connected to the government, but to everybody who is living in your countries, to avoid more of this demographic problem that the region is facing. So the answer to your question is this administration isn't going to have much of a different approach to the Balkans. So you will see us very active. You will see us partnering with our European partners, and you will see us partnering with those governments that want to maintain independent, sovereign, inclusive, democratic governments.
You said that the approach will stay the same, but the Western Balkans is changing. We have a lot of changes here. We have new government in Montenegro. We have issues in Bosnia and Herzegovina. We have so-called Serbian world. We have tensions between Pristina and Belgrade. What can change the American approach? What can happen here so that American approach will change?
Okay, well, good question. But I'll tell you, starting with Bosnia, for us, the cornerstone of our policy in Bosnia is support for Dayton, support for Bosnia's territorial integrity, and support for all of the reforms that are necessary to move Bosnia into the European community. With regard to Serbia and Kosovo, our approach is we continue to support the EU-led dialogue. The dialogue is a place where solutions are found, and they have been found. And it is a European-led process with our support. But as we move forward, it's our hope that we can partner with both governments on all of the solutions that they find together. With regard to Montenegro, you have a new government, and that new government has our support so long as it remains democratic and focused on its European future.
You mentioned, just to return to your first answer, you mentioned that interest of United States is that all the countries from the Western Balkans joins the EU. How can you help? What the United States can do to help these countries, not just to give the support?
Let me start from the small, and I'll go to the big. So what can we do on the smaller side? And this is significant as well. We have our multi-million-dollar assistance package in the region that is aimed at helping the countries make the gains and close the chapters that are necessary on everything from rule of law to environment. So we are concretely helping you make, in some cases, expensive reforms, in the case of environment, for example, to meet your goals. On the immediate, we are partnering with the forces that do believe that Europe is the future for the Balkans. And I'll tell you, it is the only possible future for the Balkans. With our European partners, you will see that we are signaling at every opportunity, including yesterday, Secretary of State Blinken met with Borrell, and they made a statement on the Western Balkans that enlargement is the only way. So we are advocating both multilaterally and bilaterally that Europe needs to accelerate the integration process. And then ultimately, and this is a very exciting prospect, there is a dynamic economic regional integration that's happening in the region, and we want to be partnered with that. We want to look for opportunities to use the Balkans to explain to the rest of the world that the Balkans, as we see it, is a region of tremendous opportunity, tremendous talent, and tremendous potential. So you're going to see us working a lot on commercial and economic initiatives.
Yeah, but also other side, if I can say like that, also working in the Western Balkans. In one of your previous interviews, you mentioned that it is clear that Russia is interfering in the internal affairs of Montenegro. Will and can the United States respond to that?
We can. We have a lot of tools to respond to that. First of all, to be very clear, I don't think that Russia has European integration in mind for Montenegro. So we will respond diplomatically and politically in working to isolate those forces that really don't want an inclusive, democratic, and Western-oriented Montenegro.
What that mean in practice? I am trying to get from you much more clearer answer. If let's say some of the parties maybe in the reshuffle of the government or in the new elections go to the government which are clearly pro-Serbian and pro-Russian, what will be your reaction?
Well, first of all, I don't see pro-Serbian and pro-Russian as being the same thing. So that the Serbian question is a different question. Now, those forces that are pro-Serbian should recognize that Montenegro needs to be democratic, independent, sovereign, and Western-focused, and remain part of NATO. So that is one part. But for those parties that really are working to undermine those aspects of Montenegro. And I have to say, over the last 20 years, 25 years, Montenegro has been a success. It's been a model of new members in NATO and new aspirants to the European Union. So those that wish to damage it, we have a lot of ways to respond. Some of those are sanctions, some of those are diplomatic and political isolation, and some of those are engagement with those who have the capacity to isolate them within Montenegro as well. And I think that's very clear, a very clear answer to your question.
You mentioned NATO. In this summit in Brussels in June, it was not in the official part, but it was mentioned that maybe it is dangerous for NATO itself to share all the data and all informations with the new Montenegro government because of that influence from Serbia and Russia. Do you see any problem in that?
Yeah, I do. Look, I won't speak on behalf of NATO. But I can tell you that the concerns are real, and the concerns should be taken very seriously by the Montenegrin people.
Yeah, but can they Montenegro people alone do that?
Well, I won't speak for NATO, but NATO has ways of...
I understand. I am asking you on behalf of the United States as the biggest member.
Yeah, well, look, the NATO has a way of it has a mechanism on which it can share or withhold information. Now, it would be unfortunate if they had to withhold information from a particular country or government because it only weakens that government. and we should be very careful about that. And we should be very careful about what the challenges might be that might force NATO to reconsider.
You have a rich experience in the region. Many commentators, analysts are saying that we don't have the same situation like at the beginning of the 90s, but they can find a lot of similarities. Do you find any?
I do. I think that the conditions right now, on the negative side, it is true that there are a lot of ethnic tensions in the region. Many ethnic tensions, and there are a lot of people who want to create political opportunities for themselves through these tensions. But by the same token, you're going to see a renewed European and American effort in helping the region emerge from its political tensions, its ethnic tensions, and its economic difficulties. In fact, when you look at all of the positive things that have happened in the Balkans, from Dayton through last month, when I traveled to Brussels to watch and support the EU special representative as he resolved a very difficult question between Serbia and Kosovo. Everything in that period, everything positive and everything dynamic has happened through a European and American partnership. So I think you can expect that in the Balkans in the next few years.
If we look at very simply, the West interest of the West is the stability. Interest of the East, I mean Russia, is instability. If we can say like that, who will win?
Well, look, to be honest, it is, I think, that the people of the Balkans will win, and they'll win through European integration. The countries of the region are European. They're culturally European, they're historically European, they're economically European in the sense that for the countries of the region, depending on the country, up to 80% of the economies are tied to Europe. When people leave, they leave to Europe. So in other words, that's where you see the similarities. And it's really a question of finalizing and making formal the idea that you are members of Europe. And I always tell my European partners that if you look at the experience that America has with Montenegro, Albania, and North Macedonia as new members of NATO, they have been good allies, good contributors, and solid partners. And that's what Europe can expect from the region. Almost all of my contacts, definitely all within the Quint and many others among the member states, they all understand that. They understand that the massive benefits that they will get by incorporating this dynamic part of Europe far outweigh the risks. So if you ask me who will win, I think the people of the region are going to win.
President Biden he's well known here, and he knows a lot of about ex-Yugoslavia, Western Balkans. Can we expect any, not changes in his policy, but bigger focus on this region in future?
Yes, we can. We can expect that. And starting with yesterday, you'll see that the Western Balkans is a big part of our agenda with Europe and a big part of our agenda with NATO. So you can expect to see that it will be discussed and that action will be taken after every single meeting at a very high level between us and our European partners.
It's not, of course, it's not your part of job, but you are mentioning the EU all the time, and on the last summit between EU and Western Balkans, there was no dates for the countries who are negotiating or are in some kind of process. Do you think it's bad? I know from the experiences of Slovenia and Croatia, the date is very important.
Yeah, I think, well, the dates are going to vary for the different countries. So our hope is that that Europe can send a very strong signal by beginning the intergovernmental conferences with Albania and North Macedonia this year. And that'll help solidify a date. And then hopefully we'll see others in the region start to move faster. So I can't give a date because we are not part of the European Union.
Of course, but I mean,
I would say that
the policy.
I would say that a decade would be too long.
Yeah. Do we have any questions from the audience for Mr. Escobar? We have a big audience here. I know you cannot see them, but if not, I will have one more question. So I mentioned you have rich experience here. How you see this region in 3 years? Will we spoke about same topics in 3 years, or you are really optimistic that we can, as a region, move on?
Well, here's what I want to be talking about in 3 years. The Balkans collectively are 20 million people, $125 billion economy, with growth rates of 5% or more, which is double or triple the rates of growth of the rest of Europe. That has enormous potential for transportation, energy, tech, tourism, and a whole lot of other sectors. So my hope is that this dynamism convinces our European partners that they cannot live without the Balkans, that the Balkans are an area of opportunity. And that's what I'm selling. That's what I'm saying in every meeting and every outreach. And 3 years from now, we're going to be talking about the economic success of the Balkans.
When can we expect to see you here again?
As soon as possible, I hope this year.
Mr. Escobar, thank you for your time. Thank you for your...
Hvala vam puno na izdvojenom vremenu i na...
We will now have a short break and we have our panel at 4 o'clock. Hello again. We are starting with our new panel. The name is Challenges for the US Foreign Policy in Restoring Equilibrium in a New Geopolitical Landscape. Our guests are Charles H. Kapchan, Senior Fellow, Council of Foreign Relations. He's joining us via Zoom, and on site is Milica Pejanović-Đurišić, Atlantic Council of Montenegro. Instead of a big introduction, I will start with President Joe Biden, who said after the elections, America is back. America is back to international scene, to international community, to international partners. We can start with you, Mr. Kapchan. What's that mean, and is it happening?
Well, when President Biden said America is back, I think he meant that the U.S. has returned to the global stage as a liberal democracy committed to the rule of law and to liberal democratic values and human rights. And the U.S. is back as a team player, forging coalitions, whether formal coalitions or informal coalitions, to deal with global problems. And I think on both of those fronts, he has delivered. The big question that I think is in my mind, and I'm guessing in the minds of many people at your meeting today, is yes, America is back, but for how long? And so I think the big issue are less about NATO and the submarine deal with Australia, the rise of China, than they are about Biden's domestic agenda, because in many respects, his ability or lack thereof to deliver on the repair of the American political system is a crucial determinant of whether Biden proves to be a detour or the new normal. And so I think we should watch very carefully over the coming weeks where these two big investment packages stand, the investment in infrastructure bill and the investment in social policy and climate policy. Because what I think Biden is trying to do is get assistance into the bloodstream, affect swing voters in the American heartland to try to ensure that Democrats are able to hold the House and win the presidential election in 2024. And that's because the Trump era, America first, insults to allies, pulling out of Paris climate, this was rooted in an American electorate that had basically shouted, too much world, not enough America. What about us? And I think what Biden is attempting to do is to say, okay, I hear you. I'm going to try to improve your lives, raise your wages, build new bridges, get high-speed internet access into the American heartland so that once again, America has a political center, that once again, Americans are ready to engage abroad. Because bottom line here is that foreign policy starts at home. And if Biden doesn't succeed in reaching out to a broad swath of Americans, in winning over the white working class, and in particular, whites without a college education, who still represent 42% of the American electorate, we may well see a swing back toward Trump, America first, and a foreign policy that, at least from my perspective, was quite damaging to America and to the world.
Thank you, Ms. Pejanović-Đurišić. Same question. Do you see America back?
Yes, first, let me say hello to Charles Kapchan, who, among the others, was a part of Democrats' administration at the time of President Obama, who was at the forefront of our friends in Washington, helping us to come to the requirements that were needed for the NATO accession of Montenegro. So I would say that without you guys in Washington, it wouldn't be possible, no matter how diligent we all were and determined to do what was necessary. And it's very encouraging, among other things, that now, as you ask whether Biden is back, that we are seeing not only Biden being back, but also a number of our friends being back in the new administration, friends that really do understand what is happening in Western Balkans, what is our history, and what is needed. So whenever we are talking about these things, of course, we will be talking from our perspective, from what is happening here. And as you can hear just right now, it's about elections, not only in Montenegro, but everywhere in the world. So it's democratic, of course, and that's the way how we are resolving the challenges and the issues we are having. It's the bad thing when those challenges are related with instability. That is the problem. Otherwise, I mean, it's a normal democratic game. We should be all be proud of taking a part in it. So we've been following very closely not only the campaign, which was leading towards Biden again being a president, but also everything which was happening afterwards. So I would say that one of the key points, which is giving us quite, I would say, clear indications where we are standing with the US administration when it comes to foreign policy, was his speech at the General Debate of UN in September, where he clearly said that America is going to be back as a partner. So that the approach we did have in the last years, America first, is going to be changed with the international collaboration and cooperation. And there, of course, despite a number of challenges that happened in the meantime, like withdrawal from Afghanistan, that nuclear submarine deal, that is actually showing that the words are not enough. And still there is a little bit of a doubt with the partners how credible that kind of intention is. And that's why I do believe that we need more time to really be convinced in what we all expected. And what we are expecting is to have America at the forefront of all the projects which are related with enforcing democracy in the first place. And that is what President Biden said, that for the long time, USA was known by different engagements which were related with military deployment. We are now in the new era. We are now in the era where we should be collaborating and cooperating on the issues which are related with strengthening democracy, not only in Western Balkans, but in other places in the world. So we are very encouraged, as I said, here at this region of Western Balkans with the new people or new old people who are coming back, first of all, in State Department. It's the whole rank of people who are very much engaged and being engaged in what is happening here. On the other side, there are the actions which are also showing the clear intention, like the executive order President Biden signed, which is related with sanctions and property freeze, denial of entry in the United States for the persons, for example, from Western Balkans who are jeopardizing stability and security in this region, which is, of course, not the new stuff completely, because we did have, at the time of President Bush, that kind of executive order, but now it is extended, and it is including a new element, which is very, very important, not only for Western Balkans, but I think it could be used as a tool for other places as well, which is related with corruption, where actually corruption is recognized as something which is so detrimental for democracy in each and every country that we should join the forces to combat this kind of an evil, I would say, developments which we are all witnessing everywhere in the world.
Mr. Kapchan, as Ms. Pejanović-Đurišić said about Western Balkans, we will come to Afghanistan and Indo-Pacific, but we just spoke with Mr. Escobar about Western Balkans, and he said the interest of United States is that Western Balkan states join the EU, but basically that's it. Do you expect any shift, any help in Biden's policy towards Western Balkans?
You know, you won't find an American politician more committed to European security than Joe Biden. I had the pleasure of serving in the Obama White House and worked very closely with Joe Biden when he was vice president. I went with him to the Balkans. I went with him to Ukraine, I think 6 times. He is someone who cares deeply about the spread of stability and democracy in Europe, in the Balkan Peninsula, the success that Ukraine is attempting to attain. So you have an advocate in the White House, and I think you'll see that manifest itself in deeper engagement. We've already seen some movement on trying to jumpstart normalization between Kosovo and Serbia. I think you'll see more of that in the days ahead. That having been said, let's keep in mind that Joe Biden is going to be focused on domestic affairs for at least the first couple of years of his presidency, and that's as it should be. The United States is today living through a political crisis of a sort we really haven't seen perhaps since the Civil War. The stakes are enormous. At the same time, I think it's precisely because of the challenges facing liberal democracy on both sides of the Atlantic that Biden appreciates, in some ways, as much as ever, the importance of the relationship to Europe, because the U.S.-Europe relationship has always been the anchor of the liberal democratic system. If we don't get this right, that liberal democratic system could be threatened. So I think you'll see more engagement, more diplomatic efforts to advance the situation in the Western Balkans and bring the region as a whole into the EU and NATO. But a lot of that work does have to be done by our European partners because of the domestic focus that will preoccupy the president. And let's be honest, if there is a big issue out there that is going to galvanize the country geopolitically, it's the rise of China. And so that will be the top priority when it comes to external relations. And Biden will be looking to European allies, including in the Balkans, to forge a common position when it comes to dealing with China.
I want to ask you in connection with this. Here in Western Balkans, in Europe, we all saw the withdrawal from Afghanistan as a big fail. Does the American people feel the same way about that? Or they are just happy that it is finished?
I would say it's mixed. I'm someone who believed that the withdrawal from Afghanistan was long overdue. I think many Americans, Democrats and Republicans alike, public opinion polls suggest 75% of the public had had enough. It was time to end the forever wars. The withdrawal went poorly. There was an estimation that the U.S. had 6 months to 2 years to get out. We worked with our allies to create a timeline based on that projection. That projection was wrong, and we ended up scrambling to the airport in Kabul with heartbreaking results. But it's my view that the withdrawal will, in the long run, work to the benefit of traditional allies. Why? Because the United States has moved away from 2 decades of very expensive, distracting wars in the Middle East to again focus on the big issues of stability in Eurasia and, importantly, on investing in schools, in roads, and infrastructure here at home rather than in the Middle East. Foreign policy starts at home. A strong America at home is a strong America abroad.
Thank you. Ms. Bejanović-Đurišić, Angela Merkel, in one of her last public statements, said that withdrawal from Afghanistan showed that EU cannot do anything, basically. After the Americans left, they were not in a position to stabilize the airport for 7 days or 10 days as they tried. What is that saying about EU, American relations, and American position in the world?
That is an issue which is always drawing a lot of attention, I would say, and especially with those initiatives coming from EU when it comes to defense policy and everything which is related with that. So we are having never-ending debates whether EU should be building up their own autonomous capacities in defense, or they should be, of course, relying on what is transatlantic alliance. So I remember even 5, 6, 7 years, it was the same discussions as they are today. There are small steps done at the side of the European Union, but personally, I do believe that Europeans should be very careful about that, and that actually the NATO alliance, which is in the military sense the strongest one, shouldn't be undermined by some kind of diversification in that sense. So Afghanistan, of course, and the mission for years was NATO-led. So from that point, it's not that much matter which is related with the European Union. It's more the matter which is related with the European allies in NATO. So that is, again, I would say, looking from a side, it seems that coordination was an issue. And as Mr. Kapshan said, obviously, all this pulling out wasn't coordinated well, and we saw that, and that created very bad impression about the strength of the whole alliance. And that is why I said previously that for President Biden, there is no doubt about his intentions to go towards strengthening partnerships, but the way how this is done is very important. That is something which is building the trust between the partners or not, and he's got to be aware of that. I mean, we have no doubt that he is someone who is completely devoted to this kind of collaboration with all the issues he's having domestically. The attention could be a little bit shift, and I do believe that the partners are here for that, just to remind you that there are issues where you could be looked at differently.
Yeah, also for you, but at the same time, or 1 month later, we have this situation with the submarines, Australia, France. On one side, we have calls for EU unity. We have this situation where France is really in a messed situation. Why is this happening, in your opinion?
So probably Mr. Kapshan could explain
Yes,
you that better.
We will address the same question to him.
How we do understand that, or how I understand that, is that we are facing the situation which is very much a consequence of a change approach of the US politics towards China. Probably towards Russia as well at this moment. And as we've been discussing last evening, that new NATO strategic concept, which is done these months, it seems that when it comes to the whole alliance, the relation with Russia is an issue which is going to be redefined, I would say, while the relations with China is an issue which got to be defined, because NATO as a transatlantic alliance didn't have that in its previous strategic concept. So US now is trying to put that forward, and we do know that US and President Biden are going with this concept of strategic competition, which is completely new as such. We could understand that in different ways, and I do believe that for each of the partners, it's very, very important to clarify what are we talking about, and probably that is where France has been lost in all these developments lately.
Mr. Kapshan, same question for you. Were you surprised with this deal?
I think that the submarine deal with Australia was a strategically wise move in the sense that it puts in the Indo-Pacific region a nuclear-powered submarine capability that would not have otherwise existed. And clearly, between that deal, the creation of the Quad, and other steps the United States is taking, it's a demonstration of growing concern about the rise of China. I do believe that the Biden administration mishandled the diplomacy around that deal, that it should have gone to the French earlier, discussed the issue, looked for ways to bring France and other EU members into a broader multilateral effort. Why that did not happen, I can't say. I do think that there was some miscommunication and some procedural trip-ups inside the Biden administration. I don't know exactly how the whole thing unfolded, But even though I support the actual deal, I think the diplomacy could have been better handled. Two other quick points, just picking up on issues that my colleague just raised. You know, I think that it would be wise for the EU to invest more in defense, not necessarily more money, but to produce more capability, because I think that would make a stronger NATO, a stronger Atlantic partnership. And it may be that the EU does, under some occasions, need to act either without the US or with the United States only in the background. And I'd also just want to also reinforce the point about Russia, that because of the importance of dealing with Beijing, trying to contain the implications of China's rise, I do think Washington is interested in exploring ways to put some distance between Moscow and Beijing. After all, Moscow is really Beijing's only real partner in the world. So that does, I think, begin to open a door to a transatlantic conversation about the possibility of somehow improving the relationship between the European and American liberal democracies and Russia.
Thank you. We have 10 more minutes. Are there any questions from the public, from the audience here? Nobody's interested, so I will ask you again, Mr. Kapchan. When we see all the tensions between China, Taiwan, Australia, Indo-Pacific, do you think is a bigger danger that we can see in a foreseeable future real war, or this type of hybrid information war?
Well, I think we will see hybrid information war as the norm. And I do think that we need to have an international effort to create rules of the road and the legal infrastructure for dealing with these kinds of problems before they mount. Do I worry about Taiwan and the possibility of armed conflict? Yes, I do. Do I think it's likely that China might try to use force to take Taiwan in? No, I don't. And that's not just a question of the military balance and whether the Chinese think they could get away with it. It is, in my mind, a calculation that the overall costs to China would be too high, right? China is rising in part because it has been able to take advantage of a global international economic system that works to its advantage. I think Beijing understands that were they to attack Taiwan, all bets would be off, and China's integration into the global economy would be at stake. And so I think the prospect of that kind of Cold War, fragmented international system will create a certain degree of caution in Beijing. At the same time, I do worry about unintended conflict, a Taiwanese-Chinese aircraft running into each other, an American warship and a Chinese warship running into each other. So I do think we should take steps to open channels of communication and introduce confidence-building measures to avoid that kind of unintended clash, which could then escalate.
Ms. Pejanović-Đurišić, how do you see American Biden relations to Russia, Putin? We have this interview of Mr. Biden in March, I think, when he said, he was asked, do you think that Putin is a killer? He said yes. 3 months later, we have this meeting in Geneva with not so much clear results. How do you see that Biden will not try the Trump's policy of direct contact with world leaders, no matter who they are?
Well, and we did have Putin's interview to some of the American TV stations the other day, I would say. So it seems that we are having more communication, which is always a good thing. So that is the way how we will be able to see what are the intentions, what are the strategies, and the ways forward. Anyway, I do believe as President Biden is someone who is very experienced when it comes to foreign policy, and I do believe that he is the American president. He is the most experienced when it comes to foreign policy as such, and that he would be playing that very carefully. As I said, probably that will be going the way of redefining these relations with Russia, making them accountable for everything which is not in line with the values which are characteristic for the democratic societies. In the first place, I'm talking about human rights, and we've seen that the message was very loud and clear when it comes to the case of Navalny, and I do believe that the United States will be very persistent into sending that kind of messages. That is one thing. The other thing is about those issues we are witnessing here, for example, in Montenegro, which is spreading the influence to undermine democratic societies around Russia, not in the first neighborhood, but also like in Montenegro, we are not the first neighborhood. I remember the times when we were approaching NATO, we were facing criticism from Moscow of a kind that they've been saying, no, NATO can't come at the borders of Russia. And we had to remind them that Montenegro is not bordering Russia, for example. So they are using every opportunity just to do the things which could be jeopardize unity between the partners. And as you already said, the hybrid war is a very important element in all this issue as such. So there as well, Montenegro has been for years now, even much before, I would say that the general public was becoming aware of all these malign influences at the time of the elections in US in 2016, but Montenegro was exposed much earlier than that, and we shared our experiences with our partners at the time. So again, we are there at the same point, and I'm just hoping that there will be enough attention on both sides of the Atlantic to share this kind of experiences and the knowledge we are gaining on the way, so that we could first protect ourselves better, on the other side deter what is necessary to preserve our values.
Thank you. Mr. Kapchan, when we from Europe look Biden and his new policies, the words that United States will not anymore trying to build up democracies in other countries, that's a big shift in US policy. But is it realistic to stay that way? Because if in some allies came undemocratic powers, what will US diplomacy do?
Well, I think that what Biden and his colleagues have been saying is that we are going to be backing away as a nation from efforts to bring about regime change by force. Because let's be honest, the wars in Afghanistan, Iraq, Syria, Libya did not go particularly well, did not succeed in producing stable liberal democracies. And historically speaking, the United States has bent the arc of history in a positive direction, but it has done so more by example than by intervention. And so I think Biden says we're returning to a more traditional model in which the United States leads as a model of liberal democracy that others will follow. But that does require that we collectively demonstrate that democracy works. That's why I think he is so focused on investment packages to try to rebuild America's political center and restore faith in its democratic institutions. Because in the end of the day, if Russia or China or other countries are going to become democracies, it will be in part because they look at us, they look at Montenegro, they look at Germany, they look at other liberal democracies, and they say, hey, it works. It produces results. It produces not just dignity, but a better lifestyle. And so I think we're back in a situation in which the United States is very intent on demonstrating the success of the liberal democratic model. And that's one of the reasons that Biden in December will be hosting a first meeting of the Summit for Democracy.
Yeah, that's my last question. We are at the end of our time, Ms. Pejanović-Đurišić. What do you expect from that Summit for Democracy?
Well, of course, as we've heard already, we do expect that President Biden and his team lay out this new strategy for international cooperation and for the ways how the collaboration with the United States will be done on a new basis, first of all, directed towards helping the countries to strengthen their democracies. When it comes to Western Balkans as well, we've been discussing that during the day with the other speakers as well. We are hearing from Washington and from the embassy here that actually, as a partners, of course, they are with us in helping us to build and strengthen our security system. We've been doing that together for years. It's mutually beneficial, of course, for the nation and everything. But on the other side as well, they are here to help us in our EU integration process. And there is a number of issues where they could be particularly helpful. Now we are all as a world, and we as a country, hopefully we will somehow come out of these very bad numbers with the virus around, and we will be building back. So if we are building back what is President Biden also trying to do with all these laws and infrastructure initiatives in the States, we could be sharing that, and we could be the kind of getting the experiences, of course, as a small country, but as a region, I would say, what might be a kind of framework for those things which are important for EU negotiations and the EU integrations. When I say that, I'm not thinking only about security, I'm thinking about these things we just talked about, the resilience to the hybrid war, I'm talking about the energy. You see, we are now living at the midst of the energy crisis. I'm talking about the environment and the European Green Deal, among other things. These are all the issues where we could be cooperating, and in that way we could be strengthening the democracy in our society. So probably that kind of a meeting will be having something like that in mind.
Thank you both for your time, for your insight. I hope it was interesting for our audience. Hoping to see you in next year maybe, and have a nice time. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our next panel, China, the Silent Giant, stepping up its game. All our speakers are online in this panel, so let me introduce them. Ian Johnson, Stephen A. Schwartzman, Senior Fellow for China Studies, Council on Foreign Relations. Philippe Lecor, Senior Research Fellow, Harvard Kennedy School. Reed Standish, correspondent for Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty, and author of the China in Eurasia briefing. And we are still waiting for Mr. Dimitar Bechev, non-resident senior fellow, Atlantic Council. He will join us, hopefully, during this panel discussion. Thank you for being a part of this To Be Secure Montenegro. You will each have 3 minutes for your intro speech, for your standpoint on this issue, and then we will have a discussion. If anybody in the audience here in Budva or across the world has any question, feel free to raise your hand or write on our live chat, and we will ask our speakers your question. But let me give you some of the topics that we will talk about. Now, 63. That is how many times Russia was mentioned in the communique after the NATO summit in June. China, just 10 times. That shows that Russia is still #1 in NATO's leaders' minds, but China is gaining more and more attention, as we heard in our earlier panels. And one question arises, did the West in the last 20 years underestimated China and overestimated Russia? Because reasons to be concerned, are there many? Yes, from China's military modernization, disinformation campaigns, approach to human rights, but also China's soft loan and vaccine diplomacy. For Balkan countries, with the apparent slowdown of the EU enlargement, China's money seems like a good deal until it stops to be. And the question is, will that change with the changing attitude of Europe towards China? And Chinese influence is felt in Europe, and it is a complicated situation with security concerns on one hand and then economic and trade ties on the other. The question here is China here to divide and conquer? And let's mention China's perspective. They say that United States have sinister intentions and that their wolf warrior diplomacy is a justified defense against attacks by the West. Okay, now let's remind you, all members of the audience can ask questions, but we will hear from our panelists first. Mr. Johnson, what are the biggest security challenges associated to China at this moment?
Well, the biggest security challenges that foreign countries have in relating to China is China's, I think, coupling of economic and security issues. I mean, we know China has become one of the most, or the second most important economy in the world, and it is one of the largest, if not the largest, trading partners of many, many important countries, including the country where I am right now, in Germany. So China has even overtaken the United States, France, and other traditional allies. So this growing economic might has been also it's also been accompanied by a bit of a growing political assertiveness in foreign policy issues facing other countries around the world. So I think that that's probably one of the key things that people have to worry about on the security front. I think for many European countries, China is still somewhat remote, somewhat far away. It's not as essential an issue as it is, say, for the United States, which is a Pacific power as well. Some European countries have Pacific interests, such as France and the UK, but for most countries, it's still fairly far away. And so the issues, the hot buttons, say flashpoints, such as Taiwan, are not as important, let's say, to most European countries, unless they're concerned, let's say, with human rights and those kinds of issues. But from an immediate security point of view, I think China doesn't present the same kind of concern that, say, Russia does, which is, as you mentioned, even though China is rising in the consciousness in Europe, it's still second place to Russia. So I think those would be that would be a key point. I would also maybe perhaps later or now just say a couple of things about China's domestic situation and how that impacts foreign countries, but I'll let you decide whether it's the right time to bring that up now.
You can give us a short overview of China's domestic politics, because that is reflected also in their foreign policy, of course.
Yeah, well, I just wanted to say, I mean, it's interesting. The title of the panel, for example, I think really reflects how China is perceived abroad. That it's this country that's been seen as maybe purely an economic story, and now all of a sudden, in the past few years, it's become this security, foreign policy story as well. And this is paralleled, however, paradoxically maybe, with growing problems inside China. And these are long-term, as economists would say, secular issues that I think people often forget, such as slowing economic growth, demographic issues that are caused the population to decline for the first time in decades and decades. It has a situation in the province of Xinjiang, which is analogous, let's say, to the decades-long battle that Britain had in Northern Ireland with the IRA. In other words, a long-term, slow, persistent, festering wound inside the country. And these kind of issues are paralleled by a growing assertiveness abroad. So China, as we know, it's been building up its military, it's been pushing into the South China Sea, it's been making more and more bellicose statements toward Taiwan and other countries.
Yeah.
And so I don't know I don't want to overstretch it and say that there's a direct parallel, but there does seem to be an interesting parallel, or two things going on at the same time.
Yeah.
You know, and at the same time, China in the international sphere does not have a lot of allies. It doesn't really have a lot of assets. It has hard power, limited hard power, let's say in East Asia, such as growing navy and things like that. But its soft power has been, in my view at least, fairly unsuccessful. Its wolf warrior diplomacy has turned off countries by and large, because its diplomats act completely undiplomatically and make very strong statements.
We will come back to that. We will come back to that, Mr. Johnson. Mr. LeCour, can the U.S. still speak to China from a position of strength?
Well, thank you for having me, and nice being part of this great panel.
Welcome.
I think it's difficult when you look at what Mr. Biden has been trying to do for the past 6 months. Obviously, he came after 4 years of the Trump presidency that was very antagonistic, not only to China but to the rest of the world, and particularly Europe. Saying we were going to get like-minded countries together to discuss the China challenge, among other things. Meanwhile, you had, just a few weeks ago, this sad episode of the AUKUS, the Australia, United Kingdom, United States alliance in the Indo-Pacific, which is somewhat counterproductive when it comes to getting like-minded democracies together to address the challenges that are posed by China, at least in this region of Indo-Pacific. That is not the whole picture, obviously, and the United States is still a very strong power in Asia, and certainly the biggest military power around the world. But it is pivoting towards Asia, no doubt about that. It started pivoting about 10 years ago under President Obama. It has done so under President Trump, and it is doing so even more forcefully now under Joe Biden, and to the detriment of alliances. How is China perceiving this? Well, of course, very badly, because it is now being targeted by at least a handful of powerful, mostly English-speaking countries, particularly the US, Australia, and the UK. The European way, the third way, some people call it, which I'm happy to discuss later on, because I think it's an interesting alternative to the AUKUS proposition, is somewhat more in line with what Ian Johnson was saying. On one hand, you have the economics. On the other hand, you have the hard power side of the relationship with China. Meanwhile, Europe is not a hard power, but it is certainly the biggest integrated market in the world, which is, somewhat a very powerful tool when you talk to China. And I don't think the Europeans have used that enough, while the Americans are very much on a head-to-head confrontation with China. And, you would think that the Pentagon is in charge of the White House sometimes when you hear the rhetorics that are being used by the U.S. administration. I'm not talking of the Secretary of State, Tony Blinken, but many other officials, including in the National Security Council. I think the U.S. is still strong, and in fact, again, to reflect on what Yen was saying, I think the U.S. soft power is still very strong, unlike the Chinese one, which has failed pretty badly so far. It may come back, but unfortunately, that is not the way the Xi Jinping regime is seeing how to sell China. Therefore, I think the U.S. has an opportunity to build a coalition with allies both in Asia and in Europe and perhaps in other parts of the world. If it remains what it is, a democratic system, if another Donald Trump doesn't come to power in the next 2 years or 3 years, which means America first again, and that means even more sort of confrontational speeches and so on vis-a-vis China, which somewhat becomes a scapegoat. It may become a scapegoat in other, democracies as well, but it's not the case. So I think the U.S. still has a chance, but it is difficult because China has gained a lot of ground.
Yeah, and it's getting more and more difficult. Mr. Standish, China is hiding its capabilities and biding its time no more. It became much more assertive, much more proactive. What does this mean for a global shift of power long term?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a big question. I think in general that means that everybody is looking east more so than they have been in recent years, and I think that that's something that we're seeing with NATO right now. We're not just for NATO, but nearly every policy circle anywhere in the world. I think China is front and center. You can feel the center of gravity of the world shifting more and more towards the east. If you look at NATO, every kind of part of the world or topic that kind of falls under that NATO umbrella, you can see a growing Chinese footprint, whether we're talking about the Arctic, we're talking about cyber, interest in Africa, or, back at home across Europe with, the bulk of NATO nations. And then, obviously, I think an issue that I've spent a lot of time on, looking at what's happening in Afghanistan right now, even though this is where, NATO's drawn down its mission. But this is going to be another really important area, I think, to watch China in the coming years, especially as it engages with the Taliban and the wider situation there. So I think for NATO, we've been seeing a tougher public line being taken. You're seeing expanding partnerships, especially in the Asia Pacific. And I think in many ways that's a long overdue shift. But I think especially for an organization like NATO, that exposes a lot of the limits of it, and perhaps that it's not the best equipped or ideal organization to address something like this. This isn't Russia or terrorist organizations. This doesn't pose a direct military threat to the organization. Right?
This is a whole new challenge.
So it's certainly a challenge, but to say that this isn't, China is not Russia. It's a very different type of challenge, and it's very different than say what the Soviet Union was. So China's growing economic influence, its assertiveness in Europe, and and then we also see that there is a growing partnership between China and Russia also happening at the same time. All of that has huge implications for the transatlantic community. But as both Ian and Philippe said. There are limits, and there's also divisions in terms of how to confront China.
Yeah.
And I think that'll always, kind of kneecap what NATO can do and perhaps what it should do. So I think, looking ahead, I think it's quite important to keep China in mind in the long term, and to be, proactive while trying to avoid maybe being too provocative. So I think that's a lot of focusing on issues, investments, especially in critical infrastructure, especially anything on the digital front. And I think that's also a lot of keeping an eye on the Asia Pacific, so especially deepening those partnerships and creating more avenues for cooperation with Japan, South Korea, Australia. So I think that, NATO is going to have a very different role to play to this than in the past. We're gearing towards something very interesting, and I think perhaps maybe not so comforting where we're headed right now in the state of the world in terms of, China and the rest. Beijing and Washington's relationship is quite tense, and as well as China's actions of late, which have, targeted a lot of, NATO members and singled them out. But also,
we'll
China's
talk about
complex. It is the Cold War. So that means you need a new type of reaction.
Yeah, nobody wants a new Cold War. Mr. Bechev joined us in the meantime. Mr. Bechev, can you hear us? Yeah?
Absolutely,
the smile
yes.
says that you're here with us. You wrote not long ago that there is some low-hanging fruit in the region of Western Balkans, which China is happily picking, end of quote. What do you mean by that?
Well, the region is heading towards the EU, but as you know, it's a long-term project, and judging from last week's summit in Slovenia, it's not happening this decade. And this interregnum has become the permanent state of affairs. In this situation, and again, I'll take the regional perspective. I'm humbled to be in the midst of China scholars who know much more about Beijing's policy. But looking from Podgorica, from Belgrade, from the region as a whole, there's a lot of opportunities to build relationships with non-European, non-Western actors. And it's not just China, obviously Russia is there, but a number of other players as well. And since the demand is there, China is happily obliging. It's worth also mentioning that unlike other regions, China is not taking a very political stance. We know its position on Kosovo, but it's not very vocal. As a result, the Chinese can work with pretty much everyone in the region. If you compare with Russia, Russia is divisive and polarizing. I don't think it's the case with the Chinese. Maybe it will be once the standoff with the US will become much more pronounced. But traditionally, China has been knocking on an open door in this region. Their developmental needs, infrastructure is underdeveloped, and also looking at the type of political economy where corruption and lack of transparency is the norm. Chinese have been at ease operating in such an environment. So if you put all that together, you understand why China's profile has been rising steadily in this part of Europe.
Yeah. Mr. Johnson, let's talk numbers. In the last 18 years, China has granted or loaned money to more than 13,000 infrastructure projects in 165 countries, worth more than $840 billion. We see evidence of this in Western Balkans as well. This kind of influence is not something that can be easily dismissed, and it is definitely not something that is happening by accident.
That's true. China has a definite policy of trying to promote its interests through infrastructure projects and through lending, the Belt and Road Initiative, for example. This is, of course, not exactly unique to China. Many countries do this in the world. You could say the World Bank was set up by the United States exactly to promote its own interests around the world. And, I think sometimes we look at China as if all of these things are nefarious projects that have a super hidden agenda. But there's also, it's not just China pushing this. It's also countries often need the money, or their leaders think that they need the money, and they take it. So China is offering something that many countries around the world want. I think as Philippe was saying earlier, and as Dimitar also said, that this is something that there was almost like an open door that they could walk through because of the failures or the lack of things being offered by Western countries. So China is buying influence, but I think also, on the other hand, many of the countries realize what's going on. I don't think that these countries are entirely naive and that they're walking into enormous debt traps. To a degree, that's happened to a few countries, but I think it's somewhat exaggerated.
Mr. Lecor, does West have an answer to Chinese money? And are the plans too little too late to counter-effect Chinese influence?
So the answer, again, it depends if you're sitting in Washington or in Europe. But the answer is certainly not, that simple. China has been indeed offering money, but on its own terms to a lot of regions around the world. And some of them have been mentioned by Dimitri earlier in the West Balkans, and some of them not so far away from where we are today. But there's also been a lot of disappointment among many of these countries across the European continent with the lack of deliveries, really, from the Chinese investment project. In some cases, of course, the projects could not go ahead due to EU regulations, because, of course, the EU, the European Commission, would impose rules on transparency, on requests for proposals, and so on, the way the contract has been run. And that has been sort of putting off China in some cases. So, the situation is far from one-sided. You do have a few Chinese projects that have managed to, get some ground in Europe. One of them is the Piraeus harbor in Greece, although it has been a very controversial project in recent months. There are other projects in Eastern and Southeastern Europe that have been also very controversial. But there are things going on. Meanwhile, the Europeans and the Americans are both coming up with alternatives, particularly in the field of technology and infrastructures. And technology, obviously the Trump administration was very offensive when it came to the 5G technologies, telling European countries not to go along, the Chinese telecommunication companies.
Some
That's
of them
one
agreed,
example.
like Albania, yeah.
Yeah, and then on the infrastructure side, you're aware of this Build Back Better World initiative that's been launched by the G7 just a few months ago in June of this year, which is and then the Europeans themselves are coming up with a new connectivity strategy. Now, whether these strategies, or these ideas rather, are able to compete with the Belt and Road Initiative that China launched, with all the money and all the power behind it, that's an open question. But at least, the Europeans, the Americans, the Japanese, somewhat the Indians, are trying to come up with alternatives, because we all agree that connectivity is essential, and we all agree that, China should not be the one connecting necessarily Europe and the Far East. There should be alternatives, and in fact, there are many alternatives. But the South China Sea is one problem, and Central Asia, of which Reid is an expert, is another issue where obviously the international community doesn't want to leave China in charge, so to speak.
Yeah. Mr. Bechov, let's go to you, because it's not just about the money, it's about a system of values. Let's take Serbia's capital, Belgrade, as an example. They installed surveillance cameras for facial recognition made in China. The draft of the law was withdrawn after loud criticism from NGOs and other parts of public sector. A few days ago, European Parliament called for a ban on police use of facial recognition technology in public places. Now, what does this example tell us about China's influence in Western Balkan countries and about Europe's response to that influence?
Well, China is obviously exporting a whole range of things, not just technology, but also some of its modes of doing things. Values might be a bit too far, and I'm a bit skeptical about the governance model, because we're talking about a very different set of countries. But one thing to underscore in the region, and it also goes along with the tenor of the conversation, many of these things are demand-driven. The same with political regimes. So the Chinese export unfortunately there's a tradition of governance in East and the Western Balkans. So you don't actually form anywhere. And when
Yeah, the connection is really bad. Mr. Becho, connection is really bad, so we will have to come back to you later on. Maybe the connection gets better. Mr. Standish, there is a consensus that China presents a systemic challenge. We mentioned this earlier, but coherent strategy on this issue, it is still an open discussion. And what are the differences between US and EU on this question?
Yeah, I mean, I think when you're talking about differences between, U.S. and EU, I mean, the U.S. has taken a much more confrontational stance. I mean, partly this is because I think the U.S. sees China as just generally as a geopolitical rival. Within the EU, there's a division. This is this sort of strategy that Philippe called this third way of approaching how to see China. Yes, on the one hand, it is a strategic competitor. You're worried about what it's doing in the Balkans. You're worried about everything on the periphery of Europe. You're worried about, China and Lithuania, spats like this. You're worried about long-term implications, about digital infrastructure, unsustainable loans and all sorts of things like that. But still, China is this necessary economic force, and you want to keep that line open. I think this is really exemplified in, Germany's policy under Merkel, which has been something that, yes, okay, we'll criticize, human rights abuses that are happening, say, things in Xinjiang, things in Hong Kong, but there's always going to be a limit on how hard that's going to be. So I think that exposes, quite a lot of limits in terms of what the West, as a collective thing, if that really even exists anymore, is willing to do moving forward. And so I think that really places things in a different kind of scenario for China.
Mr. Johnson, we mentioned a little bit about this, but what is China's point of view about this? They say their wolf warrior diplomacy is an answer by the attacks to the West. So is it all a question of perspective? What is their perspective? Mr. Johnson, we are not hearing you. Can you please check your microphone?
Sorry, I had it on my mute. Its view is that it gets slapped around in the international community. It's constantly being criticized for its human rights violations, the State Department's annual reports, et cetera, et cetera. So this is its way of fighting back. I would tend to look at it differently. I think in most authoritarian states, the foreign ministry is the weakest ministry, and that the real decisions are made by security ministries and in the standing committee of the Politburo, and that the foreign ministry is just an organ that carries out other orders. And I think often because of the weak ministry, they try to talk louder to show that they're not weak. So they don't want to be caught out, I think, in this increasingly authoritarian state under Xi Jinping. So I think this is a sort of defense mechanism, and they want to show we're just as loud as the next people. I mean, it's a strange situation when your diplomats are the least diplomatic people in your government when they're insulting heads of state and stuff like that. I think there's sort of a sign that China is backing away from a bit of this wolf warrior. Certainly the new ambassador to Washington has been much more moderate, and they aren't quite as in your face as they were before. That's a bit different, say, in Lithuania, but overall, I get the sense, at least, I'm not entirely sure, but that this is slowly, that they're rethinking it because it has not succeeded at all, and in fact, probably had a boomerang effect on China's standing.
So, Mr. Johnson, you mentioned Lithuania. Mr. Lecor, China-Lithuania dispute, is it a minor issue, or are the implications much broader when it comes to China's influence in Europe? Lithuania is calling for European solidarity, but should the response in all things China include transatlantic nations?
Well, it's not a minor issue from China's point of view, because it has to do with Taiwan. And Taiwan is the number one, one of the very top issues that the Chinese Communist Party is dealing with, and increasingly with hard power, with military incursions in the Taiwan defense zone and all this. So the fact that one country, and of course there have been many cases in the past of countries being punished for selling weapons to Taiwan, for welcoming the Taiwan leaders, or indeed the Dalai Lama from Tibet. These kind of sanctions from China are consistent. Now, of course, with the current narrative, the very aggressive narrative from the party at the moment, ahead of the 20th Party Congress next year, it is not surprising that the sanctions will be tougher on Lithuania. Lithuania doesn't have much business to do with China and very little trade, but it is quite remarkable that such a small country would stand against the PRC. You had the case of the Czech Republic recently with the mayor of Prague, who decided to scrap the joint city agreement with Beijing in favor of Taipei. And the Czech Republic moving aside from a sort of rather pro-China government to a more sort of a neutral and pro-EU view over the relationship with China. So yes, I mean, the EU certainly should have a joint approach because this is the sort of the reason, the raison d'être of the EU to stand for its values and the values of its members. And certainly Taiwan has all the rights to have economic and cultural relations with countries in the world, and it has had representative offices from many foreign countries for many years, even though it only has about 15 real embassies, official embassies, and diplomatic relations. So I think the Lithuanian case may not be so significant in the sense that Lithuania is not one of the top countries. But in terms of standing for European values, the EU should make a stance.
Lithuania is calling for European solidarity, but unity is not something that in European Union or European countries is something that we have at this moment in terms of coherent strategy towards China. So maybe they will wait for a more concrete political answer.
Well, I'm not sure I would agree with that. So there've been many. The mood has shifted for the past 2 or 3 years. You now have, a number of mechanisms that the EU has put together against, state aid, against, some kind of investments, some kind of, what I was talking about, infrastructure, technology. Even Hungary did not actually oppose these measures, like the foreign investment screening mechanism. But of course there are divisions because that's, you've got 27 countries and of course they don't agree on everything. But I would say generally on the China policy, there is some kind of agreements.
Mr. Standish, NATO's pivot to China is not a welcome change for everyone. Some smaller member countries, many from Eastern Europe, believe Russia should stay in focus and have undivided attention from NATO.
I think that's perhaps something that maybe is shifting. I think a bit like what Ian and Philippe both said. I think the pandemic has really accelerated a lot of how countries see China. The shift was already happening, and then this was sort of, kerosene in a match that really set things off. So, yes, there is, even if you talk about the Baltics, which, we're talking about Lithuania, which obviously the main security threat for the Baltics is Russia and will always be Russia. But, obviously this spat with Lithuania, that also highlights that, these countries also are willing to take, an approach and a stand when it comes to China. Across, Central and Eastern Europe, I think it's different. Yes, obviously for those countries, they're small, their history, their geography, Russia's always going to be the preeminent thing. But, if you look at, Slovakia, Slovenia, the Czech Republic, Poland, even, countries where Russia still is generally top on the kind of, the security threat spectrum, they're still generally towing the line. And I think actually there's an interesting dynamic there. A lot of those countries, because they see NATO as their preeminent, system of defense, and it's so much valued because of their kind of how they view Russia. That means they're actually a lot more willing to toe the line, I'd say, like how the United States approaches Beijing versus how, say, Brussels or Berlin or Paris is going to approach Beijing. So I think that also kind of creates a kind of complicated dynamic there, where I think actually, even though those countries see Russia as a bigger threat, they might be willing to take a harder line on China for that exact reason.
You mentioned pandemics. What did vaccine diplomacy do for China's image abroad?
I mean, I think we're still kind of reaping the full, I don't know if that report could be completely written then. You know, I think in the early stages, I mean, Beijing was very ascendant. I think there was a lot of great propaganda coups in a lot of places. You know, it was very trumped up. But I think also if you look at how people view Chinese vaccines, which, okay, you know, credit where credit is due, China stepped up, it's delivered, given away for free in a lot of cases, vaccines to countries all around the world, you know, in a time when people need shots. But has that actually translated into soft power for China? I mean, I don't think we actually see much credible evidence at all. And actually, you know, you see people in a lot of countries all across the world, they don't want access. They don't want Chinese vaccines even when they're available. And there's still a lot of distrust and disdain in some cases towards China. And I think that, you know, because of, you know, questions around how China's handled the pandemic, you know, lack of transparency, not wanting investigations into the COVID origins, all these kind of things. I think that that's kind of cast a bit of a cloud and, you know, hobbled, you know, so-called vaccine diplomacy, which, I mean, maybe wasn't as significant as a thing as perhaps it seemed like in, you know, say, March or April 2020.
Mentioning we have a question from the audience. No? We have 5 more minutes, okay, till the end. That was my cue, sorry. Mentioning vaccines, Serbia's president chose Chinese vaccine for himself. Mr. Bechev, can you hear us? Let's check that first. Do we have Mr. Bechev? No.
Yes,
yeah.
I can.
Oh, perfect, we can hear you. So Chinese president Serbian president chose Chinese vaccines for himself. And Serbia served as an entry point for Russia to this region. Can you tell us what is off with the EU policy towards Western Balkans that such a wide space was left for China to insert its influence?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I mean, Serbia has a legitimate argument because it was part of the COVAX program. And even before the vaccines, it paid into the various contracts for medical equipment, but it was at the end of the queue. And even if ultimately the EU stepped up its game, going back to the title of your of the panel, well, President Vucic's communication very much centered on praising China and bashing the Europeans. So if you draw the line at the end, it's clear that the EU paid much more and felt much more. But what Serbian citizens learned was what the pro-government media reported, the headlines, and which manipulated the narrative. And now everyone believes in Serbia that China is a great benefactor, whereas the math shows anything but. But that's how the game is played in the Balkans.
We have 3 minutes or 2.5 minutes left for this discussion. Can we have your last thoughts about the future of China as a global player? Mr. Standish.
I think actually I would say that, I mean, China's going to continue to rise. I don't particularly believe that China wants to be, this isn't a Cold War like the US Soviet Union. That's not where we're headed. We're seeing something far different where China's going to be more engaged. It has a ton of economic influence. But I mean, China, how it asserts itself in terms of hard power, I think look at Afghanistan these days. China's very reluctantly having to defend its own borders, and it really doesn't want to take in and bite off a lot in that country and get sucked in. And I think that that's something as China grows, we're going to see a lot of the hesitancy that Beijing actually has for, you know, how involved and, you know, how big of a role it actually wants to play in terms of geopolitics around the globe.
Thank you, Mr. Standish. Mr. Lecor?
I think, you know, we're going to have to watch a number of regions in the world which will become the battlegrounds. For example, Africa, the Middle East, possibly Central Asia, possibly the South Pacific, where China has become, you know, a strong player and indeed wants to be a strong player. Other regions, such as continental Europe, or certainly the American continent, or perhaps the Indo-Pacific, will be there'll be a strong opposition from strong states. But nevertheless, China is gaining ground in terms of getting more friends, not close friends, but economic friends, indebted friends maybe, and countries that will rely on China for their economies. And that will continue to happen. Although, and I'm going back to Jens' opening remarks on the domestic situation, a lot will depend on what's happening, not just next year at the Party Congress, but in the years to come, the way this regime will evolve.
They are here for the long run. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Lecor. Mr. Johnson, your final thoughts?
Yeah, I think for China to be a real global player, they're going to have to get through problems in their immediate neighborhood. Right now, the Taiwan question is a potential tripwire. I'm not predicting war or something like that, but it is a huge problem that they have to figure out how to deal with. The main problem seems to be China's inability to accept any sort of real autonomy for Taiwan and to accept the status quo. There's a push in China, to solve this problem. This is causing tensions. It's desire to push into, for example, Hong Kong, to have cultural assimilation policies in Xinjiang. It has to get through all of these issues if it's then going to be able to really project power abroad, I think. It can do as Philippe said, it has friends, it's building some trading partners and so on and so forth. And as Reid said, it's not sort of planning some massive expansionist policy in Afghanistan. But I think for it to really make a mark on the world, it's going to have to deal with its own internal issues, and that includes foreign issues on its periphery and perimeter. Deal with Taiwan, especially I would say, and then figure out, and the South China Sea, and then we can see how that develops further.
And how things go on from there. Thank you, gentlemen, all for being a part of this panel discussion on To Be Secure Forum Montenegro and giving us your standpoint on this issue. Thank you all, ladies and gentlemen. We have a half an hour break for coffee, so see you again at 5:45.
Bye-bye.
Hello again to everybody after this short break. Our new panel is named Russia Setting Sails for a New Turbulent Era of International Relations. Our guests and our panelists are Ivana Stradner, Visiting Research Fellow, American Enterprise Institute, Dmitry Suslov, Deputy Director, Center for Comprehensive European and International Studies. They are both with us online via Zoom. And here on site is Mark Voiger, Senior Fellow, Center for European Policy Analysis. I will have actually no introduction because this is a very interesting topic. We have 45 minutes, so I would like firstly to give a word to Ms. Stradner, just to tell us about global Russian policies and what they are doing today. If we are looking Russia as a not interested part, let's say independently, what is Russia doing today in a global world?
Good afternoon from Washington, D.C. I wish I was able to be with you in person, but given that we'll be also talking about information security, also being virtually present with you, it is my pleasure. And I think we should definitely start talking about Russia in terms of the current headlines. Given how Russia employs energy as a weapon nowadays, in addition, there is still the situation in the region with Ukraine and Belarus, then there are cyber attacks on the Western nations. It tells us a lot. It tells us that really Russia is a global power and we need to recognize that. Russia definitely poses a significant threat to the West, and it seems to me that the West is not ready fully to confront such a threat. Because if you, for example, take a look at Russia's security posture, it's very complex and actually paradoxical because it's a poor state with a declining population, and certainly Russia's conventional military, regardless of nuclear weapons, are far from US capabilities. Yet Russia perfectly manages to interfere in US elections, to launch cyber attacks, to challenge the West globally, to disrupt Europe. So the real question is, how so? It is because Russia heavily nowadays relies on its unconventional warfare and information operations that actually pose serious challenges. When we talk about Russian international relations, we really need to ask, what are Russia's strategic objectives? There are many, and some of them, for example, if you think about Russia's goals domestically, include Putin wants to retain control of his state, to keep his power, and his one of the main fear is an organized color revolution. But also it translates to more global setting, and as per external goals, Putin goals are very clear. Russia wants to end American dominance and the unipolar world order and to restore multipolarity. Russia wants to reestablish Russia as a global power and broker. For Russia, NATO is an adversary and a threat, and Russia would be willing to challenge NATO's collective defense. Russia wants to also break the Western unity, and given the poor transatlantic relationship over the past few years, Russia has been successful in doing that, also partially because of interference in the US and the EU domestic policy. And certainly Russia's goal include the weakening of the EU. So again, how does Russia really accomplish this? As I'm sitting here in DC, many Americans also see Russia as a domestic threat. And that's because Russia is an invisible threat. Moscow's security posture is based mostly on information security operations and tactics that are invisible to regular citizens. And Russia's threat is effective because of the West's weaknesses. The EU's inability and unwillingness to challenge Russia, combined with US isolationism, allow Russia to achieve all those things globally. And finally, I think that we need to embrace the complexity of Russia's security. And I'm tremendously grateful for the Atlantic Council for organizing this event so we can discuss this topic today.
Great. Thank you so much, Mr. Suslov. When we speak about Russia, are we still in our minds in that Cold War era with a strong Russia with the two superpowers? Because when we see the GDP of Russia, it is less than Benelux countries, but still they have influence. So is it real strong Russia and threatening Russia? Or is it more or less a picture in our head about Russia?
Well, first, I think that your opinion about the Russian GDP is incorrect, because now even the CIA is using power purchasing parity instead of the nominal GDP. So Russian GDP is much bigger. It is the sixth GDP in the world.
Sorry, I meant on the people, on the per person, not globally.
On the per capita, the GDP. Okay, is China important? China's GDP per capita is much less than Russian. Come on, I mean, it's completely a wrong way to assess an influence of this or that country in the world. I agree with Ivana that Russia tries to consolidate its role as independent global great power. A country which is central in its own region, and also takes full-fledged decisions and plays a full-fledged role in the creation of global international order. The global system that Russia wants to establish is a multipolar, or even better to say polycentric, international order. And I think that we are already witnessing the emergence of global polycentricism, the era of American unipolarity, the era of the Western dominance is over, as well as is over the period of universalization of the American values. So from the Russian perspective, the global system, the international setting is quite favorable nowadays for Russia to promote its role as independent great power. The global trends are favorable for Russia. When we analyze the role and place of this or that country in the world, I think we should rather focus on the behavioral aspects, on the accomplishments of whether this or that country can actually determine certain trends and determine certain things and predetermine certain outcomes, rather than just on the material resources. Even in terms of material resources, Russia is still one of the greatest powers in the world militarily. Right, Russia is now even above the United States, ahead of the United States in strategic nuclear arms with the hypersonic weapons and other newest things. Russian conventional power projection capability and the capacity of the Russian military has also strengthened significantly. Russian role as energy power is without question also one of the major sources of Russian role as great power. And I think the current energy crisis indicates that fossil fuels, especially gas, will continue to play a very important role for the years to come in the energy consumption. But the major asset which Russia has in its foreign policy is the global trends, is the evolution of the world towards polycentricism. Because what we now witness is, as I said, the American hegemony is over. The United States is even no longer trying to transform the non-Western world. It is rather turning towards consolidation of the traditional allies and partners. very many countries in the non-Western part of the world conduct increasingly independent foreign policies. They want to strengthen their sovereignty and independence, and they consider Russia as a very favorable partner to do so. I mean, beyond the post-Soviet space, countries in the Middle East, in Africa, in Latin America, and in the non-Western regions. And the overwhelming majority countries in the world, they do recognize Russia as Russia wants to be recognized. As a global great power with a very significant role to play in many parts of the world. The only player or a group of players which refuse to recognize Russia as such is the West. And this is why with the West, Russia continues to have confrontational relations. But from the Russian perspective, the West is a global minority. And the relative share of the West in the world is declining, is shrinking, not expanding. Whereas the majority in the world, they do consider Russia as a very important partner, and they accept kind of the Russian terms of the game. Russia-China relations is a very good illustration.
Yeah, we will come to that later. I have to give a word to Mr. Voyager. How you see the European Union and Russia? We see divisions. I don't know, when there is a Sputnik V, so Hungary, Slovakia decided to take it. Other countries not. Does EU have consistent policy towards Russia?
Thank you, Josip. Let me broaden up the question a little bit. Since we're talking about where Russia is headed, effectively, you and I discussed it previously. We're really trying to find an answer to the question what does the future bring us? Okay. So of course the European Union is part of the equation and a very important one at that. At the same time, in order for us to understand Russia, we need to know how Russia sees the world. Of course, the European Union, as I mentioned, being an important part of it, but also how it sees itself globally, how it sees the international system. Here I want to really make a huge caveat in that when we talk about Russia, we should not fall into the trap of thinking that it's really a coherent, consistent entity. When we talk about Russia's activities, this is really the actions of an elite in the Kremlin. This is the regime personified by President Putin and his entourage, and the elite that he has empowered over the last 20 years. And so, with that, how does this elite view the world? Where do they come from? I want to build up on something that Ambassador Renke aptly mentioned earlier this morning during her presentation. Of course, Mr. Quintera, you both spoke about the sovereignty, that how much the U.S. respects and is vitally interested in the sovereignty of Montenegro. The sovereignty of Montenegro is the sovereignty principle that the U.S. and the West espouses, and the European Union, by the way, espouses in its relationship with all nations. Unfortunately, when it comes to Russia, the sovereignty, they often use that term, but when they use it, they mean something that I call imperial sovereignty. That's the sovereignty of great powers, Russia, China, the European Union, the US, and a couple of others. Effectively, the world that they're trying to go back to is the world of the 19th century of divisions of spheres of influence. We know what this world brought to this region, to your country, to your nation, all those wars during the 19th century, during the 20th century. So this is a retrograde, reactionary policy, and it's not Russia's. There is a particular group of people, who exemplify it. Now, from our Western rational point of view, is it paranoid? Yes, indeed. Unfortunately, in international relations, perceptions become reality. If the Russian elite, if the Russian leadership believes it is at war, or at least at a vigorous confrontation with the West, then they will act accordingly. And my colleagues, said, enumerated a couple of the examples, which, some of which I agree with, others I don't. But generally, indeed, the Russian leadership views this current international order as unjust, unipolar, pro-American. Now, we reject this view. Obviously, I say it as an American. Obviously, the European Union would also disagree with such a view of the world. Unfortunately, in practical terms, this leads to a zero-sum game, what we call in political science, zero-sum game mentality. In other words, any gain for the EU, any gain for the US is viewed as a loss for Russia, and vice versa. This has translated into quite an aggressive policy on all fronts, from, as was mentioned, the conventional front. Unfortunately, over the last 7 or 8 years, Ukraine is the prime example, but also Georgia and others, the Balkans, your nation too, Montenegro, that is, have been the front lines of the so-called hybrid warfare. So hybrid, as was mentioned, includes energy, but it unfortunately also includes diplomacy. It includes lawfare, legal warfare. Any realm, any domain that you can think of has been really weaponized by the Russian elite. And this creates a systemic challenge for the West, but also for the international order. So the message I'm trying to convey is that Russia may talk about multipolarity. They're actually talking about division of the world, where all those small nations, including Montenegro and others, they become satellites. They turn to the great nations for approval of their security and defense policies. And this is something that the West will never accept. So.
We will come to the question of Western Balkans later, but Ms. Stradner, I read some of your analysis about difference, correct me if I'm wrong, about differences between information and hybrid or cyber war. What is the difference, and which one is more dangerous? Ne čujemo.
So first of all, let me tell you this thing, that nuclear weapons are definitely strategic weapons for Russia, but information warfare and cyber weapons are the newest strategic weapons for Moscow. And what we see nowadays, what my other fellow panelists mentioned in terms of information warfare, it's nothing new. We've seen that since 1917, but what we see right now is a little bit different because we do have internet as a platform. And I firmly believe that we should definitely start thinking, that we need to start to think about cybersecurity in the way that the Kremlin thinks about those issues. For example, if you think about Russian Minister of Defense Sergei Shoigu, who declared that information has become a weapon, and Russian military strategists that argue that information superiority and anticipatory operations will be the main ingredients of success in new generation wars. And if you add to that a fact that Gerasimov stated that non-military to military measures are 4.1 to 1, it tells you everything you need to know how much Russia cares about information operations. And the most useful way that we should think about is to read the latest Russia's national security strategy. And if you read carefully, you will see that Russia has no mention of cybersecurity. And instead, Russia devotes a full section on information security. And some might think, it's a part of the translation issue. No, it's not. It's because the way that Moscow perceives information security, it's very different from the way that we in the West perceive it. Cybersecurity for us is purely a technical issue, which is ransomware or attacking critical infrastructure. If you read Russia's military other strategies, you will find that Russia's information operations and information security has two components. One is technical, what we call here cyber security, and the other one is cognitive, psychological operations, similar to active measures. And when you read that also in conjunction with Russia's military doctrine, the latest Russia's national security strategy actually reveals that Russia's desire to integrate advanced technologies that include artificial intelligence and quantum computing into its information war tactics. And Russia is already investing in those new technologies. So it's not only that Russia, for example, when you see a cyber attack on critical infrastructure, that it is only part of a technical issue. there is much, much broader way of perceiving that and putting that in the context that also has a psychological impact. So one other thing that I would like to emphasize, which is that in 2017, Russia's officials acknowledged the establishment of a new military unit of information warfare troops. And having said that, we really need to recognize that one of the Kremlin's goals include being a cyber superpower, and we need to think about information security like Russia.
Thank you so much. Mr. Zuslov, every Western Balkan countries, their presidents, prime ministers, are openly saying that the main goal of their countries is joining the EU. How you see the position of Russia towards Western Balkans, and of course there are differences between countries, but if they are all united and the EU, United States are saying they should join EU, what do you think the Russia will do and how will act in the future?
May I comment one thing that I consider crucially important from the previous discussion before I move to the Russian perception of the West Balkans?
Of course.
Okay, I think it's vital to keep in mind that Russia does not want to restore the 19th century multipolarity. And the allegation that Russia wants, a division of the world among several spheres of influence is completely wrong. Why? Not because Russia doesn't want to dominate the post-Soviet space, of course it does, but it is unable to do that in the classical form. From the Russian perspective, one of the major trends of international system, which are very favorable for Russia, is emancipation of regional and smaller countries, is the desire to be independent, is the desire to pursue independent foreign policies and to strengthen sovereignty. This is what we witness everywhere, in the Middle East, in Africa, in the majority of the non-Western world. And partnership with those countries is regarded as a very lucrative way for Russia to position itself in the world where Russia will not be a superpower. Because in terms of power distribution, we are entering in the world in which the power of the United States and the power of China will be much greater than the power of anyone else. And the gap between the US and China on the one hand, and Russia and other great powers on the other hand will be increasingly huge. So what is the way for Russia to navigate itself in such a system where there will be two superpowers in a systemic clash and competition among itself? It is precisely to position Russia as a natural partner of those countries who doesn't want to choose between China and the United States, which is quite similar to the non-alignment movement of the period of the Cold War. And Russia considers this strive towards greater independence from the countries like Turkey, Saudi Arabia, South Korea, Iran, and many others as a huge asset of Russian foreign policy. Middle East will not be divided among global great powers. Africa will not be divided among global great powers, and relations with these regions is extremely important instrument for Russia to position itself as a great power. And even in the post-Soviet space, the Russian policy is not classical domination of the 19th century sphere of influence. We cannot do it, come on. I mean, the post-Soviet space is already full of other players in addition to the West. China plays a very important role in Central Asia. Turkey plays a very important role in South Caucasus. So the principle that Russia promotes in the post-Soviet space is that countries in this region should not become instruments of anti-Russian policies and should not join the other security and economic orders.
Thank you.
Those countries who try to do it, they pay price for that, as we witness with the example of Ukraine and Georgia. Do I have time to comment on West Balkans?
Yes, sorry, we will back to you for the Western Balkans. I think it's good for the debate to have Mr. Voyager answer this.
No, the answer is quite simple. I mean, I'm very happy that my esteemed colleague mentioned emancipation, and we all know, we actually have members in the audience here who are from Ukraine. We all know how the Kremlin reacted to 8 years ago when Ukraine, decided to emancipate itself from Russia in all possible ways, economic, political, and otherwise. The country now is at war. A hybrid war has been invaded by Russia, and there is no end in sight to this dramatic challenge. People are dying every day. Of course, even during Soviet times, the Russian propaganda claimed that they support the independence of nations all across the global south. Of course, this was just like nowadays. It was a tool to knock out, to pretty much give a punch to the West in regions which, before were considered, let's say, Western areas. So, of course, if Turkey or if other countries that were mentioned earlier, if they somehow are able to shake their orientation, I don't think they will succeed. But at least if there's the perception for that, this is, of course, that would be a strategic success for Russia. But that has nothing to do with emancipation, with sovereignty, with any genuine concern of the Russian leadership for the well-being of those countries. This is just sheer power politics, as I said, of 19th century type.
Thank you. I would like just to say that we have 19 minutes left, so please just be shorter in your future saying. So, Mr. Suslov, we can go back now to the Western Balkans and Russia.
Well, clearly, Russia views West Balkans as very different from the post-Soviet region. In the West Balkans, Russia is not going to promote the same principle, which is preventing those countries from joining the other security and economic orders. From the Russian perspective, the accession of the majority of, or nearly all of the West Balkan countries into the European Union is natural. Russia understands that this is the future. Russia doesn't try to be an alternative to West Balkan countries. However, having said that, since Russia-EU relations are, how to put it mildly, in a state of systemic crisis and strong geopolitical competition, obviously Russia uses the problems that European Union has with the West Balkan countries to its advantage. Well, West Balkans play, I would say, instrumental role in Russian foreign policy. Russia does not consider integration of the remaining West Balkan countries into NATO as favorable for the Russian interests. For very many reasons. I think I don't have time to comment on that. Russia views the slowdown of the process of integration of West Balkan countries into the EU also as favorable for Russia. Because it allows Russia to promote its energy interests, its political interests in the region. It is also a very strong message. It allows Russia to send a strong message to the post-Soviet countries, right? Those who want to join the European Union, like Ukraine. Because if the European Union cannot integrate West Balkans, what can we tell? What can we talk about them? Ukraine joining the European Union. Russia wants West Balkans to be polycentric, not dominated by any major power, not being dominated by the West. This is why Russia also welcomes a more strong role in this region by Turkey and China, because the increase of the influence of Turkey and China produce a polycentric West Balkans, and polycentrism again is viewed as the ideal type international setting for Russia to project its interests.
Thank you. We are going with the same question for both of you. So, Mr. Voyager, Russia and the Western Balkans.
Well, with the accession of Montenegro to the Euro-Atlantic Alliance, the Adriatic effectively became a NATO sea. Not good news for Russia, definitely. But again, this entire process, the process of accession to NATO, of course, the Euro integration processes, they're not a product of a domination of the West over any small nation, over any entity. This is really an expression of the sovereign will of each of your nations, be it Croatia, be it Montenegro, and the other nations in the region. This is not the Warsaw Pact, where nations were brought into the Soviet fold by force and kept there. We know how and for how long. Again, I see all factors, especially when you look at the history of the region. Russia, in its previous iteration as the Russian Empire 100 years ago, played quite well the game of Balkan divide and rule, divide and conquer the Balkan nations. So I agree with something that was said before. The current budget, the current demographics of Russia are really irrelevant. They know how to play the game of multi-ethnic, multicultural, multi-regional geographical areas, and how to create divisions, how to create certain tensions. So this is something that was not discovered under Putin, that was not even discovered under the Soviets, but it goes back several hundred years. Therefore, I'm not optimistic that they will give up on trying to foment, create, exploit, etc., rifts, be it ethnic, be it religious, etc., to portray the West as somehow a dominating power that's been, that's inconsistent with the will of this nation or the other. So the name of the game is the same. It's just different actors in the Kremlin, but it's all the same scenario, more or less.
Thank you. Ms. Stradner, same question. So Russia and the Western Balkans region, do you see Russian influence getting stronger or getting smaller?
Yeah, there is actually very little that I can add after my fellow panelists and their analysis of the Balkans, but definitely it has been 3 decades since the 90s conflicts in the Balkans, but the region is again facing serious ethnic tensions. And the Balkans actually is one of many arenas and theaters that allow actually Moscow to achieve its global goals. And I think actually that the Balkans, Russia's global goals also fit Moscow's goals in the region. And this works because democracy is backsliding in the region, there is corruption, which allow really Russia to stoke further nationalist discord and ethnic tensions in the Balkan. And I would also agree that Russia benefits from disrupted region, and this is how it manages to challenge NATO and the EU further. I mean, speaking just of NATO, you're right now in Montenegro, and Montenegro experienced Russia's failed coup before its bid to join NATO. A similar thing happened in North Macedonia. Russia definitely benefits from seeing and observing destabilizing the region by sustaining frozen conflicts and further ethnic tensions. And this is why Kosovo and Bosnia are significant for Moscow. Russia definitely invests in critical sectors such as energy. I also think that Russia employs Orthodox Church as a tool to further polarization, using a very, very similar strategy that once it employed in Ukraine, let alone how much Russia invests in militarily in the region. There are regular military exercises with Serbia. We'll see another one very soon. The Slavic Shield. President Vučić also thanked Putin for making Serbia 10 times stronger since 1999. And Bosnia is also very sensitive and challenging because of ethnic tensions. This is why it's quite interesting for Moscow. And there is one thing where I would actually disagree with my fellow panelist, Dmitry. I actually think that Turkey and Russia have very, very different goals in the region. And when we observed how both Turkey and Russia are playing games elsewhere, I see, that they have very also different goals and objectives in the region. And again, all those hybrid activities and goals and warfare are silent and they thrive in silence. So I'm glad that you organized this panel to talk about this further.
Thank you. I must say, time flies. We have 10 minutes left. We have one question via our live chat. That's from Jason Gold. So I need a volunteer to answer this question. He asks, Putin's involvement in Montenegro through his proxy Vučić is omnipresent throughout social media. How can NATO Special Cyber Unit help to counter this? Any volunteer?
I'm going to volunteer. NATO already established its cyber unit back in 2016, and I think NATO should definitely keep investing in countering disinformation and being in charge of cybersecurity in the region. So it's just a matter of the continuation.
Thank you. Mr. Suslov, the name of our panel is Russia Setting Sails for a New Turbulent Era of International Relations. Do you expect new era to be turbulent?
Well, any demise of hegemony produces turbulent period. And of course, a polycentric world will be much more turbulent than a world dominated by the United States. But we approach and we assess the different types of international order from the perspective of our vested national interests, not from the perspective of global stability, right? Sorry for my cynicism. So yes, of course, a polycentric international order is already turbulent, but it is still much more favorable for Russia than a unipolar world or what could be a bipolar world. I mean, a world a world dominated by the United States and China, or divided between the United States and China. And a very good illustration of how turbulence can be still beneficial for Russia is indeed the Russian-Turkish relations, and I want just to have several seconds to comment on that. I fully agree with my co-panelist Ivana that tactically, in certain regions, Russian interests clash with the Turkish ones. We face it, we observe it in Syria, in Libya, in South Caucasus, and also in the Balkans. But strategically, we are partners with Turkey, because the strategic benefits for Russia of Turkish independent behavior overwhelms the costs of Russian-Turkish tactical clashes. And since Russia is interested in West Balkans, which are not dominated by NATO and the European Union, which continue to be polycentric, then the intensification of Turkish behavior in this region is beneficial for Russia. Similar to the South Caucasus, Russia did not welcome the profound strengthening of Turkey in South Caucasus, but marginalization of the West in Nagorno-Karabakh conflict is much greater value for Russia than the cost of the increase of Turkey. And the fact that the strengthening of Turkey played a significant role in marginalization of the role of the West in Nagorno-Karabakh conflict is a huge accomplishment for Russia. So similar developments in the West Balkans.
Thank you. Mr. Voyager, will President Biden policy will be focused on Russia, as we see submarines in Australia, Indo-Pacific, relations with China, or is the China main focus of American policy in years to come?
Thank you, Yossi. That's a great question, especially for someone who, as myself, who used to work for the Biden Center in Washington, D.C. Well, many of us would like, especially the Russia watchers, would like definitely to for the U.S. Focus to remain steadily on Russia, and it does so in many ways, especially through its commitment to NATO and the European partners of the United States. As was mentioned during the previous panel, of course, and throughout the conference, it appears that China has been or is being perceived as a longer-term, a more systemic, more profound, I would say, challenge for the hegemony, or rather for the United States. My former boss, General Ben Hodges, a couple of years ago produced ripples for the media and international community, predicting or stating or positing that the U.S. and China will get into some sort of a military conflict, especially in the area of in the region of the South China Sea. So, these are all thoughts that, of course, inform the U.S. current year's foreign policy thinking. Definitely, the AUKUS is a reflection of that. Definitely, the administration has chosen, obviously, to expand the U.S. presence and strengthen its alliance using partners in the relevant area, which is Australia, of course, Taiwan, and others. Again, that doesn't mean that Russia is not in the focus. What I would like to say, and I've heard some statements, some kind of wild guesses regarding this kind of triangle, this type of relationship. Somebody tries to call it a Kissingerian moment. That is some sort of analogy, a repetition of the Nixon China policy from 50 years ago, which was, of course, engineered or designed or was influenced at least by the then Secretary of State Kissinger. I would caution against such quick analogies. These are completely different times. The Russian leadership has decided, and quite a long time ago, that ideologically the West is definitely a threat to it through its the spread of democracy, its values, its attractiveness to especially the nations of Eastern Europe. Therefore, ideologically, they've aligned themselves with China. The biggest question for me and for the future of Russia itself is how long are they going to sustain, or they're going to remain in the situation where they're really the resource appendage of China. And after how many generations we'll see China do the same to Russia as Russia did to Ukraine with Crimea, annexing at least portions of the Far East that China historically views as theirs, and if not more. So, this is short-sighted policy, betrayal, I would say, of Russia's own interests. And, from a Western perspective, Western rational thinking would dictate that, Russia would naturally try to engage with the West and achieve a better relationship. But unfortunately, we see an ideological alliance which doesn't bode well for the future, given the structural challenges that the Russian Federation is facing in the 21st century.
Thank you so much. We have 2 minutes and 30 seconds till the end. So I would like to ask you your final thought, but very short, in one sentence. In 5 years, if we meet in the same panel, will the Russia in the region of Western Balkans be stronger than today, weaker than today, or the same? Mr. Suslov, you can start.
Well, the world is changing so rapidly, but I do not see any preconditions for a fundamental change of Russian foreign policy in the observable future. So presumably the West Balkans will not be included into all the remaining countries who are not in the European Union will not be included into the EU by that time. I also do not expect NATO to accept Serbia, Bosnia-Herzegovina, and Kosovo in 5 years to come. So maybe in absolute terms, Russian influence in the region will be the same. In relative terms, if my analysis about the setting of the Western Balkans is correct, then in relative terms, Russian influence could be even stronger.
Thank you, Ms. Stradner. Same question.
I have very little really to add after Dmitri's comment because I absolutely agree with him. And I would also like to add one thing, which is the solution to this thing. Let me think about it. Not whether it will be stronger or not, but it will also depend on a short-term solution given by the EU and strategy by the US. US is waging a very isolationist politics, and the Balkans is far from being like a US priority. And we should recognize that. So Russia's influence in the Balkans, it's not an American problem. It is the European Union problem. And the real question here is not what the US should do, but rather whether the EU will do something about this. And this is where actually my skepticism kicks in, because even if you read EU's latest draft Russia security strategy, and if you, for example, take a look at the voting before the European Parliament, it tells you a lot about EU's stance on Russia. And if the European Union is not willing to counter Russia's influence operations in Europe, then I really think that Russia will continue doing that. Why not? If there is not a strong sanction, it seems to me that Moscow is doing quite strategically well in the region.
Thank you so much. And Mr. Voyager, your final thoughts.
Really, 30 seconds. The recent history has shown that what invites aggression, what invites Russia, Moscow's the Kremlin's involvement, what brings turbulence is really the lack of commitment on the part of the West. I mean, look at what happened in throughout these old various conflicts. It's really the lack of clear message. Therefore, I would say competition is healthy. If the Kremlin wants to compete across all the various domains of hybrid, we have to do it at the same time, and even better, we have to be proactive. The nature of politics, the political universe doesn't tolerate political vacuum. If we go away, if we're not active, they will move in. Unfortunately, this is how they view the world. We need to be better than them for the better of your own nations.
Thank you so much. Thank you all for participation. It was a very, very interesting panel, and I'm hoping to see you here on this same conference in the years to come. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our last panel today, Countering Disinformation, Sifting Through the Lies and Tracing Digital Breadcrumbs. Our panelists are ready. Mr. Brian Whitmore, non-resident senior fellow Atlantic Council, is joining us online. Welcome, Mr. Whitmore. And here with us is Vuk Marash, Executive Director, Media Association of Southeast Europe. Welcome, Mr. Marash.
Thank you.
Each of you will have up to 5 minutes for your intro, for us to hear your stance and your professional view on this issue. But let me set the tone and ask some general questions. Now, the disinformation and misleading narratives are not something new. They have been with us at least since the Trojan horse and long before that. But why, in this moment in time, is the most important battlefield here in the human mind? Is the alliance fully adapted to the digital age, to the spear phishing, hacking, tracking, disinformation, misinformation? How to recognize, prevent, and defend against Russia's disinformation campaigns? What needs to be done with the state and non-state actors who promote distrust in political systems, democratic institutions? Is this the real danger? Because now we see historically low levels of trust in governing institutions, aided in part by false information. What can the institutions of the system do to build that trust? So we will answer some of these questions. For the beginning, let's go to Mr. Whitmore. The US, but also Europe, felt Russia's influence on elections, on Brexit, and so on. How Russia uses information warfare and how to fight it.
Thank you very much, and thank you for having me. I wish I could be there with you in Budva this year, maybe next year. I would start by saying this is a panel on disinformation, but I would argue strongly, and those that have heard me in the past know this will not be the first time you hear me say this. This isn't just a problem with disinformation. Disinformation is part of a much broader ecosystem of Russian malign influence and active measures that includes a lot of different tools. It includes strategic corruption that creates networks of influence in former Soviet states and Eastern European states and Western European states and in North American states. This is a problem for all of us. It includes weaponized organized crime. Organized crime is an instrument of statecraft for Russia. I would remind everybody that before the little green men appeared in Crimea and in the Donbass, the gangsters came first to make sure all the local organized crime groups were on board with Moscow. So this is an example of weaponized organized crime. It includes the use of cutouts and proxies and Trojan horses supporting far-right political movements in the West. And it, of course, includes cyber attacks. So this is a concerted effort on the part of the Kremlin to undermine Western democracy, to split the transatlantic alliance, and to divide the European Union. The Kremlin looks at this holistically, right? They don't look at this in little pieces like this is the disinformation piece. They look at it holistically. And it's time that we need to look at this holistically as well. We need, for lack of a better term, a transatlantic security strategy or even doctrine to address all of these, what we've come to call hybrid threats. But I mean, I look at them in the broader sense of Russian disinformation. And these efforts thrive in ecosystems that include the following. High corruption, this is what my own research shows, is that societies that have high corruption, high organized crime, high polarization, and low public trust, these types of societies tend to be more vulnerable and less resilient when it comes to these tactics. There's a reason why these tactics don't work so well, for example, in countries like Finland or Estonia, because you have low corruption there, you have low polarization, and you have high public trust. So the problem is that we are in a normative conflict in a globalized world. So unlike the Cold War, where we had these two hermetically sealed systems, right? Basically facing off in a military, ideological, and economic battle. Now we have a kind of integrated world where we're fighting a normative struggle, a Cold War, if you will, in a world in which the adversary is embedded in our information space, the adversary is embedded in our economic space, and we have to learn how to deal with this. We have some very, very hard choices to make and steps we need to take to close these security gaps that allow for these vectors of malign influence, including disinformation, but not exclusively disinformation.
What are these hard choices and hard decisions we have to make?
Well, for example, one thing I think we need to take a good hard look at is things like export controls. During the Cold War, there was something called COCOM, where the West, the United States and its allies would not sell any tech to the Soviet Union or its allies, any tech that can be used to violate human rights or had military application. Try that today. That would be meaning that we'd have to tell Silicon Valley that they couldn't sell iPhones in Russia anymore. They want that market. So that's what I mean about hard choices. We have to think about, do we care more about market share, or do we care more about our democracies and our institutions? We need to revise our foreign agent laws. In the United States, FARA, the Foreign Agent Registration Act, was drafted in 1938 during the Second World War. It wasn't even the television age yet, it was the radio age. So we need better foreign agent legislations. The good news is our Australian friends have basically taken the old American FARA law, the Foreign Agent Registration Act, and upgraded it for the 21st century. So the Australians have done the hard work for us, so we can basically just look at what they've done. During the Reagan administration, there was something called the Active Measures Working Group, which was an interagency working group of the United States government that included the Department of State, Central Intelligence Agency, Department of Defense, to counter Soviet active measures. I think we need to revive this. We need transatlantic regimes on a lot of these things when it comes to money laundering and offshore and all of these vectors of malign influence. I mean, the Pandora Papers were just published last week and got a lot of attention on both sides of the Atlantic. I just did a podcast about them this week. We need transatlantic regimes to deal with this because, you know, the Russians have a saying, "Деньги не пахнут," money doesn't smell. Well, actually, money does smell. And the Kremlin's black cash is the new red menace that we have to be dealing with. And finally, on disinfo, I think we have to do a better job of teaching media literacy and teaching civics education to increase our resilience. Again, this is something that's done in the Scandinavian countries, it's done in the Baltic states, and I think we have a lot to learn from our friends in Northern Europe along those lines.
So you would agree that the most important battlefield in this moment is in the human mind? Globally,
I mean, that's one of the battlefields. That's one of the battlefields. Part of the problem is that we have lost faith, and I'm talking across the West, including the city I'm sitting in right now. We've lost faith in our Western story. We've lost faith in Western institutions, and we need to restore that faith. And that's a function of civics education.
So it's a much broader issue.
The battle's being fought elsewhere as well. It's being fought in our financial system as well. So I would advocate. You know, NATO has ministerials, for example, for foreign and defense ministers. I think NATO should have ministerials for interior ministers and law enforcement, and have ministerials for finance ministers and central bankers, because this is all part of the security equation now.
Yeah, part of the global picture. Thank you for now, Mr. Whitmore. Now, Mr. Marash, are there structured institutional answers against disinformation, especially in this region, in Western Balkans?
Well, first of all, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure being here today with you. Unfortunately, we don't have a silver bullet. The problem is here, I would say we have some kind of measures which can help us actually fight disinformation and live in societies which are more resilient towards whatever is coming from either Russia, China, or even other countries with illiberal tendencies which are more present, of course, on our eastern side. I would say that we should start with better journalism, which we don't have, unfortunately. Better or good journalism is basically the baseline if we want to fight disinformation. We live today in an era which is completely different compared to 10 or 15 years ago, where basically the editors-in-chief were deciding what do we read, what do we listen, what do we watch on TV, and they were basically some kind of a filter of the information that were served to people. Now that's not the case. With the digital technologies, basically everyone is source of the information. So now we need at least to use and utilize media, who are still one big source of information and education for the largest part of the society. We need to ensure that media outlets are doing their job better. We cannot say that chasing for the information in order to be the fastest one publishing it, although they didn't check it before, this is something which is acceptable for the society. And I believe this is the first approach, that we need to build capacities of media to be more, first of all, accountable to their readers, and then more accurate and professional. Of course, on media markets like Montenegrin one, which was destroyed intentionally for not years but decades, it's very hard to do it because we are under the constant influence not only of the large countries with the liberal tendencies, but also our neighborhood with whom we share the same language. And it's way easier for Montenegro to get affected by the Serbian tabloids and press from some other countries than, for example, in some other countries which are fighting against that kind of threats coming from illiberal tendencies. On the other hand, I believe that the government should be also more accountable towards its citizens. Here in Montenegro, unlike expectations we all had, especially after one regime which lasted 3 decades was overthrown in a very regular manner on elections, we believed that the government will improve. We believed that the government will finally start being more truthful, more professional and objective towards its citizens. Unfortunately, that's not the case. We in Montenegro again face the fact that the government is one of the biggest generators of the fake news, which is constantly being thrown out to the public, where the information, opposing information, are constantly given to different media, and this is how we shape our public opinion. Again, this is not acceptable, because from that government, or any other government in the Western Balkans, we expect to do completely different things, to help us and partner with media organizations to fight disinformation and fake news, and not to be active part of creating such an environment. And the third thing, and I will be finishing with it, the third thing which I believe most of us are not aware of are the platforms that young people use. While we debate if media are professional or not, we completely forget, I would say children, but young adults, who are using completely different technologies that we are not aware of. Some we are, like TikTok or Snapchat, but in many cases, these people are informed through different IT platforms that we don't know exists, like the chat box and chat tools in video games and other stuff. Unfortunately, even those mechanisms were utilized by the organized crime organizations to communicate without being intercepted. But we are not aware what's happening with the youngest part of the population and how are they educated and informed by different stakeholders.
How does this come into the picture? A recent MIT study found that false news is more likely to go viral, and regular users, you are mentioning the young ones, are responsible for resharing this news because they act out of reflex and emotion and not rational thinking. So what needs to be done to counter-effect this?
Well, studies show that now around 70% of people share the content in digital without reading it, just the headlines and photos.
Yep.
This is terrible. And the percentage is increasing. So we need to reinvent media literacy. It's not just about writing long articles that are fact-checked, that are objective, truthful, and checked on several sources. We need to find formats which those people are attracted to. Short formats, video formats, new different media formats that can actually reach those people and provide them something which is not disinformation and malign foreign influence, but something that is truthful and appropriate for sharing. I'm not sure that even media organizations are aware of that and that they know how to do it. Of course, in Montenegro, I have personally witnessed several programs, especially by our allies from the United States, European Union, and the United Kingdom, who are supporting media in building their capacities, in creating different kind of multi-format media content, shorter forms, videos, in order to get to these, especially young people who are out of any kind of a reach or control. But this is something where the state have to intervene, because it's not that we can expect that US, UK, and EU can solve our problems. We need to act on our own as well. We need the support from the government, we need support from the relevant ministries,
Of course,
and
domestic
we need
institutions
partnering,
and whole
of course,
society.
and to provide, and of course we need knowledge, which can come from our Western allies, who can help us do this, but we need to be aware on our own that we have a big problem and that this problem needs to be handled accordingly.
Can we catch up with the technology that is changing so fast that you and I have no idea what the 17-year-olds are doing? Can we catch up?
I think we can.
This is a big question.
I think we can if we live in a society where, of course, we are now going into a very cultural debate, if the parents know what the children are doing. But I believe that we have enough IT knowledge in our societies that can help us at least to have a clue what's happening. And when we have a clue what's happening, then we can find a solution to get to these people and to provide them something which is more credible, more tangible, and even better and educative for them, instead of simply fake news, clickbaits, and different forms of malign foreign influence, which can be of a broader sense.
Mr. Whitmore, in what way is the security environment changing? And is it benefiting countries like Russia? Is spreading disinformation campaigns even easier than before now, when we are living in this more and more online post-pandemic or still pandemic world? We don't hear.
I just unmuted. Yeah, I got you. One of the problems is that legislation hasn't really caught up with technology. I mean, one of the things going on in the States right now is there's a big debate about internet regulations. I mean, what kind of internet regulations have not been updated in the U.S. since '96. The world's changed a lot since '96, and the internet certainly has changed a lot since '96.
It's changed a lot since 2019.
On social media platforms, we basically have algorithms that reward outrage, that reward anger, and so that there's a built-in incentive structure in the business models of some of the tech companies, in which the people are encouraged to. It's not just spread false news, but fake news or disinformation. That's part of it, but it's also spreading information that polarizes us more, that outrages people, and that's cooked into the business model. That's how you generate clicks and keep eyeballs on these social media platforms, and certainly that benefits Russia. I mean, where we have gone in this unregulated space has given Russia a vector of malign influence. The other area is in the financial area. We have been, for the past 40 years, since the early 80s in the West, been in this environment, for lack of a better term, people call it neoliberalism. It effectively is a laissez-faire economic environment that encourages low regulation. And we've gotten to the point where we have deregulated our economies to the point where there are gaping holes where dark money can come in and create vectors of malign influence and create networks of influence. So it's what we see going on in the tech sector, which is allowing this vector of malign influence, this unregulated tech sector, largely social media and so on. We see a similar parallel thing going on in the financial sphere. I mean, this goes to a kind of a larger, broader philosophical problem and issue. We assumed at the end of the Cold War, the dawn of the age of globalization, that globalization was going to be a force for good. It was going to spread liberal values around the world. And to a degree, it has done this, but what we missed was the other side of the coin. Globalization can also spread illiberal values, and it is spreading illiberal values. I don't know if anybody saw an excellent article that Fiona Hill wrote a couple of weeks ago for Foreign Affairs. I believe it's an excerpt from her new book, where she talks about Putin's strange victory in the United States and how the United States today is beginning to increasingly resemble post-Soviet Russia, and that this is not an accident. Right, this is an example of, and now we're not, of course, not there yet, but I would encourage everybody to read Fiona's excellent article in Foreign Affairs about this. But this is the dark side of globalization, and I think we need to learn how to plug these holes. And again, one country can't do this alone. The United States can't do this alone. No European country can do this alone. The EU can't do it alone. This has to be a transatlantic effort. There has to be international regimes put in place that protect all of our security.
The need for unity is something that we have been mentioning throughout these panel discussions today. Is there enough awareness, enough funding, enough sense of urgency to drive a collective effort to address this issue of disinformation?
I mean, I think we don't have the luxury of choosing there. I think we have to find the resources and the unity to address this. If we don't, we're going to wake up in societies that don't remotely resemble the liberal democracies that we've been taking for granted up till now. So I don't think there's a choice in this matter. I think we need to find the resources, we need to find the unity, and we need to find the political will to address this. And nothing short of our democracies that are at stake here. Again, this isn't just a problem of disinformation. This is a much broader problem. Disinformation fits into a much broader ecosystem, and we need to learn how to address that ecosystem and come up with policies to do so.
Yeah. Mr. Marash, social media enabled a disinformation revolution, well, together with the internet. It's not a new thing. But now, with all these low-cost digital instruments that anybody can use easily, what is the responsibility of social media giants like Facebook in this situation? They have human fact-checking and some algorithms, but is there a need for a broader approach?
Well, what we saw from even social media giants is that they are improving. Years ago, we didn't have any kind of filter, even on Facebook or any other social media, which are trying to suppress to some extent the either malign foreign influence, misinformation, different kind of endangerments, so to say. But of course, they still bear huge responsibility because these are now the largest media in the world. Of course, as you mentioned, it is free, it is very accessible, and it's easy to operate.
Yep.
Let's then use this free, easy to access, and easy to operate in our advantage. And let's learn, and when I say we, I mean professional media, I mean the official institutions, I mean those who should provide accurate information and fight disinformation. Let's use the same tools like those that are using for disinformation, and let's try to be better. Of course, in order to do so, we need to learn. The problem is we are not willing to learn because we are chasing information and we are trying to be the fastest one who publish it. You cannot be faster than the fake news.
So media literacy first needs to be taught to media and then to the users.
Of course, to some extent, because we need, and I'm not talking about the classical understanding of media literacy. We're here talking about more the approach. Because you need to know how to capture your audiences, and of course you need to know how to extend and expand those audiences in order to be more influential, which is of course very important for media in order to sell more advertising space, because this is something they live from. But on the other hand, in order to be accountable towards the society, and I believe we can do it, but we need help, of course. We need help from our Western allies, who will teach us on the technologies, how to do it. We need help from the state, who will interfere and make the media market a bit more regulated and normal compared to what we have right now. And of course, we need help from media themselves who are willing to participate in that process. And let me just be completely clear. Here, I'm not talking about different editorial policies and media pluralism. Every media is entitled to its own editorial policy, and that's something we all want. However, publishing something in an editorial wise is one thing, publishing a lie is completely different thing, and this is what we don't want to have in our society, or at least to have it as less as possible.
Mr. Whitmore, now I mentioned this earlier, we see historically low levels of trust in governing institutions, aided in part by false information. We need institutions of the system to build that trust. How can they do that? And is there coming back from all this? Because people now reading the news cannot be really sure anymore that they are reading the truth.
There's been a steady erosion in public trust in institutions in Western democracies over the past, I would argue, the past 2 decades. The Western liberalism has kind of faced a series of shocks over the years. I don't know if I probably don't need to list them for this audience, but from the September 11th attacks and the aftermath, the Iraq War, the 2008 financial crisis, the migrant crisis in Europe, and then all of this. I mean, it's not surprising that through all of these shocks that we have faced in the system, we have kind of suffered a loss in public trust. Public trust is at an all-time low in Western democracies right now. People have stopped believing the story of Western liberalism. We need to learn how to tell that story again. We need to learn how to believe in that story again. This is partially a job for the media. This is partially a job for the education system, and it's partially a job for political elites. It truly has to be an all-of-society approach, but it needs leadership to explain that we need to kind of revive our trust, because again, when societies that have low public trust are extremely
susceptible
to malign influence, not just from Russia, but from other authoritarian actors like China as well.
We have 2 minutes left, and I would like to just give you one example and ask you just one question and to wrap up our thoughts. Now, a few days ago, for the first time since 1935, journalists won the Nobel Peace Prize. Maria Ressa from the Philippines and Dmitry Muratov from Russia. She reported on government using social media to target Duterte's opponents. And the government spokesperson congratulated her on the award, calling it a victory for Filipina. Now, the Kremlin congratulated Russian journalists who consistently defied Putin's politics, calling him talented and brave. Now, is this the new definition of ironic? Mr.
It's the new definition of hypocrisy. I would just ask...
Can we let just Mr. Marash answer first? No.
I would just ask them, on the contrary, how many journalists do they keep in jail? And here, this is what we talk about values. In the Western countries, you can criticize from your cozy couch in your home, and this is freedom of speech. In those countries, if you criticize, you go to jail. And this is my main message to all those who are opposing our Western path and our Euro-Atlantic integration. Do you really want to live in a country where for a criticism of the government you go to jail?
But if you win the Nobel Prize, then you're talented and brave. Mr. Whitmore, your final thoughts, please, in 30 seconds.
No, I mean, I would just say this. I wouldn't call this irony. I would call it trolling and gaslighting. And I would add to not just the journalists that are in jail, but journalists that have been killed. I mean, Dmitry Muratov is the editor-in-chief of Novaya Gazeta. In 2006, one of his star journalists, Anna Politkovskaya, was killed, and most likely with the knowledge of the Kremlin. So I think this is the height of trolling and the height of gaslighting.
This is a new challenge. It's a global challenge. Thank you, gentlemen, for being a part of this To Be Secure panel. It was the last panel of today, but we still have some programs, so please stay with us. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
Naš izuzetno zanimljiv dan, izuzetno zanimljiv forum još traje. Za kraj imamo jedan također zanimljiv razgovor. Gost je gospodin Dritan Abazović, potpredsjednik vlade Crne Gore. Domaćin je i domaćin ovoga skupa Savo Kentera, predsjednik Atlantskog saveza Crne Gore. Ja vas pozivam da dođete na pozornicu, zauzmete svoja mjesta i slušamo vas. Izvolite.
Dobro večer svima. Prije svega zahvalnost na tome što ste u ovolikom broju i dalje sa nama, iako je dug i naporan dan bio. Gospodine Abazoviću, dobro večer. Nakon dobar dan danas kada ste bili ovdje i na otvaranju i zaista hvala što ste večera sa nama. Da nekako sumiramo i ovaj dan, ali da pokušamo da sumiramo i ono sve što se dešava u Crnoj Gori i možda i u regionu, da vidimo nekih tema da se ključnih dotaknemo. Pa da ne bi gubili vrijeme. Ajde da idemo, da se podsjetimo onog odmah perioda nakon 30. septembra prošle godine, kada ste nekoliko dana posle toga potpisali onaj sporazum. Vi, gospodin Krivokapić-Bečić, koji se bio tamo, i obavezali se na sve one stvari koje se u tom sporazumu spominju. Da li ste tada stvarno vjerovali da će se sve strane tog sporazuma...
Observe the agreement, given that at that time we knew some entities did not believe in the agreement and that they were on opposing sides. Allow me to thank you for the invitation. It's always a great pleasure to be at 2BS. I congratulate you, your jubilee, your excellent organization, and my greetings to Her Excellency, the U.S. Ambassador, members of our diplomatic corps, our dear guests. And I think I've been in every single one of the 2BS fora over these years, and that I was here today. It was interesting to hear the key messages. So my congratulations, and I hope we meet again. Next year, we'll definitely meet as friends, whatever positions we are at next year. Thank you for the question. You are right. In a way, I'd like to explain the position for the sake of people who are listening via the media and on live stream. We did not have illusions that we were different entities nurturing different values. I've never had this illusion. I've never lost it. The thing is that in politics, you need to strive towards an agreement, a consensus. It's good to have a written trace, and the guarantee for their implementation is the validity and duration of an agreement or a coalition. We were principled and said that if there was anyone who did not comply with what the agreement said, would lose our support. And it's okay to expect the same from others if we fail to stick to what we've signed. After the 30th of September, we made every effort to protect Montenegro, to protect its foreign policy course, and I'm sure it did protect it. Whether it's been attacked, whether it was attacked in the past, yes, it's true. I cannot ignore that fact, but whether we are in the same positions as the country, whether as to what about there were some dilemmas as to what will happen with NATO integrations. People thought someone would ask us to leave NATO. Theoretically, this was not possible. There were high-level meetings to NATO. NATO officials came to us. European integrations are now under blockade for reason of some other events in the political scene. Inter-regional cooperation and the issues relating to independence of Kosovo, regardless of different interpretations. Let me say that we do not see that there have been some big differences. As to, I guess you are alluding to the Democratic Front, which after a few days only, they said they had not been aware of this agreement. That's the internal issue. We signed it with the main candidate in the list, and I think this agreement is a good foundation for our way forward in Montenegro. So we need to accept that we have to be part of the world, our main message. And let me conclude on this issue. There's no need for everyone to have a dilemma as to whether we'll stick to the agreement. If someone believes the URA civic movement or myself between the European path and Euro-Atlantic path of Montenegro and the positions in power, there's no dilemma. I would never choose my own position over the future of Montenegro, its Euro-Atlantic path. If there's anyone who wishes to undermine our Euro-Atlantic path and the future of children in Montenegro, the future, they wish to see Montenegro part of the Western world, committed to European standards, democratic values. If you think that there's someone who will sacrifice all this for an office, that certainly is not true, and that will not happen. But what we must know is that we all need to evolve, to change behavioral patterns. We can't just advocate democratic standards by using words. We need to show that in action, in our profession, in our everyday lives. We need to show that we observe these standards. Our citizens expect a better distribution of justice, and this needs to be clearly shown to our citizens rather than having just rhetoric or basing it on perception of some centers of power. As for the agreement, there's a discussion now of the reconstruction. DF wants to be part of the government. And imagine a situation where the DF accepts to sign the agreement. What would your position on that be? Would you believe them? Would you believe that the DF will observe the principles of the agreement, knowing their rhetoric, knowing their policy, and what they've fought for over these years? Every quality policy is reflected in its integration power or integrative power. That agreement is something that has arisen from our own political platform. And whoever wishes to join this platform is more than welcome. What are the intentions behind that? That's open to interpretations. But I have nothing against someone who's on the opposite position, comes and signs something that is close to our political program. I think that political agreement was a huge victory of European Montenegro at the time. And it should be seen. We need to see how best to use it in the future. And as to whether someone places a signature on something that he or she does not believe in, that's a question I cannot respond to. I can only say that personally, I'd never like to be someone who signs something or puts his name in support of something that I do not believe. And I would never put my name under the list of values I do not fight for. So I hope Euro-Atlantic path is advocated by more and more people, and this joint path that has taken us already to NATO and that should take us to the EU. I hope this train that is taking us there has many more passengers in it than it has had so far. Now I'm interested in Euro-Atlantic integrations, the EU and NATO. Do you believe more should have been done or could have been done to strengthen Montenegro's membership in NATO? Whether more could have been done to show true commitment, and whether we could have shown better results on our EU path? This is open to interpretations. I'll share some facts with you, and these are the facts. We have most problems with chapters 23 and 24, and these are linked to the rule of law. I'm not saying that is the only problem of Montenegro, but that's a problem identified in the past as the most significant area of progress or reforms. And the security sector, the government is trying to deliver. I must repeat some things that are widely known, but for the sake of the audience here and the regional, international audience, it's good to know. So let me mention some most recent things. We had the seizure of 1,400 kilos of cocaine. That's the biggest seizure in the history of the Balkans. We've never had that. And of course, there's been smuggling of cocaine. We've also taken measures to attack or to fight smuggling of cigarettes. It's worth around 500 million a year, and 20% of smuggled cigarettes goes through Montenegro. We knew this in the past, and I could not see real will shown to fight this. And we also are showing, taking measures to combat the clans, the criminal associations. Institutions must cooperate. We, the executive branch of power, cannot deliver on what should be delivered by the prosecution service. And I came a bit late this morning. I apologize because I had a press conference over something that happened yesterday. What is it? What was it? What happened was that some people, members of some criminal clans that were charged with some assassinations committed on the territory of Montenegro. So they were charged. They did not reach conviction. So they committed that during the ban on their entry into Montenegro. But then they entered, they left the territory. They again entered Montenegro, allegedly to attend some celebratory gatherings in the territory. So someone is asking why the Special State Prosecution Service overtook this case from the General Prosecution Service. The Special Prosecution Service knew of this case, and they've never done anything, and it's been around for a couple of months. And I can give you many more examples of such practice, but I do not wish to misuse this stage. Some serious cases have been undermined by the Special Prosecution Service, and they get the major cases, high-level corruption cases, then cases involving high officials, most senior positions in the state, people who are engaged in organized crime. So that's part of their competence. So we are now in a situation where we show willingness, we want to deliver, and then the institution is trying persistently to minimize these results and to keep things in the drawers. So I hope truly that until spring next year, given that we promised in March this year in the European Parliament that a year later we'll be there again to show clear results, I hope there is time and space to get things going and to do more. You mentioned this morning, if you allow me to make a short digression, you mentioned the regional movements, geopolitics, the impacts, the interference, the negative impact. So let me mention a thesis of mine. I think fight against organized crime in Montenegro has a direct link to the region. I think it frustrates certain political establishments in the region. Why? Because organized crime is a transboundary, transnational crime. And people who were involved in crime here had aids or benefited from it in other countries. And then if you fight it here, it's logical that in other locations there's some irritation with respect to this government. This is my impression. I truly have this impression. And I think it is fully justified. For example, the transit, we are a transit country for cigarette smuggling. You had to travel through other countries. So if you combat it here, if you suppress it here, you cause problems to people who have gained from this, who are part of the chain but are located in other countries. And I'm grateful to the international partners who recognize our willingness to fight this. And they provide help to us actively, and I'm really happy with that. And I hope other countries become more actively engaged in this. I do not underestimate the successes of other countries. I hope they fight the problems the same way, but I wouldn't underestimate the results of this government in this sector. Whether it's enough and whether it'll be recognized, that remains to be seen. But something that is negative, and I'll conclude with that, is that we are in a situation where we'll have to find a political dialogue between key political actors. And the reason is simple. As of yesterday, this country does not have an active constitutional court. Another judge retired, so we now cannot have the constitutional court rendering decisions. A situation in the Supreme Court is very similar. The prosecution's there, but we need a qualified majority, a stronger one than the simple majority, so that these institutions can start functioning. And I'm appealing to all the political actors, all responsible actors, to help us not allow the judicial institutions, including prosecution, to deteriorate any further. We must find a way for new people to be elected and to assume functions there in office. So that's the political part of chapters 23 and 24, the most complex part of our work. But until then, what remains to be done is for us all to do our best and to try to win over the support of as many people as possible. I discussed with with the president of the country and the prime minister about the crisis of the government that we have now and the ways out. Now you've just mentioned this situation that is complicated. You mentioned the dysfunctionality of or the paralysis of the key institutions of the country. You've mentioned dialogue as a way to resolve this. And there have been attempts at a dialogue. You've had a number of meetings with the Prime Minister. This does not seem to go anywhere. So what do you hope will happen? How do you see the situation? It's a complex situation. But if we were to use comparative analysis and comparative practice, those of you who know political theory, I hope will agree with me that countries that do not have a long democratic tradition or have had some space in which to develop political culture in a way that is actually how things should develop, at least in the political theory. We should not treat what is going on in Montenegro now as something unexpected. On the 30th of August 2020, we changed our government in elections for the first time. So 30 years is the period during which we had one party. So from 1906 until this day, we've never had a simple change of government in elections. So it's quite logical that once it happened, after all the pains, it's logical that we have this situation now in which it is not easy to establish a system that is ready to function. But it's important that we had this without conflicts, without major turbulences, without people in the street, without some conflict. So these were likely. And I'm happy that we as the society took this exam. We passed it. And I believe that in the future, we will do this more easily, with greater dignity. I think we'll all accept the fact that periodic change of government is something normal. If you're asking me how we are going to find a solution, to be honest, at this moment, I don't see it. What I don't like personally as a politician who does not see himself as mainstream politician, I just cannot identify myself with the classical perception of a Balkan politician. I just don't like the fact that no one's talking about the government program. People are talking about the number of ministries and who will be in this or that office, who will be part of the majority, who will be the deputy prime minister, or minister. There's no one who's come here to say, I think we should agree on this or that. We should have 5 or 10 items in the program. What should be set as priorities? And then on that basis, we should sit and talk about how to implement those 5 items in our programs. So no one's come with such ideas. So that's the difference between what I believe should be accountable policy rather than just political rhetoric. I agree with you in something we did not say, but yeah, I can assume it was implied in your question. Montenegro has no time to waste. We already lost the entire 2020 due to COVID, protests, election campaign. Now it would be tough on the citizens to accept that we are to start another election process, and we will start the local level elections in spring. So this situation where every now and then, every 3 or 4 months, we have some kind of election somewhere in such a small country as Montenegro is something I don't like. I think we should have general elections once every 4 years, and I think the open lists should be something set by law, and that citizens in Montenegro should have a chance to elect from time to time, but then once they do it, they have it for a number of years. And now these, depending on what elections are coming, people make different calculations every now and then. So I think this is not something we are not used to, and I hope that eventually, if there's wisdom and some luck, or the other way around, we will reach the best solution. We talk about this red line a lot. You are on the red line now. Do you plan to cross it? Or do you plan to make a step towards, in a better, wiser direction? The red line was the one after Cetinje events. I tried to explain to people in Skopje yesterday what happened. There was a lot that was not clear, so I'm not happy with it. It was a bad message we emitted from this country, from a NATO member country. So all that that is negative that happens in this region or here reflects or has its repercussions or reflections on Montenegro, and positive but also negative ones. What's most important is that there were no casualties in Cetinje, people with some more serious injuries, and there was no prolonged conflict. And I think it's extremely important for Montenegro and is a good message for the region that we managed to address this complex situation. When someone after that, after a risky situation, a risky weekend we had, someone tried to bring the entire security system down for reason of some interest that we can interpret one way or another, call them external, internal, but it's totally irrelevant. I find it to be extremely irresponsible, and that's what for me are red lines. For me, it's not a red line if someone asks, why did you allow a person to be appointed as a member of the board of directors? I believe this person does not deserve that, so that's not a problem for me. We're a small country, and it's not always easy to find the right person for all the positions, but these other things I discussed are strategic issues. If we allow, because of someone's plans or someone's will to bring the entire system down, if we allow that, then we would allow, by doing so, that the whole country, state collapses in another next similar situation. I saw this as an attack, as an aggression. And I think people should always know what they can count on with us, and that we stick to principles we will never forget. And political agendas that are not in line with the national interests of Montenegro cannot be implemented over us or using us for such purposes. So that's a clear message, and it's persuasive. What I'm saying is that we will not step away from these positions, and we need to find models as to how to improve this system. It has certain weaknesses, of course, but I'm willing, more than willing, to hear suggestions as to how we can improve things further. Does this mean that you will protect people from the security sector who did their work professionally? I've already stood behind them, and they showed good results. In this concrete case, I'm talking about some future activities that may result from, of course, people need to be realistic. After the 30th of August, there's been one good things. Sovereignty was given back to citizens. Everyone is important. A high-level or low-level office, a large party, a small party, they're all equally important. But of course, we can't have one person manage all the things. I've already stood behind these people that you're asking about. If someone needs to criticize them, it should be the cabinet of the deputy prime minister first. I don't think the police of Montenegro functions perfectly well, but in the circumstances they did produce results, and the new management justified the expectations of not just the deputy prime minister, but I believe all the broad professional public. If someone thinks that we should use the police as a whip, or that they should be used by some centers of power that have different interests, that of course will not happen. That's it. And to conclude, we have 4 minutes only. You're traveling to the States next week. What do you expect of this visit? And we've just heard some clear, precise messages of Mr. Escobar sent to Montenegro and the region. What do you think, or what outcomes do you hope to see from this visit? I'm looking forward to the visit. In the US, we have the new administration. So far, we haven't had official visits from the US, and this is the first opportunity for the new government to officially meet with the representatives of the new US administration. You are the head of delegation, if I understand it correctly. Yes, that's correct. I'm very much looking forward to it. It's a significant visit for a number of reasons. One is the symbolic reason, where we need to confirm a strong commitment to Montenegro being part of the Western world, Montenegro being a real about partner to the West. But there's also another reason, an opportunity for us to share views on the current political setting in Montenegro, the region, and to also discuss ways of how we can contribute to the acceleration of the democratization of the Western Balkans. This is the context in which I'm now looking at this visit. And I truly believe it'll be a successful visit. I see no reason why it should not. Mr. Abazovic, thank you very much for accepting to be our guest at this 11th Tobias Forum. Thank you for a constructive discussion. And we'll have another short part of our program. Thank you very much. It was my honor. Thank you.
Bio je ovo sjajan dan.
It was a great day when we talked about concerns and perspectives, and we heard constructive ideas based on which we were going to make important decisions. I want to thank all the participants that enabled this 11th To Be Secure Forum, open some, and discuss some issues related to Montenegro region and European path. We now invite the team of Atlantic Council to come on stage to give them credits for their fantastic organization of the forum.
Mislim da nam netko nedostaje,
I think we miss someone. We are missing someone. Savo, Milica, and Ranko, who are in the managing board of the council, should also join us on stage. This is the team that hosted us here in Montenegro, hosted all of you here in Montenegro. So we should salute them once again. That's it. Let's reconvene next year here in Budva.
Čestitam.